And
Play LBC.
leading Britain's conversation. This is LBC.
From Global's newsroom at 4 o'clock, a minute's silence will be held in Reading later to remember the 3 people killed in a stabbing in a park on Saturday evening. One of the victims has been named as James Furlong, a 36-year-old history teacher. The 25-year-old Libyan man questioned over the attack was rearrested last night under the Terrorism Act. It's turned out that he was known to security services, but MI5 found no immediate risk. The man's neighbour says he's shocked by what's happened.
Really scared. Scared for myself and my children, because to hear there's a terrorist inside the building, and we're not allowed to even get out of the building, it's scary, really scary.
The Prime Minister will meet senior cabinet members and his leading scientific advisers this morning. The meeting comes ahead of an announcement tomorrow on how lockdown measures will be eased further in England. It's thought Boris Johnson will also confirm that the 2-metre distance rule will be reduced to 1 metre, which will allow more businesses to reopen, especially those in the hospitality industry. One of the ideas is to make businesses COVID safe is for people to register when they enter a pub or restaurant, so they can be traced if someone later tests positive. John Stevens is the deputy political editor at the Daily Mail. He's told LBC more about the idea.
It's an idea that they copied from New Zealand, where it's been used to kind of help contact tracing. So if someone then goes to a pub and then later comes down with the virus, and the pub knows exactly who's been in there and they've got all of their numbers, and it's easier for them to trace people.
3 pedestrians have been killed after being hit by a car in Dalton in Cumbria. It happened yesterday afternoon. The driver, a 47-year-old man from the area, has been arrested. The government is piloting a coronavirus saliva test where you spit into a sample pot which will then be tested for the virus. If successful, it could be an alternative to the current invasive deep nasal and throat swab. Over 14,000 people working in GP surgeries, universities and in other frontline roles in Southampton have been recruited for the trial. And football, Liverpool are a point closer to lifting the Premier League title after their 0-0 draw with Everton in the Merseyside derby. The rivals went head-to-head at Goodison Park in their first clash since the league restarted. Liverpool defender Virgil van Dijk.
I think everyone is just happy to be back. We didn't lose, and it's another step closer to our goal as well.
LBC weather. Sunny to start for much of the UK, turning overcast with showers for Scotland, Northern Ireland, Northwest England and Northwest Wales. A high of 23 degrees. From Global's newsroom for LBC, I'm Zora Suleiman.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's LBC, it's Steve Allen's early breakfast. It's Monday the 22nd of June. And it's Misery Day. Why is it Misery Day? The weather changes. Apparently we're going back into the heat wave rubbish. And if I was you, I'd come into work now, OK, and stay till 10:05. It's the only way that you can avoid the congestion charge. You won't manage it any other way because the mayor's got it in for you. It's your own fault for being dreadful and being a driver, so they're making you pay for it. So from today, 15 quid. And that comes in at 7 o'clock this morning until 10 o'clock, 7 days a week. So nobody is exempt. Well, there's a few people who are exempt, but to be honest with you, as I say, come into work now, as long as you get there before 7 and then leave at 10:05, you'll be fine. I've saved you 15 quid. I mean, that in itself is worth the price of the programme this morning. The DIY botulism. Bjorn is no super drooper, and top firms must pay tax to fill the COVID black hole. All of that in Panto. Pantomime might not be pantomime this Christmas. Unheard of. Can't think of anything worse. Also, they're talking about slashing VAT to save the ailing shops. And the police have got pictures in all the papers of the protesters who toppled the statue. Who are they? They want your help. Obviously looking to prosecute, I should imagine. Happy birthday to Esther Ranson. She's 80, and Cyndi Lauper isn't. Plus, Simon Gregson from Coronation Street has got an addiction to spam. They call it a strange... I don't think it's a strange addiction to spam. What's the matter with spam? Pork luncheon meat, delicious. Spam fritters, spam and chips, spam with chips and pickle, spam with egg, chips and pickle and beans, spam with eggs, chips, pickles, beans and tomatoes, and toast. I don't understand why they think that. And also, well done to the Black Lives Matter people, that's who they're blaming it on, who vandalised the sign for Penny Lane, because under some misguided information that they'd received, they thought it was something to do with slavery. The people of Liverpool have pointed out to them it's called Penny Lane because years ago there used to be a toll booth there and it was a penny to get across. That's the only... Nothing to do with slavery. Nothing to do with slavery, just Penny Lane, because it was the toll booth, like there used to be one in London, up by Number 1 London, which is the Wellington Museum. Also, Trump's big rallying cry, and empty seats. Apparently lots of students reserved seats and just didn't bother turning up to them. But the pictures in the papers are a little bit misleading, because they could have been taken at the beginning of the show, where people were filing into the seats, or feeling like they could have been taken at the end of the show, where sort of the people had left their seats. So interesting. The police force is the pride of Britain, except the big story that ran over the weekend, which was the terror suspect, who apparently we're now told was on the radar of MI5. Well, I don't want to be rude, ladies and gentlemen, but a fat lot of bloody use that turned out to be. Oh, he was on the radar. Oh, good. And what does that mean? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. It means that they knew about him, he'd just come out of prison, and a judge said he had mental health issues. The residents there was saying he'd threatened to blow them up. He told them he'd left the gas on and things like... And this was somebody who was on... Well, the good news was he was on the radar of MI5. Thank God for that. At least we can all, rest in our beds easy, can't we? Knowing that MI5 have got people on the radar. Not that they can do anything about it, because it just means they're aware of them. But fantastic. But he was in prison. I can't remember what he was in prison for, but he was on the radar of MI5, so there must be a great comfort to the families of the people who lost their lives. It drives me absolutely crackers. It really does. Ridiculous. Colleen Nolan droning on to anybody who wants to listen as to why her divorce was the best decision ever. I know, that's what the ex-husband said as well. He couldn't wait to get out. I should imagine that must have been a nightmare. And doing Celebrity Gogglebox, Susanna Reid and Rob Rinder together. Plus, I mean, if you've got the money, this is worth having, isn't it? A guitar played by Kurt Cobain during Nirvana's 1993 MTV gig has just sold for just under 5 million quid. What's the point of it? It's just a guitar, isn't it? Just under 5 million quid. I mean, he could have put anything down there. I did know of a celebrity once, and a well-known magazine said, we need a prize for a competition. Can we have a pair of her jeans? And her agent said, yeah, that'll be fine. And they went out and bought a pair of jeans. Did you just dump that? Yeah, sorry. Which bit? I talked to you in the break about it. Oh, was it Kurt Cobain? No, not that. Oh, we like Kurt Cobain. Yeah, £5 million. It was very... I wouldn't have bought the blooming thing, but to be honest with you... My favourite Nirvana song, all of them. I like all of them. I'm not particularly fussy about Nirvana songs. I like every single one of them. They're all my favourites. All my favourites. And all the album as well. Where do we get the bags? Now, listen, I've already told you 3 times. July. We said that. I must have said it about 40 times, actually, now. Steve, good to hear that pubs and clubs are opening again, says Shane. I can't quite work out whether or not they were sort of going, you have to show your ID and a phone number. What, so you're going to hand it to some Neanderthal standing on a door of a bar? What's your name, mate? Steve. You've got your number. 0207 613 8495. It's not really, I just gave you that one now. That's the local police station. Or failing that, you can give him Buckingham Palace's number. That's always an interesting one. I thought you gave me the wrong number here, pal. Well, you phone and ask for me then. Come on, phone and ask. See if it works. I don't know, honestly. So, a lot of people worrying about that, but of course today is your expensive day. The expensive day being that you're going to have to pay the congestion charge. So, I mean, not if you're coming in on public transport, you don't have to worry about it. But if you're going to bring your car in, and you're normally one of those people, I mean, as I'm going home, I will be seeing thousands of 15-pounders. Each car will have 15 quid written on it as I'm leaving town this morning. Because I think you can leave without paying, but you can't come in without paying. Well, otherwise it'd be ridiculous, wouldn't it? So I'm leaving London. I don't know how it works. If I'm in London and I'm leaving it, why would I have to pay? I thought you pay for coming into town. I've never heard of... Well, I'm not paying it. Sodom. I'm not paying it. Why should I pay it? It's not my car anyway. I'm not paying it. I'm sitting on a bus. I don't cycle in. I've got a Messerschmitt. I bet you don't even know what a Messerschmitt is, do you? No, I thought not. A Messerschmitt. Sorry? Well, it was also a plane in the war, but it was like a little Bond bug. It was a car. They did it on it's called Car SOS. I think Car SOS. And what they do is there'll be a car sitting in a garage somewhere that some bloke has had for about 50 years, and his daughter will phone up with somebody in the family. They'll go, listen, he's had this car, he was going to restore it, but he's never got round to it. So the DIY SOS people take it away and literally rebuild the car, and then they surprise them with da-da, and they give them the car back. And this time it's a Messerschmitt. It's a three-wheeler, and the whole side lifts up. It's beautiful, beautiful. It's got like a hairdryer engine on it. It can achieve 85 miles an hour. The brakes work on a pulley system. So you put, it's like a bicycle brake on it. And this young man had it, and he was going to restore it. And it was really quite difficult. They had more trouble restoring this than any of the other cars that they've done. It's such a good programme. And then at the end, they go to a hotel and they go, oh, there's something for, you'd like to sign this? And they lift up the box, and there is the Messerschmitt that he knew. But it's all restored with everything, a new canopy over the top of it. It's a car. It's a car. The programme is called Messerschmitt. Well, in the usual spelling of Messerschmitt. What do you mean, how do you spell it? Well, the usual way that you would spell it in your case, they're probably not. Go on, Messerschmitt. Go on, see if you can manage that one. I bet you can't. I bet you can't manage Messerschmitt. There you go. Yeah, well, you've cheated, haven't you? You've gone to... OK, now that's the aeroplane. Type in Messerschmitt car. OK, car. There you go. Always want one for sale. And there they are. There they are. They come in all sorts of different colours, and, I mean, they're really dead cute. The trouble is they're so small, but you can get 2 adults in it. 2 adults can fit in one of those little things. They're great. I think they're really... I don't know how much... There was one for sale. If you go back, where it said one for sale, how much was it? For sale, there you go. How much is that first one? What are we looking at here? Let's have a look. Oh, they've got classic ones. There you go. Let's have a look. See, £23,000. Good luck. £31,000. 22,000. They didn't cost that when they were new. They were built by a German, actually, designed by the aircraft engineer Fritz Fend, and they do look a little bit like the front bit of a Messerschmitt aircraft. But that's how much they go for. I said three-wheelers. I'm sorry, am I facing the right way or something? Have you not got new batteries in this morning? Go on, fit new batteries in my ear properly. God, Stroth. Yes, three-wheelers. That would be the giveaway. 2 at the front and 1 at the back. Where do you think the 4th one was going to go? I got an idea for you, but you'll have to write it on a postcard and send it into the programme. I think they're lovely. I think they're great. Kids would like them, but it's a car for the road. Although whether you want to take it on a motorway, I don't know. I mean, if you had an estate somewhere, which you haven't, well, it's in a state, and you could just drive around the little roads, then you would have a little Messerschmitt like that. Because it does, I think, 83 miles to the gallon, or something stupid. Whatever it is, it uses but a thimbleful of petrol. But the programme was really good. Really good. I was interested to see, because I was desperate to go to the toilet, but I didn't want to miss the end of the programme. You know, it's like you're sitting there with your legs crossed, thinking, oh, hurry up and get on with this blooming programme. Makes it so much easier. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Another one here. Spam. I think it was a Monty Python thing, wasn't it? Didn't Monty Python do spam? I love spam. I mean, that and a portion of chips on your... I don't understand why people wouldn't want it. It's fab. It's chopped ham. Chopped ham and pork. That's what it is. Well, it fits in a tin, yeah. You sort of... If you open the tin, it comes with a key, and then you take it out, and then you squeeze it out, and it's got all sort of jelly round it. To protect it, and it's delicious. You slice it, you can either dip it and then have it deep fried, in which case it's a spam fritter, or you can just have it on the plate with beans, chips. Yeah, you never had it, but you've had pork, haven't you? Have you had ham? Well, it's the same. It's both of it together. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, spam. Put up spam. Is there a vegan? No, it's ham. It's ham and pork. Of course it's not vegan. Honestly, we're not catering for everything. Why do you have to have everything your own way? Why does it have to be... Is there a vegan version? There it is, spam. Look at it. Sold in 41 countries. Canned cook pork. It's nothing like corned beef. This is spam. Corned beef's different. But it's trademarked in over 100 countries. You can either have it hot or cold. It's pre-cooked canned meat. It's delicious. Seriously, I mean, you'd eat it. Of course you would. You've eaten ham, you've eaten pork, you would definitely eat this. You can either have it slightly, you about 1/4 of an inch thick, and then you just sort of do it on the plate with yeah, that's what it looks like on the right-hand side. It's just ham and pork mixed together, but cooked in the tin. They actually cook it in the tin, so it's put into the tin, and then it's delicious. I promise you, it is so delicious. It's so lovely. Yeah, and you have it with chips. It's not very expensive either. It's actually quite inexpensive as food. I know there isn't a vegan version. God, blimey, honestly. It's ridiculous. But there it is. And I like it. I like it. It's the sort of thing you'd have as kids. You know, your mother would say it's egg and chips tonight, or it's spam and chips. And we go, hooray, please hope it's chips. We hope it's chips. And then out comes the spam. And then we used to have it with beans, which was quite nice. You can have it with an egg. You can have it with all sorts of things. It's just, or you can chop it up, you know, and you can do anything with it. You can make it into a castle. Yeah, there's endless possibilities of redesigning the pork luncheon meat, you know, or you could slice it thinly and put it in sandwiches or rolls. We used to have it in rolls with, because it is just pork luncheon meat. That's all it is. It's ham and pork mixed together and cooked in the tin. It's delicious. Hence spam, you know, pork and ham. No, it's not special ham. No, it's just pork and ham, hence spam, and that's all it is. You know, pork as from pigs. What's it stand for? What's spam? Pork and ham. Pork and ham. It's SPAM. Okay, it doesn't matter. Listen, I'm more worried about the congestion charge, but of course it doesn't affect me because I don't pay the blooming thing anyway. I'm just concerned for all the other people who are going. That's another 15 quid a day. A day. I mean, I nearly sent a sympathy card to Tom Swarbrick, because I remember thinking he's sort of fairly far out, and he's got to come in. So unfortunately, he comes in the middle of the blooming thing, and then he leaves. Does he leave after it? Or did he leave before? Come on, when he leaves? Yeah, no, he actually finished after it, but he's got to pay it coming in. There's nothing you can do about it. I said, well, you could do your programme from your car, or something like that, and then just sit outside there until it gets to 10 o'clock. And he said, well, that would be a bit late by that time, Steve. And I'm making this up. I'm just making... There's no real conversation. It's just fantasy. And no escape from reality. Open your... Anyway. So a lot of people are going to pay 15 quid and be really fed up about it, because you're probably logged in to paying $11.50 a day. And now the mayor... Don't you just want to vote for him again? Has sort of gone, no, you can all pay 15 quid. But he has said, and I heard Swabs say it the other day, I can call him Swabs, we've worked together for a while, he said that the mayor has said it won't be forever. I thought, yeah, pull the other one. Pull the other one, thank you very much indeed. Spam is spiced ham. Whatever it is, it's very nice. Literally, if somebody brought in a can now, I would open up a can and have it, you know, on a sandwich, on a piece of toast. You know, it's just very, very pleasant. It's cooked already. I've told you before, it's cooked spiced ham in a tin, so you can have it hot or cold. I mean, you could put it in a casserole. You could do a bean casserole with spices or chopped up bits in it, you know, little shapes or something of angels or, you know, hares or something, I don't know, whatever you want to do. And then you just put it in the casserole and leave it there. You could probably put it in a slow cooker. And it would, and you'd come back and it'd be disgusting. But it's worth trying. I mean, it's an easy... I thought it was student food. Students like that kind of thing. Basically, because they want something that doesn't make them be sick after all the alcohol they've had. And secondly, it's got to be something that's not too complicated. Because students have an inability to try and open cans. You know, and this one has a key that goes with it, and you turn the key and it takes the thing off. Takes the thing off. Oh, there's another food market on the television. Some woman just shooed somebody away who had a camera filming the fact she was selling... I don't know what she was selling, but they looked vaguely dog-like. Look, these people carrying these things in. This is a small wonder we got corona blooming virus. Look at all this stuff hanging up. I don't know, what sort of animal is that? Look, even the hygiene conditions in these markets are just dreadful. Can you imagine if this looked like this over here? They'd have closed it down inside an hour. Dreadful, isn't it? Absolutely dreadful. Oh, some people have gone to Spain on holiday. Good. You know. Have you ever been to Spain on holiday? It's exactly as you think it is. It's like Blackpool. You've been to Benidorm? No, of course you haven't. No. You have? Yeah, of course you have. You know, it's the sort of place that you would go to, isn't it, Joe? You would like, look at that, that's a dog in a cage. These are dogs in cages. They're going to kill them and eat them. Even though I thought there was a ban on dogs. And so they've got stalls with dogs hanging up on there because they kill... And they're in the middle of a food festival for dog, if you please, in one part of China. It drives me, honestly. Look, these poor dogs, you know where they're going. Well, those ones have just been rescued. But 9 out of 10 times, they get killed. And people eat dog meat. Now, I've never eaten dog meat. Mind you, I'd never eaten horse till a few years ago. And then somebody said we've been eating horse because it managed to get itself into the food chain. And I thought, well, I managed to survive that part of my life. And but then I couldn't eat dog. But if you didn't know it was dog, if somebody just served it up to you, would you know? Oh, yeah, look, there's a man on the television being interviewed. Yes, I have had dog before. Dogs reared for meat might be edible, but I won't eat dog. She says, this woman, because she's bright. Dogs reared for, especially now, the epidemic, it's a matter of personal choice. So people eat dog. But there again, they've always said in China, the only legs they won't eat are the legs off a table. You know, the rest of it is all edible. They're in their markets, they have just about everything. And it's only because we're not used to it that we go... Well, I do that all the time. I go, oh, no, I'm sorry. I couldn't eat anything like that. I remember once my mother upset me. She said, look at this picture in the paper, because I had a hamster called Judy. And, don't ask why. Named after Judy Garland, I suppose. And then she said, oh, look, here is a coat for this woman wearing it, made out of hamsters. And it was look, these poor little dogs. I can't bear to watch stuff like this. It's not nice, is it? It's not nice. I think these are ones being rescued. There are big organisations in China and across the continents to stop people. But the hygiene conditions are disgusting, aren't they? You wouldn't want to touch any of this stuff. Goodness gracious me, honestly. All of that, and it's only a Monday morning. 15 quid. Don't talk to me about £15. Dreadful. Steve, morning, and the boys. Like you, I'm an autumn-winter man. Let's get all the summer over with. No, well, let's have something. Let's have something. Andrew in Yorkshire... he says, personally, I love a spam and egg sandwich. Got to be a runny egg, though. Ugh. No, thank you. You know me, I don't do runny eggs. Steve, just had to point out, watched a few snippets of football. Can you believe the players are still spitting? I know. I don't understand why players spit. I don't quite understand why anybody else spits. I mean, if you're sort of running around, and without putting too fine a point on it, you get a mouthful of saliva, just swallow. You know, I mean, why do you have to spit? Let's discuss it. Football players should be fined. Every time they spit, £1,000 fine. Soon stop it, wouldn't it? But, of course, you know what football is like. Oh, they just do what they want to do. As long as they get your money in and they change the strip about 700 times in a year. Tanker driver Phil puts, I love spam. It's great with egg and chips. It appeared during the war to help with meat shortages and was shipped over from America to help the British meat rations. It stands for Special Processed American Meat. Ooh, doesn't that sound fab? It's really nice, though, with chips. Mind you, chips full stop I like. Got to be triple cooked, though. I like triple cooked chips. It's all good fun, isn't it? So, I'm going to tell you the other side of the news about my virtual show. It's an afternoon with Steve Allen. And because normally we would do our shows live at the Leicester Square Theatre, well, we can't. So they had the brilliant idea, somebody, you wait till I find them, of doing the show virtually. So I shall sit in the studio downstairs with all the cameras, which you know they've got down there, which whiz around your body and sort of make you look slim. If only. And then at the allotted time, which is 3 o'clock, it goes live, and you'll be sitting there going, there he is! Is that what he really looks like? And I shall be in disguise, of course, heavily disguised, and loads of makeup and probably hair added. I haven't quite decided. And we shall sit and chat away, exactly the same as the shows. The difference is you'll be watching it from home, which is quite nice. And the good news is, it's only a tenner. And the money goes to charity. It goes to Global's Make Some Noise, the emergency appeal. So it's well worth it for a tenner. Goodness sake, you can't even buy 2 packets of cigarettes for a tenner. Can't even get 3 cups of coffee, can you? Ridiculous. Steve, can you talk about something other than spam and dog? No, I can't. No, I can't. Absolutely not. I hate it when people sort of write it. Oh, can you not talk about this at the moment? No, absolutely not. Apparently spitting is considered a mark of coolness, Steve, amongst peasants. Yes. I don't understand it. I hate the people who spit in the street. You get kids who... What you want to do is get a huge big bucket of it and empty over their head. and then go, not so keen now, are we? Chewing gum. The whole pavements are full of chewing gum, all that, because people are going, and they spit the chewing gum out. It's disgusting. Absolutely. Honestly, worst place, Blackpool. Seriously, it's full of, I mean, up there, though, people pick it up off the pavement, pop it back in their mouth, don't they, after about a week. And, Steve, when COVID-19 has been most severe amongst obese groups, why do you think over 50% of people in the UK have gained weight? No, you've got that bit wrong, haven't you? It doesn't necessarily work among obese people. It works among anybody. It does not discriminate. It can be absolutely anybody. But I was watching some people walking down Twickenham High Street yesterday, pushing prams, chatting away to their neighbours. And all. I'm thinking, you do know we're in the middle of a pandemic, do you? I know that Boris and his crew have decided to limit the amount of space that we have between us. Although, to be honest with you, that can only be okay if you're working in a pub or something like that, because then you've got a bit of, only need a foot between you. I mean, 2 feet at the moment is ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. Lisa Spiker from Guildford says, I've registered for your August extravaganza. I'm planning on serving some homemade vanilla ice cream at half-time. Oh, how lovely. Loving the show, though. Oh, homemade vanilla ice cream. That sounds quite nice, doesn't it? Not for you, mate. It's got eggs in it, and milk, and cream. All the stuff you can't have, but I bet if we went to your place, I reckon, Luke, there'd be a fridge with ice cream in it. A lot of creme brulees, yes. I bet that, so there's ice cream as well in there, is there now? Oh, no, of course you're not sending it over to you. You're a vegan. That's even worse than a diabetic. At least if you eat it, it doesn't make you ill. If I eat it, it makes me ill. So I don't eat it very often. When I was a little boy, my uncle drove one of those Messerschmitt bubble cars, barely the size of a powered wheelie bin on its side, but he still managed to get myself, my aunt, 2 little cousins and almost all their luggage in there, says Patrick. My father had a Bond bug, which looked exactly the same, except the whole front of the car lifted out, and then you got in and you pulled it back down again, and it was in bright orange, and he had that in Yorkshire, and you could hear it coming a mile away, like that, because it was like a hairdryer. In fact, if you stood at the back of it, you could dry your hair on the back of the engine. It was so small. It might have been run by elastic bands. Yes, it was. This week you're going to swelter, absolutely swelter. It's going to be, apparently, they say, one of the hottest Junes on record. Oh no, that's why I get very depressed. I seriously get depressed about it because it just seems to affect my diabetes, and I don't know why. Actually, I can't. Perhaps other people. But tomorrow I've got to get from here to the hospital, and I've got to do it in 2 hours because and I only checked the other day. My hospital appointment is at 9 o'clock. And I'm trying to work out if I can get there. Joe thinks I can make it by 9 o'clock. So I get home at about 20 to 8. I shall then get the bus to Kingston, which should get me into Kingston by about, I would think, even if it's by 8:15, I'm still okay, because then I have to get a bus to the hospital, and they're fairly regular. So that's what I'm hoping. I don't have to go into a minor panic over it, because it's one of these glaucoma things. So you sit there. They say everybody's going to be seen. Not me. Well, they always run a little bit late on the things. And what they have to do, because I'm diabetic, they have to check my eyes to make sure that the amount of sugar in them, because if I get a lot of sugar in my body, it affects my eyesight. So in other words, with my glasses, I can read. Without my glasses, I can't see anything. I'm totally useless. Totally useless. In fact, it's almost I could, if I came in here one day and didn't have glasses, luckily I carried about 20 pairs with me, I'd be looking at the papers and it would just blur. The whole thing blurs. So, if I have my glasses off, I can read the screen. It's blurry. It's blurry. I can't read the texts. I can't see the texts at all. I mean, I know they're there, but I would have to guess the words. I'd have to guess who's actually texting in. But actually, after I had my cataracts done, they do the eye test. And I was amazed at how far... Before, I could only go down about 3 or 4 levels on it. This one, I went nearly to the bottom. I was 1 away from the bottom. And she went, oh, very good. I thought, I've memorised it. And which you can do, actually. It is, but I wouldn't cheat. And so I'm going to go and have this glaucoma... Oh, look, there you go. This glaucoma test, which basically means, I think, they sort of spray something in your eye, like drops, which enlarges your pupil. I seem to remember it's that one. And then you sit there Because they always say don't drive, because everything's like super bright. Like, wow. It's like somebody's shining bright lights. If you walk out even in sort of relatively dull day, it's so bright, you have to wear sunglasses. But luckily I'm a celebrity, so I wear them all the time anyway. So that nobody knows. They go, that's Steve Allen. He can't see. And I love that advert on the Toad, the bloke who's gone blind. He was a tattooist, and it's for guide dogs for the blind. And it always gets me every time, because he goes through this, I'm waiting online, and he's got a family of about 3 kids and his wife as well. And at the end, after they say £1 will get you a guide dog, blah, 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 and then the camera comes back to him and he goes, thank you. And I thought, oh, you just wanted to send all the money to him immediately so he gets his guide dog as quick as possible, bless his heart. Steve says, Sheila in Arbroath, I love spam fritters. Years ago, it used to be called the poor man's roast. The poor man's roast. Oh, virtual show. So, this is what we're doing. On the 16th of August, which is a Sunday, in the afternoon at 3 p.m, we're going to be doing an afternoon with Steve Allen. Okay? And so it's exactly the same as the live shows, except it'll be me in the big studio downstairs. And we will sort of wander through. I don't know what we're going to talk about. I've got no idea. Mind you, we never know on the shows. Somebody says to me, so what sort of form will your show be taking? I've got no idea. No idea at all. I just sort of start talking, and it just sort of seems to flow. Sometimes it's not in the right direction. Who's my producer? Well, for the show, I don't know, all the people who do all the filming, the cameras. No, because it's a camera show. It's television. Well, I don't think so, no. I don't know. All the camera people will be doing it. I think so. We have a whole department here that know how to operate cameras for reasons best known to themselves. But, they always sort of come in with it and go, I took it home for the weekend, the camera. Lovely. Can't wait to see what that one's going to contain when we sort of start searching back in its index. That's always something, isn't it? Somebody on the beach at Bridlington, no clothes on, as per usual. So what it is, you can sit at home. You all have front row seats. It's going to be the biggest front row audience you've ever seen. And then you watch it on your laptop, your phone, or your tablet. It's going to cost you £10. Now, when you think that last year, the tickets for the show that we did at the Leicester Square Theatre, I think started at, 60 quid. I think they went up to, I can't remember what they went up to. But it was, so a £10 is very good. Very, very good. And so to register, and if you don't do it correctly, you miss out, okay? And the reason you miss out is because I think sometimes the machine thinks that you've already applied for it, so it won't let you have a second go. So you don't really want to mess it up at all. And it's a voluntary donation of £10, and you need to text this. You've heard it before. Don't make a mistake on it, because it'll be a wasted text. Steve 10. Okay, STEVE, capital letters, and then right at the end of the E, with no space, 10. Okay, yesterday we did quite well. Only one person managed to screw it up. And I can only assume it was because they didn't want to buy a ticket anyway. So it's Steve 10 with no spaces, and you send it to 84850. Now, some of your phones will not work on that because it's a donation. And some people are forbidden from making donations. So you might have to sort of beg, borrow, or steal from a friend. So £10 from every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. The reason you will know if you've been successful is you will get a text back which says, thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, which is actually not that far away, you'll get a message telling you how to join. It's sent to your telephone. So make sure you've got the phone with you, because on the 16th of August at about lunchtime, about 12 o'clock, the details will come through onto your phone, and that's a unique code for you. Okay, it's not a general one that covers everybody. It's a unique code for you. So no code, no likey. Okay, doesn't matter, does it? So anyway, so you get the message. 100% of your donation goes to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Standard network charges may apply. You must be 18 or over. UK mobiles only. Sorry about that. Full terms and conditions on the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. And as I say, it's well worth it. I have no idea what the update on the figures are. I shall hopefully find out later on today. It's because Friday was a bit of a mess day, because I think the system crashed at one point, so nobody knew what was going on, and then you couldn't get the audience figures through. So do it, and then you are assured of a place in history, because we've never done it before, you know. Steve, I like your show, but I thought I'd put the record straight. We don't all go for the beaches. Of course you do. Don't be so ridiculous. You're British. That's what we do. We sit on the beach when it's tipping down with rain, under an umbrella, don't we? And we go, oh, it'll finish soon. The sea's much warmer when it rains. And so people go down there. It's all stones by the beginning of it, isn't it? Have you ever seen the nudist beach at Brighton? Full of stones. Full of stones. Seriously, I sat on it years and years ago. I brought 3 back with me, unintentionally. These stones just sort of appear everywhere. Steve, how about you starting the live show by showing us how delicious Spam is by opening a can and eating it? Listen, you wouldn't need me to be persuaded on that one, but I would like a Spam fritter, but I will be taking a bottle of Prosecco in with me. So, you know, you can rest assured it's all the usual things, so which is quite nice. And, well, we're going to be doing a drinking game, but it'll just be me drinking. Because somebody said it'd be quite nice if we could do a big thing, see how many people we can get to drink Prosecco at one time. But unfortunately, because nobody's linked in, you know, how you won't know. You just have to take somebody's word for it, you know, that they're sort of drinking Prosecco. Steve, I'm as angry as you are. I'm never angry. I'm always in such a good mood. And Connie says, you asked the question, don't they know we're in the middle of a pandemic? I had an argument with a man on the bus for not wearing a face mask. He asked me if I was the police. There's nothing we can do if we're surrounded by stupid people. Oh, I agree with you. Actually, what you should have said is, yes, I am. Now get off the bus. You've got to tell these people they're stupids. Mind you, he actually could have been asthmatic. If you're asthmatic or you're a little child, you don't have to wear a face mask. But you'd think that they'd want to, wouldn't you? You'd think you'd want to. Well, there you go. Nice and cool at the moment. I'm not loving the pending heat. It is cool, actually, out there, isn't it? I noticed that earlier on. I was sort of standing out there, and I thought, oh, actually, it's actually quite nice. In fact, I was surprised when they said it was going to be the hottest day of the year. Because I'm trying to what I've got. Oh, hanging baskets today. Hopefully hanging baskets today. It's Thursday, the hot one. I think I'll stay in bed. I don't want to get out of bed. 31 degrees. Oh, it's going to be in the 90s. Oh, God. Yeah, get the pool out again. You know that Luke's got a pool. When I say he's got a pool, he bought it off one of those sort of going out of business toy shops, and it's a little blow-up thing. So there's a picture of him sitting there with his feet in it. I mean, I ask you. And he sent it to me, of him sitting there holding some liquid refreshment or something. What's that supposed to mean? He sent me the other day a picture of his breakfast. I'm beginning to think I'm in the middle of some strange pandemic relationship that I'm not really aware of. It's a case of, oh, look, this is what we had for breakfast today. And it was all the stuff that he's not supposed to eat. Seriously, I mean, there was just everything on the plate. It was small wonder he's the size he is. I mean, it was piled on the plate. I thought it looked like this kind of thing that you'd find in a workman's cafe. You know, I mean, it even had chips. Didn't you? Absolutely disgraceful. But it was the one of him sitting in the pool I couldn't quite get over. I mean, that was the oddest picture ever. It's like me sending a picture of me sitting in the bath. All right, so I did it twice. All right, don't make a big deal about it. Just one of those things I'd forgotten. Steve. Another one. Somebody's saying, I'm loving your show and I'm looking forward. I've just bought a ticket. Thank you. Thank you very much indeed. Steve, why not get a later appointment? Just call and ask them. No, I can't do that for that day because they have only so many appointments because I'm having a procedure. And so I think I'm going to do it. I'm hoping it's going to be 2 hours. I finish here at 7. I've got to be there at 9. I think we can do it. Yeah. The roads are still quiet at that time. And if I had the driver ad the other day, Speedy Gonzales, I might be home before I've even left here. I mean, we bombed it. I tell you, I've never been never been that fast in my entire life. Another one here, which says, I've just sent my text. I'm ready to be part of the afternoon groovy gang on Sunday the 16th. Yep, the groovy. I might have to wear my groovy gang T-shirt. You haven't got one, Luke. Don't worry. We had a special. We had a picture taken the other day of all of us with our groovy gang T-shirts on. No, because you're not in the groovy gang. That's why you weren't invited. I love the way he's so desperate with the groovy gang. But of course, entry is limited. And also you have to be nominated by somebody. They have to sort of go, oh, who's actually... No, he'll be blackballed, won't he? And you sort of get rid of him. They do that for golf clubs, don't they, I think? Or Masonic things. You know, people put balls in a bag, and then if there's one black ball in there, don't ask why, that means that they're not going to vote you into the club. The groovy gang could be Masonic. I'm not prepared to discuss it with you, but unless you know the secret sign... then, you're not going to be in the gang. You have to better stand on one leg and eat a digestive biscuit with no water. So it's like a bit like eating coconut matting, and, it's and trying to digest it afterwards. worse. Can't think of anything worse. That's like eating, what was that cereal I had once? Oh, God, it was dreadful. It was dreadful. My mother used to eat muesli, but it wasn't sort of like the muesli full of sugar. It was the muesli full of muesli. And, really, it was the worst thing I'd ever eaten in my entire life. What is it? 11 minutes to 5. 11 minutes to 5. Don't forget congestion charge, 15 quid. I know. I have to keep reminding you because some people might be going, I can't believe it. 15 quid. Because you might have so much taken out of your account. You might have set up an account. It might just be taking the £11.50. But unfortunately, it's £15. I mean, I personally think it's an outrage. You know, people have lost their jobs left, right and centre, might be struggling, and all the mayor can do is go, let's just bung it up to 15 quid, thinking they're all as rich as he is, even though he's taken a partial salary cut. But to be honest with you, it's still well in excess of £100,000 a year. Monica is back. My favourite Jewish cabbie. We recognise everybody on this programme. We don't discriminate against anybody at all. Actually, I did decide something the other day. What an odd thing to sort of do. But I worked out which is the programme on American television which is more racially, aware than any other programme I've ever seen. Ellen DeGeneres. She has more black guests on. She has more black people in the audience. She's aware of everything that's going on. It's just, I watched it yesterday and she had some actors on and things like that and sort of black kids and black family. And you think, God, that's a rarity in America, which is so racially divided. It's almost an embarrassment, isn't it? Anyway, I only mentioned that because I was so pleased with her. Because there's been some bad stuff coming out about the Ellen DeGeneres show, that behind the scenes, she's a bit of a pain. But then, I would think anybody who is that successful would have a reputation. You cannot be somebody who's, nicey, and the programme goes through. You've got to be an element of being a little bit tough, and that's why you have to do it. Steve, your producer, sounds a bit dopey. Come back, Corey and Thomas, says James. Listen, I don't think I'm putting up with it. Luckily, him in his swimming pool. I'll say seriously, it was just a tad worrying. The worst thing was that he was sort of so pleased that he actually took a picture of it, which is even more worrying. But then, and then what did I give him? I gave him something. Oh, I gave him some mushrooms a while ago, but they were all specialist mushrooms. It's a box of, designer mushrooms, and he had to show me what he'd done with them. Well, to be honest with you, I nearly called the police. There's no point. We don't need things like that. It's unnecessary at my time of life. I've seen most things, but I hadn't seen that done with mushrooms. And they were all. It's quite a nice box of mushrooms, though, wasn't it? Really, they were all really quite nice. I was quite impressed because I wouldn't have touched them. They look as though they've been harboured, sort of garnered in from a forest where sort of there are elves trotting around from tree to tree and goblins and people like that, and then Winnie the Pooh pops around there. Magic mushrooms, exactly, I know. That's when you leap out the window thinking you can fly and you suddenly realise you can't when you hit the ground at 200 miles an hour. He's only on the first floor, so it doesn't matter too much, actually. So poor old Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, she said it's a bit of a shock to the system to actually go out to work at this beautiful hour after 13 weeks. She's masquerading as a lorry driver now. We asked about you the other day. People were asking. They were going, we haven't heard from sort of Monica for a while. So now we know. Steve, your temperature conversion is not accurate at higher numbers. Who cares? Grow up, get over yourself. We don't care. Nobody's going to go out there and go, oh, look, I think I found it's a degree up or a degree down. Nobody cares. Goodness sake, honestly, why do people panic about things? Goodness, where does he come from? Oh, God help us, Bromley. That's all I need, isn't it? Somebody from the place I was born at. I mean, at least I was the one who was given the brain cell, obviously, when it was handed out at the local hospital. Who cares whether it's accurate? All right, it's going to be 95 degrees. It doesn't matter whether it's 94 or 96. Nobody cares. They can't even add up round here. They couldn't add up to 6 unless they took the clothes off. 84850, work that one out. That'll be one you'll have to think about, actually. James says, spam is lovely. Why don't your team understand what spam is? Because they're my team. OK, that's why. They're the ones. Listen, when it actually came to sort of designating the teams to the different programmes, I got the ones who came in a box of Christmas crackers. OK, so, all the people who get together in the newsroom and they go, OK, your chance first, you pull a cracker and you get Luke. And he sort of, hello, I'm your producer. Here's a picture of me in a paddling pool. This is my breakfast. These are my mushrooms. And then you pull it again and you get another cracker. Nothing on that one at all, nothing. Except Corey clinging onto the inside, hanging onto the snap. And then eventually we got sort of Thomas, which was a slightly bigger cracker, I have to tell you. But, you know, that's been disproved as well. So it makes no difference about the temperature. We really do not care. We really do not care at all about whether or not it's working. As a rail worker, Steve, it's so frustrating. We've been told we don't have the authority to refuse travel to anyone not wearing a mask. Only the BTP are allowed to do so. That's the British Transport Police. Do you know, it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. But the trouble is, there's so many mad people out there. If you say something to somebody, the chances are they'll round on you and go, what's going to do with you then? Are you the police? And you really want to produce a warrant card and go, yep, your worst nightmare, mate. You see them on the television, don't you? I saw a woman walking down the road yesterday. Where did I see her? Walking down the road. And she come from a cemetery, but she was holding this big bunch of flowers. And I thought, but she's walking away from the cemetery. And I thought, you don't suppose she's nicked them, do you? I've heard of people nicking flowers from cemeteries before. It just looked a bit odd. What does she look? I don't know. She just looked like a woman. Suspicious. I don't know. I can't tell if somebody he looks suspicious to me. So what's the point? He looks guilty, doesn't he? You know, he looks like the kind of kid, you know, when he sort of throws everything on the floor and his mother said, you just do that. And he went, no. Well, who did it? Well, no. Well, you did it, didn't you? I never did. You know, and that's what... You don't tell porcupines. No. Well, you're not. You're vegan. So you couldn't, could you? You'd have to tell, you know, vegan mushroom jokes or something. I don't know what you do with it. Do you want some grapes? Like grapes? White or red? Black? No, they're black. No, they're not red grapes. They're black. These are black... Hello, this is black... What's going on here? Am I facing the wrong way? These are black grapes. Wait a minute. Stay there, ladies and gentlemen. Stay there. Stay there. Don't go anywhere. Right. Here we go. Open up my lip. We're not making red wine, all right? We're not making it. Okay, there are red grapes. Okay. And here are black grapes. Oh, you've never seen black grapes before. These are called Victoria Seedless, mouth-wateringly sweet and bursting with an intense, erotic, exotic flavour and a hint of Lambrusca. So you're not having those. Black grapes. Do we have that on record? Black grapes. Is it funny? Yeah, unless you literally, you know, pull the cat out of the bag with them, you get this sort of, oh, I've never seen those before, Steve. No, they're red grapes. There's red wine. No, they're black grapes, OK? With a hint of Lambrusco. It's like talking to yourself sometimes, honestly. Small wonder I go home with a headache from this programme. Small wonder my hair's falling out. Ridiculous. Best wishes to you and your team, Steve. I can't wait to watch your virtual show. Me neither. Me neither. I mean, I'm definitely looking forward to it. What we're going to do, I've got no idea. In Hawaii, Steve, they serve spam burgers in McDonald's as part of their break menu. I think I seem to remember that they did a similar thing in Austria. It was like it was a ham burger as opposed to a beef burger. Steve, I've been diagnosed as diabetic recently. What would you suggest for breakfast? I cannot advise you on your diabetes. I'm not allowed to. Not allowed to. I mean, I'm used to eating lots of fruit and yoghurt. Well, that's out. Can't eat a load of fruit. Fruit's got fructose in it, and that's not particularly good for you. And yoghurt, not very good for you either, really, because it's full of sugar. So for breakfast, you know, you'll probably have to have something like Weetabix or something like that, which is not very exciting. Or you could have a low-fat spread on some toast, but you can't eat loads of fruit. Yeah, but if you've just recently been diagnosed as diabetic, your diabetic doctor, should have given you a list of things that you can have and things you can't have. I've got things that make me ill. The producer's one of them. And hear it all week. Steve, I agree. I prefer your show when Corey is in. Thanks. Bet you're feeling loved, aren't you? Not really. And Steve, stop talking about spam. I'm a vegetarian, but you're tempting me. The producer's vegan. I'm having to deal with that at the moment. It's things he can eat, things he can't eat. But it turns out he's his own worst enemy. Because he eats stuff that vegans don't eat. You know what he eats, Joe? Creme brulee. And what is that full of? Cream, milk, all the things. And he eats that. And he's a vegan. So I kind of gave up on him. And now he told me he's got ice cream in the freezer as well. His is not vegan ice cream. His is normal ice cream. Only on special occasion, yeah. The special occasion is every time I open the fridge door. There it is. Oh, look, it's calling to me. Luke, Luke, Luke. Oh, calling me. Chocolate ice cream, yeah, woo. Let's have chocolate ice cream with a wafer in it. Or a little chocolate flake thing, which would be quite nice. Listen, we've got to take a short break for the news. There's a reason for it. I don't know why. I can't remember what it is. Just to bring you up to date with everything that's going on. Because if you have just woken up, you're probably thinking, oh, Lord, it's Monday. What have I got to look forward to today? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The weather at the moment, it's chilly, but it will increase. And by Thursday, we're going to hit the 90s. Ugh. It's really ghastly, isn't it? Absolutely ghastly. I better get watering this morning, I think, when I get back home. But then I've got to pick up some more hanging baskets. Well, hopefully, it depends whether my friend John from Cooper's has managed to get baskets. That would be the ultimate for my programme. Nice to be company. It's Monday morning, traditionally the worst day of the week. It's the day that you go, oh, I've had a nice weekend. Now I've got to go back to work. Oh, do you think it's going to be busy on the trains? Yeah, I think it'll be busier on the trains and the buses this morning. And the underground, there's a lot of people who are going, I'm not paying 15 quid for the congestion charge. Imagine paying to go into the place that you work in, the capital, because they can't balance their books. And all of a sudden, you've got to pay 15 quid for the privilege of it. I mean, so that's 30, 60. I mean, it's 75 quid a week. That's £300 extra a month, isn't it? Something like that, 70%, 150 at £300. £300 a month, 3,600 a year. I mean, it's ridiculous. You can claim it back from somebody. I can't imagine why, actually. James says, Mr. Steve, 31 degree in Fahrenheit, double 31 and add 32. Nick Abbott's rule. Never question the Lord and Master of Maths, says James. Pete says, my lower leg is swollen. Is that diabetes? I don't know. I mean, it sounds like bad circulation, to be honest with you. I couldn't swear to it. I always think diabetes, the instant check is how many times you go to the toilet in the course of a night. You know, when you climb into bed, if you go to the toilet, 3 times, 4 times, there's a very good chance you're heading for diabetes, or you've got it already. That was always the thing. Or failing that, you sweat a lot. If you sweat a lot, even in the winter, that would be diabetes. And all you have to, it's dead easy. You just go to the doctor, and they will give you, just go in and say, I think I'm diabetic, can I get a check? And they just do a simple little blood test, a little prick on your finger, a little bit of blood on the thing, and they'll tell you straight away whether you're diabetic. It's instant. It's instant. Steve, I'm going to have a go at chocolate and ginger ice cream today. I'll let you know, says Tracy. Oh, that sounds quite nice, actually. Chocolate and ginger. I like ginger. My mother used to have, when we were in Hong Kong, she brought it back. And it's a jar. It's a Chinese jar, which I've still got. And inside was a plastic bag with with ginger in it. But it was in like a syrup. And so when you needed a bit, you'd take a bit out and you'd put it into things. You'd sort of chop it up. It was fresh ginger. But delicious. Not like the ginger you buy in the greengrocers, which looks like sort of some strange thing from another planet, which you have to sort of slice up. This was actually sort of, what I called wet. And then when she'd used it all up after God knows how many years, because it seems to last for years, I got the jar, which is quite nice, actually. I quite like it. Very good. Steve, you reminded me of the school dinners, cubes, spam and baked beans. It was a regular. James says, I'm looking forward to the online show. Me too. I'd love to know how many seats we've actually done on it. That'd be quite interesting. When I say seats, it's your seat. You are front row. Front row. Steve, in Hawaii, they're obsessed with Spam. It's about $3 a tin here. Comes in lots of different flavours. Teriyaki, hot and spicy, added bacon, etc. You can buy Spam aprons, flip-flops, pencil cases. Head-to-toast Spam. They even close down Waikiki once a year for the Spam festival called the Spam Jam. Liz says, I'm laughing at the vegan Spam bit. I know. I don't think he's vegan at all. I think he's just doing it because it's like jumping on a bandwagon. I think he likes that idea, I think I'll be vegan. Why? Because it makes me more interesting. Steve, today the London congestion charge goes up to 15 quid incentive from until 10 p.m, 7 days a week. TfL says it's a temporary measure, but I actually prefer to think of it as a trial and it will become permanent. I absolutely believe you're right, Raheem. I think you're absolutely right. I think they have no intention of reducing it back down again. You must be kidding. Oh, no, every little bit of money that they can squeeze out of the motorists, they will. So people will sort of retaliate and they won't take the cars in. But I bet you anything, I'll go home this morning and there will be cars streaming into London. Each one 15 quid. 15 quid, 15 quid. It's terrible. terrible, really. Somebody else used a bond bug for 13 years. Not for sorry, that's Tony at Westgate. My father had one, and it was... they were so noisy. They were seriously so noisy. I mean, if you've never seen one, just go onto the internet or YouTube and you will find out, actually, just how noisy the blooming things are. Tara says, as a family, the bloke and I and his 2 children, aged 16 and 11, are both Alan addicts. We'll be watching. I bought 2 tickets for 2 laptops to avoid overcrowding. Well, there you go, which is lovely. I like the idea that we can raise a lot of money through your help, because you're always the ones who sort of bail me out on these things, and I'm known for selling a lot of items if I sort of get behind it. So the tote bag, £6,680, I think it was. So over £80,000 raised on that, and on the virtual show. And the date again, I'll give you. You'd write it on the calendar. If you've got a calendar on the wall, it's going to be Sunday, the 16th of August at 3 p.m. It's not that far away. Seriously, it's not. I mean, what are we up to now? We're up to the 22nd of June. 8 weeks. 8 weeks yesterday. 8 weeks yesterday. Can I lose 2 stone, in 8 weeks? And can I grow hair? Or should I wear a hat? Oh, I don't know. It's so confusing, isn't it? Life is very confusing. But I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Will you be making fun of people in the front row? Always. Always. Steve, £300 a month gets you a mortgage in Newcastle. Actually, was it not the thing that was it Liverpool? Somebody bought a whole row of houses, £1. They were all condemned property. But it was worth it for a developer to take them and try and turn it into something else. But £300 a month gets you a mortgage. Wish it did in London. I've got friends of mine who are just starting off on mortgages, and I always try and sort of make it easy for them, and sort of to try and be positive by going, well, that's going to ruin your life, isn't it? Because you've got to cough this money up. And of course, over at Channel 4, where they appear to be having slight problems, and I only heard about it the other day, when they were saying that a lot of the staff, they're not paying at the time they should be paying. So if your mortgage payment goes out at a particular time, there is a problem, because I think their revenues are down phenomenally for television. And there you go. How many people are now living in Liverpool's £1 houses? And so they say here, they've got the record straight. The authority's flagship housing project in the Triangle area of Wavertree has been the focus of a popular Channel 4 series called The Pound House, Britain's Cheapest Street. So, they've said, well, it's only a 3-part series, and the council have moved to give an update on the current situation in the area. They explained that due to the time constraints of filming a TV documentary, the filmmakers could only follow a select number of families. As a result, the viewers left with the impression they're the only ones in the scheme, which is not the case. Equally, the television company started filming more than 2 years ago, so some of the footage broadcast was out of date and does not reflect the current situation. So what is the current situation? It says here, 26 families have moved into the Webster Triangle under the £1 house scheme. Work is underway on a further 24 houses. Isn't that brilliant? I think that's brilliant. Homes for £1. And then they've got various questions on the internet, how long you might have to wait for £1. Trouble is that the commute is a nightmare. Can you imagine having that commute every day, if you worked in London? Mind you, I did know somebody years and years ago who was a taxi driver in London but lived in Scotland. So what he would do, he would drive down at the beginning of the week, work the streets, which, of course, you might as well in the wind, as they say, because it's a bit thin out there. And then at the end of the week on the Friday, he would drive back up to Scotland again. It was actually worth his while coming down. Not at the moment. I mean, I think everybody's suffering. The amount of drivers that I speak to who say we can't really afford to do it anymore. And all the people who've become unemployed through companies closing down, what do they go? I think I'll be a minicab driver. Thus making the problem even worse, I'm afraid. Steve, is London the only city to have a congestion charge? No. I think there are other cities that have a congestion charge. Can't remember which ones they are, actually. York, we think York might have one. We'll have a little chat. I couldn't remember, actually, how many other cities had introduced a congestion charge. Here we go. Fuse at the application. London, Stockholm, Singapore, Milan. Durham's got it, which is interesting. So there you go. Which UK cities have congestion charges? So, Durham. That's it. Durham. What do we know about Durham? Nothing. Pink Panther lived there. Durham. So only 2 places. And London. Oh, that pain, isn't it, really? That is awful, isn't it? Do they work? Well, they certainly generate, don't they? Mind you, everything generates. If you're a motorist, you are generating income for just about anybody who wants to, especially with the yellow boxes, the cycle lanes, the bus lanes, the coach with one wheel lanes, all these different lanes, but we're not allowed to go in them because we're peasants, because we need to be taught a lesson. And they will tell you, which is awful. Steve, I'm currently lying in hospital. You're keeping me going through the pain following surgery for a dog bite. Oh, my God, fathers. Do you know, I didn't dream about it, but they were talking the other day about it was a police programme where the police dog had gone into the house and it had bitten somebody. And that I don't know if you've ever been bitten by a dog before. You don't want to be. I bent down to touch one years ago when I was about 14 and it bit my ear. I had to go to hospital and get a jab. Because I don't know why it bit my ear. I don't know. It was a dog that lived next door in the house, a big hall in this little village we lived in. And it bit my ear and I had to go to hospital and have an injection. I was a brave little soldier, though. I had the injection. But, I mean, these police dogs, that's what they always say. Police officer with police dog, show yourself, because if they send the dog in, it'll go straight for you. You've seen them when they train them on the arm. I think they have to put all that padding round there. Oh, dear me. Far too dangerous. So you're in pain following surgery. Good. I mean, not good that you're in pain following surgery. Good that you're actually in hospital getting it sorted out. Because that would be an absolute nightmare. She says, what would we all do without your fantastic show? Well, you wouldn't be in pain, Vanessa. That'll be a fact. Steve, they'll make less money if I don't drive in because a season ticket doesn't cost £300 a month as far as I'm aware, says Scott. I just think it's absolutely outrageous. I mean, we just really get treated badly, don't we? It's like, the one thing that really annoys me is if I'm coming in on a Sunday and the mayor has organised another one of these, let's all go cycling day, and there they all are, the ill-fitting bodies looking like Michelin Man in Lycra. It's not an attractive sight. Huge, fat-bottomed girls, to quote a Queen song, and all the other people, and it just, all this is closed off. Well, how am I, it's closed off. It's for cycles. Oh, right. Do cycles contribute to the state of the roads? No, but they're cycles, and the mayor wants us to be healthy. How lovely. Nothing worse than being preached at. Nothing worse than being preached at. We know if we're unfit. And it's such an inconvenience. And they go, there's a demonstration, you can't drive into London. Well, why did you allow them to do a demonstration? Well, we thought we had to. Who actually picks up the thing for barricading all the statues? We do. We pay for it. We pay for it. Drives me mad, I tell you. Small wonder we're in a bad mood by the time we get to Friday. Actually, it better be a good week. No, it won't be. I can tell it's going to be a terrible week. Because it's going to be so hot on Thursday. I'm really going to it's going to be the end of my time. I'm going to sit here profusely looking, damp. And I don't like looking damp. It's not. James says, at least you're cheering me up before my visit to the Burns unit again. Oh, don't talk to me about Burns unit. I spent the best part of 6 months going to the Burns unit every week. It got so desperate. I mean, I just used to go in there and take all my clothes off because it was a lot easier to sort of, because they used to say, can you take your shirt off? Can you take your trousers off? I was thinking, here we go. And so it just became par for the course. You spend ages doing it. You kind of lose all sense of reality if they're treating your burns. But they do a fantastic job down there. Westminster and Chelsea Hospital are brilliant. Brilliant. Fantastic burns unit. Very good. Steve, I bought 2 tickets. Oh, that's right. Prosecco and English strawberries are going to be going here, says Tara. And what a bargain for a great cause for entertainment. I think it's a good bargain. I'm glad you thought it was a good bargain. Because when they said we're going to do this reality show, and I said, how much are the tickets going to be? Because I don't want to think that we'd be charging the same as the show. They said a tenner. I think Corey had said that. And he said, yeah, it's going to be a tenner. And I thought, well, a tenner's good. Most people, not everybody, most people can afford a tenner. Going to charities, you get the show, which is unique to you, because you get front row seats, and you've donated to a fantastic cause. I mean, well done you lot, well done you lot. Mark says, will you be dusting off the sparkly jacket? I have quite a few sparkly jackets, actually. I've probably got about 8 or 10. I don't know, actually. I don't know which one's going to look good under the lights. I'll have to think about it. I don't think so, no. I do have colour-coded jackets that go with the background, but what it really comes down to is I might wear green. I haven't worn green for ages, I don't think. I tend to pick sort of either red or black or blue. Will I wear a tie? No. No. When was the last time? Funeral. And even then I've managed to escape from funeral ties. No, not really. I used to wear a tie at school, obviously, and then when I went to work, I used to wear a tie. But luckily, being on radio, you don't. I mean, some people wear a tie on radio. I've heard of some people that sort of dress up, you know. But I'm not a dressy up sort of person. I didn't dress up. No, I can't remember what I wore when I was here. I was just sort of casual. It was smart cash. Nobody sort of bothered about, you know, what you were wearing. I mean, it doesn't. To be honest with you, as a radio presenter, it doesn't make any difference at all what you're wearing. It's what you talk about. And whether or not, as I keep reminding people, they say, oh, what is the secret to sort of being, you know, a longevity radio presenter? And I go, audience figures. It's as simple as that. Simple as that. No point in having somebody who doesn't pull the audience. That's what it comes down to. It's got to be something that works on all sorts of different levels. And if it works like that, then I hope you have as long a career as I've had. Steve says, Jane, when I was in the police, we used to call our police dogs land sharks. Land sharks. Lord. I've always wanted... My father used to have Alsatians ages and ages ago. And we had loads of pictures as well of Alsatian dogs, which, of course, was very, very appropriate. Steve, we think London is one of the only cities to have congestion. We discovered Durham was the other one as well, which we thought was hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. Front page of The Sun. You can beat your coronaphobia with the help of Paul McKenna. It's younger by the year, does Paul McKenna. Seriously, I mean, it doesn't seem to age at all. I don't know how it works. Also, what was this one here? It's who's the poor unfortunate in their underwear today? Oh, it's model Namina Peters-Mekic. Oh, that's lovely. She shows off her supportive side in a photo shoot. Her footballer husband prepares for a busy evening. He's a Burnley defender. Riveting. Anybody ever heard of Burnley before? Playing football. Can you believe it? Hilarious. Former security chief says Khairi Sadala should have been kicked out of the UK after leaving jail. I don't understand how somebody can literally come out of jail. The judge claims that there is obviously some sort of mental issues here, and then they were aware. You know, MI5 had him on their radar. Obviously not close enough, I would have thought. Also, the Reading attack is just the latest in a string of atrocities by freed prisoners. Perhaps they need to check it a bit more carefully, a little bit more carefully. Cash machine use has been dwindling as the nation turns contactless during lockdown. Well, I have to be honest, I am using more touch on the phone than I am actually going to the cash point. I do take money out of the cash point, but not as much because everywhere you go now, it tends to be touch swiping or put it, that kind of thing here. Glasgow Central. Sorry, in the City of London, it fell 91%. 91% people. I love using the cash point. We used to call it the diddly dip machine because you put your card and you go dee like that. Diddly dip machine. And I was always amazed because up until that point, you had to go into the bank, write out cash, and then put £40. That's what I used to take out. And then you sign it, and then you give them your cheque guarantee card, and they'd look at it, and they look at the signature. I'm thinking, oh, come on. It was like when I bought a knife the other day. I could see the assistant looking at me, like trying to work out, because I had a baseball cap on and dark glasses, trying to work out if I was a child who was going to buy a knife for some reason, or if I was an adult who was going to cut vegetables. Of course, he was wrong on both occasions. I just like a knife at slicing rolls in half, because all the vegetables I buy are already pre-done. I don't need to worry about things like, mushrooms and everything else. It's already pre-done for me. In fact, I had mushrooms yesterday. I had a very nice chicken Penang. I don't know where it's from, actually. Well, Marks and Spencer's. And the sauce is delicious, and you get sort of some vegetables in there, and I added peas, which is very exciting. I'm quite a culinary expert when it comes to adding things, so and then I stuck in some mushrooms. Then I got really carried away and put some egg fried rice over the top of it. Before I knew where I was, I had a complete plate size of this, but I didn't put any cream in it because, I couldn't even stir the thing. It was the saucepan was big, but it was full right up to the top. But I did think about cream because they showed it. James Martin showed it on his programme. He said, and you put some creme fraiche in. I'm going, I know what that's like. Because cream is brilliant for putting into curries, for putting into you could even put it into spaghetti. You can put cream in anything, and it really changes the taste of it. I didn't realise what a godsend it is. So on the odd occasions that I do cook something, cream is my preferred added ingredient. Or if I want to make a curry, I buy this curry powder stuff from Iceland, and you just put a few spoonfuls in, stir it round, it thickens up, turns into a curry. How cool is that? I tell you, I'm rivaling, Mary Berry and everybody else on the television. I'm not quite up to Prue standards, but I'm getting there, slowly but surely. Nice picture of Charles, Charles being cuddled by his son because it was Father's Day. And I love it when they all go out wearing flat caps and everything else, like, we're like in the country. And then if Charles goes up to Scotland, he has to wear a kilt all of a sudden, where he is the Prince of Wales. I mean, how many times he goes to Wales? You can probably count on one hand. And it's not a bad life, and all the kids were romping around in the grass. And, the sort of thing you did when you were little. Lisa puts, what has Durham got? Durham Cathedral, only one of the finest examples of Norman architecture in the world. It's a World Heritage Site. Durham's got a Norman castle too. I know you love history. If you go to Durham Cathedral, you'll find Britain's first historian buried there, the Venerable Bede, as well as St Cuthbert. You'd find it fascinating. Oh, sorry, is it finished? No, actually, I'm into my history. What did they show the other day? Oh, they were showing... Oh, there we go. Look, Durham Cathedral. The church is changing. Oh, it's illuminated. Very nice. Oh, look at that. Honestly, I could live there. I could live in a... Oh, look, there's sort of little people sitting in a window and hear a chorus. They've obviously got a choral school there, haven't they? I was in the choir in my little church. It's quite sweet, isn't it? It's got the medieval city huddled below and the river sweeping around. The profile of the World Heritage Site is instantly recognisable to travellers on the East Coast Railway line. Oh, lovely. Oh, boring. Oh, look, here we are on the East Coast Railway line. Where are we going? We're going round Durham Cathedral. The Venerable Bede is buried there. I quite like it, though. I think the trouble is, we're actually quite a religious country. We've got more churches. Not as many as Vienna. Vienna, every corner, there's another blooming church. Seriously, I just wander in and out of them in Vienna and light candles. I've got this thing. I'm not Catholic. I just like lighting candles. So, it's quite exciting. You go in there, and there's always sort of a nice bit, and then to the left-hand side, they've got... You can do it, I think, in St Paul's Cathedral, but they're a bit more expensive. I won't spend the money. I'm sorry. So I take my own night lights in, which is much more fun. And no one's going, where did they get those from? Oh, they were out there. I just found them there, so I thought I'd pay for them. I forget how much they are. I think it's like £1 or something. But it's good because you get salvation. And God knows I needed salvation at that particular time. There's something nice about churches. There's a smell, isn't there? Mainly damp and mustiness. But we used to have hassocks, which were... You know what a hassock is? No, that's a cassock. Cassock and surplice. So the cassock is the thing underneath, and then the white bit over the top is the surplice. The hassock is the thing, when you're sitting in the pew, it's hanging in front of it. It's like a cushion. So when they go down on your knees... You go down on your knees and you put your hassock on the floor and then you kneel on that. I used to go to sleep. The thing called go round your neck. The vicar thing. The dog collar. Yes, the little black band with the white... Yes, the professional name is a dog collar, I think. I don't know what it is you're thinking of. I mean, yes, that's a dog collar, yes. That's the professional name for it. Obviously not been in a church for some time, have you, really? When was the last time you were in church? Were you in the choir as a child, Luke? Oh, well, you're useless. You go to Midnight Mass. You not see that programme on the telly years ago? And it focused on one little church, and there was a lady there, and she was obviously very grumpy. And she hated the people like you who only went to church on Christmas Eve for the Midnight Mass, because you got to sing all the carols, because you don't do them the rest of the time. And she said, I go to church every week. And she said, then you get these people coming and they take up all the best pews. She was quite upset about the whole thing. I thought it was hilarious because when I was a little chorister, when I was little, and your voice hadn't broken, as indeed had not many other things, and we used to sing in the choir. But you go through it in your mind. You could sing everything from the Te Deum to everything, and you didn't even need to look at the hymns. You didn't need to read the words. It was everybody else who used to have to read the words because they didn't go to church very often. But because we sung every week, we knew all the words to it. And it's funny, all these years later, now I'm in my late 40s, shut it, I still remember all the words to all the hymns and all the carols. It's funny, isn't it? The things that you remember in life. And you ask me somebody's telephone number, I'm hopeless. Or what car I had, back in the night. I can't remember. I've had all sorts of strange cars over the years, to be honest with you. But never mind, it doesn't matter, does it, really? Steve, I'm 83 years of age, and I'm a techie idiot. I managed to book the tote bag. I'm not sure what I'd do at 3 p.m. on the 16th of August. Help the aged. Oh, it's so simple. So simple. Listen, if you have a phone or a tablet or a computer, most people have. 83 is not a barrier. I promise you, it's easy. They will tell you all about doing it, how you do it. It's easy. Really, really easy. I have to say that because I'm hopeless at those sort of things. But no, it is easy. Heavy company, welcome to Monday. Hurrah! Steve, as a choir boy at Thaden Boys, we wore cassocks, surplices, and round our neck was a ruff. There has to be a joke in there. Actually, I quite liked being a chorister. It was something like what we wanted to do in our little church, because I was at school at the time, was you wanted to be the one to carry the cross at the front. And there was one thing that went round your neck like a ribbon, but there was a purple ribbon, which meant you were like head chorister, and that was the bit because you had to come out of the vestry singing. I mean, to be honest with you, it sounds ludicrous when you think about it. But they go 1, 2, 3, and you could barely hear the organ, down the bottom of the church, and then you'd walk down, we plough the fields and scatter, and you'd play. I hope everybody's keeping up with me. I don't want to reach the altar a little bit too quickly, and then you would have the cross, which was like sort of a long pole with this metal cross at the top of it. And you'd have to put it in a stance. Everybody had to do the same thing. We had the choristers' stalls, and you get to the altar, and then you have to bow to the altar, and then either turn to the left or the right. I never knew which way I was going. Seriously, I just used to go where there was a space. And, because there was that dreadful story, wasn't there, of poor old Steve Allen who couldn't hold his bladder in that time in the church. That was because if you're stuck up there as a little person and you need to go to toilet, you need to go to toilet. And I needed to go to toilet. And you've got all the old men behind you. Then you've got us youngsters down the front. And then there's a few sort of mixed ages people. Well, I thought we were fairly good, actually. But unfortunately, the weeing bit wasn't one of my favourite days. Where I don't know why I'd not been to toilet. They always used to say to you, you've been to toilet before you go up there. Because you can be up there for like an hour and a half, which is a long time when you're little. And I needed to go. I needed to go so badly. Oh, gosh, I can remember thinking, I'm going to explode. So you rush through the hymns as fast as possible. Everybody else is going, what's he doing? And I whispered to the boy next to me, who whispered to the man behind me, Stephen needs to go to the toilet. And so they had to think about this. They weren't too sure what to do, actually. I don't think anybody in the middle of a service had ever sort of done anything. So the man from behind came round, had to bow to the altar, and then came to lead me off. By this time, it was too late. And so as we walked down the steps, in my position was a little puddle. That was my little puddle. And we get all the way to the end. He said, you know where the toilet is, Stephen? I said, I've been. And he said, where? I said, up there. Pointing and gesticulating to the altar. He must have thought all his days had happened at the same time. I felt a lot better after I'd been, though. And then I thought, shall I go back? And I thought, no, you can't go back now. You have to sort of just change and sit in the vestry. Covered in wee. It was awful. Terrible. But that's the way it goes, isn't it? Steve, after 2 swipes on my contactless, my NatWest debit card didn't approve my transaction. Then I tapped the pin in for approval, not too comfy with contactless. It's happened to me a load of times. And what it does is, if you've done it a few times, it likes to check that it's you. So they make you, as opposed to, because somebody could have just pinched the card and put it on the machine, in which case you don't need to put any sort of numbers in or anything like that. And so I think it's done as a security measure. Because I've had it, because you feel awful, don't you? Because you suddenly think, I have got money. I promise you I've got money in there. And they look at you like, yeah, right. I feel awful guilty. It's like in Waitrose, the bread doesn't come with a barcode. It comes with you just pick up a baguette. And then you have to go there, and on the machine it goes, what type of item are you trying to search for? So you go onto the bread thing, well, I don't know what size it is. I can't tell the difference, seriously, between something 5 inches or something 8 inches. I'm absolutely hopeless. And so I always get it wrong. And they come over and go, you've got poppy seeds on it. Have I really? And I can't wait to get out, actually. I'm not very good in I like whizzing round supermarkets. In fact, I'm much better at whizzing round than I am at sort of doing the checkout kind of bit. But I always have a nice little chat to the people on the checkout, not too often. Phil Vickery says, I love Spam. See, I knew he would. I knew he'd love Spam. Spam fritters, though. My mother used to make the most... Sorry? You're going to get some Spam. I think you'll like it. I mean, if you have chips or mashed potato, you can have it with. Or let me go. What's the matter with mashed potato? A bit soft. Of course, mashed potato's soft. it's the texture of meat. It's the texture of, but not really spongy. I don't know. It's just meat. What can I tell you? I mean, it's just meat. It's sort of, I don't know. It's just meat. I don't know what, it doesn't have a texture. Well, I suppose it must do. I don't know. What sort of, I'm trying to convince them, Phil, to try Spam, and they're turning their nose up at it. They're such snobs. Honestly, can you dip it in mayonnaise? If you want to, yes. Of course you can. You just cut a piece off, and then you dip it into some mayonnaise, like real mayonnaise or pickle it goes well with. It goes well with all sorts of things. It's really nice. I don't know why I'm having to sell it to you. I don't even own the company. I feel I should own the company and they go, please buy my Spam. Please buy my Spam. It's nice. Listen, Phil Vickery likes it. Perhaps they should do Spam fritters. Oh, Eamon Holmes would love Spam fritters. I bet every kid used to have them. My mother used to make a very light batter, so it was never sort of dense or something like that. It was light, and it was delicious. Absolutely delicious. But you can have it, just take it out the tin, slice it, put it on the plate. You don't have to, or you could fry it. Just get a frying pan out, put up the heat, pop it in there, and just fry it off on both sides. You could do that. Look at me offering recipes. It's ridiculous, isn't it? As I say, I feel a little bit like Mary Berry, but I'm not. Josh says the priest at my school used to make his dog collar by cutting up fairy liquid bottles. He wasn't a Blue Peter presenter, was he, by any chance? We used to like that, the dog collars. Steve, better off using Apple Pay on your phone than contactless. It has no spend limit in the amount of transactions you can make. I'm quite happy, actually, with the way it's going. I don't like changing things around. I mean, I'm very much the creature of habit. And so, you know, friends of mine would say, oh, you need to bring yourself up to date, Steve, and do this and that, and I can't do it. So I don't even have Netflix. I don't have Netflix. I mean, I just watch DVDs or I watch the television. I've got loads of Freeview channels. Phil Vickery says they haven't lived. They so haven't. They so haven't lived. I mean, unfortunately, Luke can't have it because he's vegan. So, of course, that's the excuse of the day, you know. Put it this way, if you covered it with double cream, he'd be eating it, I'm telling you. He'd love it. Put it in a creme brulee. Somebody says tinned meat should be banned. You see? It's such heathens out there. Terrible. Steve, you kept me going through this lockdown, as I have two sons with learning difficulties, and I have no support or seen anybody for 13 weeks. Wow. That's bad. That's bad. I was watching a documentary last night about Scylla, and I wondered, did you ever interview her? I went for dinner with her. We all went out for dinner. Me, Dale, Scylla, Robert, her oldest son. We went to the Caprice on the night she quit television. That was the night she made her announcement. It was a live programme. Very dangerous when Scylla's about. And she said, this is going to be my last show, blah, blah, blah. And, of course, nobody knew. So when we went for dinner, we were all asking the same question. Who knew? She said the only person who knew was Robert, who knew that she was going to do. I thought she was great. I thought the documentary was very good last night about Scylla. When you think she was big. She was the story was she was the hat check girl. And she was friends with the Beatles. She was the only female artist that Brian Epstein took on his agency. His parents owned a music shop. And so he took on the Beatles and loads of, I think, Jerry from Jerry and the Pacemakers and loads of other groups at the time. And Scylla was the only female artist, and she was big. I mean, she was very, very big. Willie's farewell. This is Willie Thorne's funeral. Will be held next week in the Spanish city. And his pals have arranged a church service, followed by a celebration of his life at an Alicante bar. He was only 66. He rented a flat there. He didn't have any money. And so they've had I think one of those GoFundMe kind of thing. So it's a very difficult time for anybody. Listen, if you lose anybody, you know, I get people writing into me saying, oh, I lost my husband, I lost my wife, I lost, so-and-so. And you think, well, thank goodness for speech radio. Seriously, thank goodness for speech radio, because it's a bit more personal, isn't it? A bit more personal. Phil Vickett back again. Obviously, he's obviously not working at all. What are you doing? Cleaning the car or something? He said it was a Sunday night treat when we were kids for Spam. Yeah, I mean, I know it was supposed to be cheap, but we didn't know anything like that. When we were kids, we didn't know what things cost. I just knew that my mother cooked. We didn't have a takeaway. We'd never had a takeaway at all, because they didn't have takeaways in those days. Just people cooked. So people cooked, my mother did stews. She did everything in a pressure cooker. Or she would do, pancakes. She'd make everything. She would make everything. There was nothing she didn't make. She was one of those, that army of women in the country, many of you listening at the moment, who can cook and probably can't understand why everybody relies on takeaways nowadays. Much easier, much cheaper to cook yourself. Mind you, I'm living proof I can't cook. People always sort of say, bad news. We've got a Matt Goss story. I haven't had a Matt Goss story for ages. Apparently, he's been a Las Vegas headliner for the past decade. No, he hasn't. That finished ages ago. He was at Caesar's Palace. They got rid of him. But he wants to move back here. There's obviously no work out in Vegas. He was mocked when he and his brother Luke made their documentary When the Screaming Stops. He wasn't mocked at all. He just came over as very rude and vulgar. But of course, I've got first-hand experience of that. He says, I do want to come home. I've never been so sure of it. I want to keep my show here and maybe do a month on, month off. He only does a few days, I think. Can you find out what Matt Goss's work schedule is at the moment? He says, I miss London. It's heavy, but the reality is I'm in pain at how much I miss my country. There's obviously not very much work at all out there. He says, when you were away from London and the UK, you miss jumping into a black cab and going, can you just take me past Buckingham Palace, please? I want to walk through St James's Park, put my brogues on, feed the birds, all on a bench, and be an eccentric Londoner. You don't need to come back here, dear, to be eccentric. I promise you. But it makes no difference. But, I mean, obviously there's not enough work in America, and so he thinks there's going to be work over as what? He was always the most miserable one out of the two boys. Luke was the one who, was sort of happy-go-lucky and went on with it, whereas Matt took himself way too seriously. It's ridiculous. So here we go. He's taken Las Vegas by someone who's critically aimed at Caesar's Palace. There you go. There are no Matt Goss dates. There you go. And that's it. They say here they had they set up a string of sellout iconic Wembley Arena for 15 consecutive nights. When was that? His debut album went 7 times platinum and remained on the UK charts for 84 weeks. Really? What, Matt Goss? Are we talking about the same person? What year was this? Ridiculous. And also 15 nights at Wembley. If you remember, they launched all these. This must have been ages and ages ago because they launched all these shows. Most of them were cancelled. They didn't exist at all, and they then tried to sort of get back into it again. The trouble is, Matt Goss is living in the past. He hasn't moved up to date. And, that's what he needs. That's what he needs to do to bring himself. He should have asked me for advice. I could have given advice. I know about all these things. No good trying to come back from the 70s or anything, or wherever else it was he came from. Somebody else saying, I'm a 70s baby. Good Lord, your writing is perfect. It really is. It's amazing. And says, I love Spam grilled with brown sauce with tomatoes and a fried crispy egg and 2 slices of bread. You'll love it. Spam big breakfast sandwich, says Abigail. Ooh, tempted me on that one. Steve, at secondary school, we get a Spam burger at break. Fried Spam, fried onions on a burger bun. So good. I agree with you. Dreary Colin Campbell has reared her ugly head again. You can always tell when she appears in the paper she's got a boring book to flog. And this one is about Harry in the royal family. She claims she has inside knowledge. I suspect she probably lives in a strange world. But she's discovered that Tom Cruise is looking for houses over here, and so she's offered him the chance to stay at her place. Tom, if you're listening, avoid her like the plague. OK, I mean avoid like the plague. You don't want to get involved with her at all. She'll be selling you left, right and centre down the river, so nowhere near. But I'm sure that your advisors would do the same, and they would advise you the same way. Gary Rhodes' son paid an emotional tribute to his amazing dad on his first Father's Day without him. This is George, speaking months after the chef died of a brain bleed. He says, never take your time with them for granted. Absolutely. Never a truer word was spoken. It is always a case of, people, you go, that's mum and dad. You have to appreciate them while they're there, because at some point they won't be there. And that's when you'll start missing them. But Gary suffered a fall in Dubai, died later from a subdural, I think it's called hematoma. He was only 59, but his wife Jenny was with him by his side. But the boys were celebrating Father's Day the other day, saying, we'll never forget you. Because that's exactly how it should be. I hope Pat's listening this morning, and she's got another interest in her life. I hear you've got another interest, Pat. And could do with a baby, maybe? A little baby. That's all I shall say. And in Wyoming, there's a bear crossing the road. It's a very normal thing to do. She's so famous, this bear. Her name's Grizzly399. She's one of the oldest grizzlies at 24 outside of a zoo. She lives in Grand Teton National Park and has 22 cubs and grand cubs. Fair play to her. And they were crossing the road. There's something cute about bears, but you don't want to argue with them, I tell you. Blimey. Definitely not. Picnics have gone global now. You see, all the things... If I was having a picnic, it would have simple things like sausage rolls, egg sandwiches... Probably those picnic eggs, which have got mashed egg up in the middle, or you can get them with all sorts of different things in now. I had one the other day with coronation chicken in it. That was quite nice. And then you have pork pies, then you have ginger beer, and you have some biscuits and everything else. No, apparently now picnics have gone global. Sorry. Sounds so disgusting. Hummus and falafel. I don't think I've ever had either. A study of 2,000 adults found tapas-style foods like olives and flatbreads are also popular. I know, those council estates in Wigan, you can't move for flatbreads and falafel, can you? Mum? Yes, Kylie? Can we have falafel? Yeah, of course you can. I mean, seriously, where do they get it from? There was also a rise in veggie sausage rolls, for veggies, and items like falafel for those on a meat-free diet. Have you had falafel? No, you have falafel? You like it? With hummus. Oh, right, have it together. How lovely. Spanish tortillas and sushi were popular, as were bagels, pita bread, and focaccia. That's lovely, isn't it? We used to play ball games as well on the beach. It was lovely. But despite the global look, it's roughly, the same. You still get crisps in your picnic hamper, and people like a cold item, such as Scotch eggs and meats. Also, people have... homemade snacks, including preparing sausage rolls and baking a quiche. I mean, seriously, who takes a quiche on a picnic? What are these people? Food historian and TV presenter so-and-so says, though variety has been a defining characteristic of the picnic for more than a century, the influence of different cultures and foreign foods on our taste is more obvious than ever on the picnic blanket today. What a load of pretentious rubbish. Oh, look, foreign people. What food have they got, I wonder, in their picnic hamper? Let's go and find out. But sandwiches are still the hot favourite. Still the hot favourite sandwich. I do like sandwiches. No, not egg and cress, no. I think egg and cress is the most boring. Coronation chicken's nice, but it's just littered with calories. But coronation chicken's nice. I do actually like that. Cheese and onion? No. What sort of cheese and onion? What do you mean? Sliced onion or something? Oh, right, no, don't do cheese and onion either, no. I might do... Sorry? Cheese and pickle, yeah, that's actually quite nice. Cheese ploughman, so that's okay, it's a little bit basic. Who? Spam. Yes, spam, definitely. Spam and pickles, spam without pickles, spam and piccalilli, spam and bread and butter and sliced... Oh, yeah, definitely, because it doesn't move around a lot. Whereas, unfortunately, I tend to find, with a sandwich like coronation chicken, it's a bit messy. If you can manage to get it out of the box that they've put it into, it's a miracle in itself. And then to try and put a bit of it in your mouth without half of it running down inside your shirt. You need to wear a bib because it runs it, and then you have to undo the shirt. It's very embarrassing on the bus. You have to undo your shirt and you have to find a handkerchief. Then it turns out you haven't got a handkerchief. So you basically wipe your coronation chicken littered stuff all over your stomach on your shirt. And then you think, I hope nobody notices. But of course they do. People say to me, got coronation chicken on your shirt? And I go, yes, I know I have, because I've just eaten it and it fell in. So it's much easier to eat other things. I think chicken's quite good. A piece of chicken legs. I feel... Cucumber sandwiches. I have had cucumber sandwiches. You thought we were being clever, didn't you? I went to Barbara Cartland's house and she made... Well, she didn't make them. Obviously, her cook made them. We had little cucumber sandwiches. Peanut butter and cucumber. My God, you're living that dream, aren't you? I tell you, really. Where'd you come from originally? I can't remember where it is. Chertsey, yes. That's what they're all eating in the best dressed houses in Chertsey, in between putting up the Christmas lights over our bush in the garden and having sort of a waving Father Christmas from the roof as he's about to descend down your chimney. I didn't know you lived in Chertsey. Oh, you were born there? Oh, right, where? Oh, St. Peter's. What's that, a church? Or something. You were born in... Did your mother take you there and leave you on the steps of the church going, please look after my son? Oh, that was nice. I think that's a very touching story. Boring, but touching. And, Steve, only just tuned in this morning. How many tickets have you sold for the show in August? Says Tony. I don't know. I can't tell you this. I can't tell you because on Friday the whole system went a bit sort of pear-shaped. And we did it over the weekend. I've got no idea. I mean, it takes them long enough to find out. I thought it would have been instant in this day and age. Yes, hopefully there'll be an update later, so we should know tomorrow, which will be nice. Steve, please tell Peter, the Ultimate Spikers group, I shall make him a sausage sandwich as he's craving one and has no sausage, says Angie. Oh dear, what a shame. I used to love a sausage sandwich with a bit of brown sauce on it. That was quite... Yeah, the Spikers chat through my show. I know, it's the most peculiar radio programme. I mean, seriously, I might go home and listen to this one day. If it cheers you up on a miserable, they're charging you 15 quid to drive into London kind of a day, I don't know why we have to put it. Every other city seems to manage it, just that we can't manage it, can we? And, you know, we've still got... Actually, the good news is that ever since this coronavirus, no rickshaws. Fantastic, I tell you, I'm applauding that one. Thieving people, honestly, the ones who don't pay any tax, rip people off, tourists and everybody, disgusting. Driving through London, wrong way up one-way streets, and the mayor's going, it's very difficult to get rid of them. Well, find a way, mate, find a way. Steve, try falafel. It's fried chickpea ball. Eat with hummus in pita bread. Oh, no, it sounds horrible. Not my sort of thing at all. Steve, says Mark, I've seen a family unpack a full Indian takeaway for a picnic. Well, that sounds delicious. That sounds a whole... Oh, how wonderful. Samosas. I could eat samosas. I could eat samosas now. They always say there's certain things that you can't eat for breakfast. Steve, Marks and Spencer's salmon and cucumber or roast beef and horseradish. Yes. And one here says, I just want to say I love the relationship, says Angie, that you all have. There is no relationship, Angie. Okay, I'm just telling you that now. It's just basically to put them in their place. There is, they might think it. It's like, oh, we're all Steve's friend. Absolutely not. I avoid any of their phone calls. I don't talk to them. We come in and we talk. It's purely business. It's a working relationship. But that's it. Outside, the moment it finishes at 7, I like go, all right, mate, see you tomorrow. And then I'm out the door, seriously, picking up my glitter shirt on the way through. And, and they're going, oh... It's nice working with Steve, isn't it? Not really. He doesn't treat us very well, And you just have to treat them properly, What is it? Treat them mean, keep them keen. Yeah, unfortunately, it doesn't work with them because it's a bit difficult to treat them with anything at all. So, but no, we have a working relationship, but we're not friends. God, no. I pick my friends very carefully. I've had the same friends for years and years. I'm not about to add to it, thank you very much indeed, with a vegan and another one, who I think definitely isn't vegan. Definitely isn't vegan, judging by the size of him. You've got to be a meat eater. Look at slim little Luke today. He actually goes on diets. He goes on fasting diets where you did once. What year was that? Yeah, it doesn't work out. I tried doing that. It just made me very irritable. More irritable than normal. But Luke sort of goes, oh, would you like this, Luke? You go, no, I'm on a fast. I'm on a fasting diet. The most boring person in the planet. And he thinks to have your company. Ray says, you love your boys, Steve. Well, I know, but you can't tell them. You don't want to tell them this. It ruins it completely because then they get big-headed, then they start demanding, and once we've gone down that sort of route, you're on a hiding to nothing, I'm afraid. So I treat them mean, keep them keen, which always seems to work. I've got an interesting auction coming up for you. Have you got details of it? You found it? Here we go. And so what we're looking for... Oh, they've got some nice stuff. Oh, look at that watch. A cased Rolex Oyster for £6,700. Go down. We need to find... Wait a minute. Auctions coming... It will be auctions coming up. There you are. There you go. It must be film and pop memorabilia. Beginning of July. It must be, I would think. And so this is in... more details to follow. Well, how stupid putting that thing down on there. But it's... they've got some interesting stuff, haven't they? What's that? Go down a little... Oh, look at that. A Franklin Mint. I bought from Franklin Mint. Do you remember, who was it who said, oh, what dreadful stuff they sell? And it turns out the people behind Franklin Mint are fantastic benefactors for charity. I've got a couple of beautiful clocks, which I bought years ago. They were still like £400 years ago. Years and years ago. And they're really lovely. One is, I think, the Versailles clock, and one is not something else. But it looks interesting. So we've got an auction coming up, and this is an auction of unusual items. It's been collected over the years by David Guest. Now, you remember David Guest? He sort of arrived in this country and they called him a music supremo. He married Liza Minnelli, but it didn't last very long. It lasted about 16 months. And he's got lots of items. I mean, he died in 2016. They've only just got around to doing it. Perhaps it's taken a long time to catalogue. And he's got signed items from Michael Jackson, Whitney Houston, Dionne Warwick, Al Green, Betty Davis, Jane Russell and John Mills. And it's quite nice, actually. It is quite... He's got loads of stuff. He found fame when he appeared on the ITV show I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and a decade later he featured in Celebrity Big Brother. He was slightly peculiar. That's all I'll tell you. He was slightly odd. He started his own PR business. His first client was soul singer Al Green, later became a renowned music and concert producer. He met Michael Jackson when he was a teenager in his neighbour in Los Angeles, San Fernando Valley. And they've got all sorts of things on sale, including a Waterford crystal display piece invitation from his wedding to Liza Minnelli. In 2002, they then separated 16 months later. It's going to go on sale July the 8th and 9th. And you can probably find more details at easyliveauctions.com. Try easyliveauctions.com. It's difficult to find exactly what there is there, but it sounds fantastic. And there's going to be lots of interesting items. I just wonder exactly, how much money they're hoping to raise and what it's actually worth. Oh, right, this is one of these... It's an auction site, and what you do is you bid online. What do we get? June. And they go as far as June. They're very slack, these sites. They need to get the people who do our sites. They're much quicker, aren't they? Because they haven't got anything, really, that sort of is taking... They only go up to June, whereas this is taking place, I think, in July. Wait a minute. This is... I think so. July the 8th and 9th. And yet they sort of direct you to these... They haven't got any details on the site. It's a bit remiss, isn't it? It's not that long ago, is it? Not that long ago. But I wonder, actually... I wouldn't mind a piece of Michael Jackson signed memorabilia. That'd be quite nice to have. And all these other... Also, Betty Davis. I'd like a signed piece of Betty Davis. Steve, when can I expect the tote bag? July. If I said it once, I'll say it a million times. And picnics are great, but the rubbish isn't. I got back on a bike this weekend, having lost around 20 kilos in the past year, and promising to carry on to get fitter, which is a good idea. I rode to Shenfield Common, as the Brentwood Strawberry Fair has been a virtual affair this year, and I wanted to bring back memories of opening it twice, once as deputy and 2 years later as mayor, says Mark. So I found, a rubbish-strewn common. And so I rode home to get the car, black sacks and gloves. When I returned, 3 other visitors were over in minutes to help, and in no time we picked up 5 full sackfuls. I was saddened by the litter, but overwhelmed that others cared. That's nice, isn't it? Good for you. Good for you, Mark. Good for you. Greetings from Chertsey to your producer. I bet he's classy, says Sandra. Sadly not. It doesn't come into... We don't have any sort of trying to pigeonhole people on this programme. You think you're quite classy? I've seen the paddling pool. You're not classy at all. It's ridiculous. How can you be classy? The paddling pool was about the size of a sixpence. Good etiquette. Have you really? Well, you mean you don't talk with your mouth full and things like that? Cloud Cuckoo Land, as I said. In the 50s, Steve, my family lived on Spam. We loved it. I hope that the manufacturers are paying you a handsome fee for advertising this delicacy, says Alan. No, don't be silly. It was never a delicacy. It was never a delicacy. It was a staple. It was a staple. Although somebody says, Andy, I'm a 1954 baby, March. Some shops around here sold Spam by the slice for those who couldn't afford a full tin of it. Oh, that nice. That'll be our lot round here. Can we afford to buy a whole tin of Spam? Oh, no. You can get a slice of it, though. Any news on what Brian Blessed is up to these days, says Donny. He was in the paper the other day, actually, saying about how he loved his role in Flash Gordon. Do you remember Flash Gordon, the film? No? Ming the Merciless? No? I'm talking to myself here, aren't I? Mind you, that's radio, I suppose. Master of the Universe. Yes. And then Brian Blessed, the big booming voice. He was also, I think, in Blackadder. He'd been in Blackadder a few times. No, Gordon's alive. No, Gordon's alive. I don't know, actually. It might be. Sometimes you can put those things into Google, and you get... It was in Flash Gordon, was it? Flash! Master of the Universe. He was great, actually, wasn't he? I can't remember the name of the bloke who played Flash Gordon, though. Sam Neill? Sam Jones, yeah. You know why I remember him? Because he did Sorry? I didn't remember. No, I remember his name was... There he is, there. Because after he'd made the film, he then decided to do a completely full-frontal nude shot for Playgirl magazine in America. And I'm not sure people... Unless it paid a huge amount of money, I can't think of anything. But he did it. I don't know what else he's actually done, actually. But I thought the film was great. It was like sort of sci-fi, but with all the extras chucked in. It was fantastic. But he was in the film 10... And then he got Flash Gordon. You know, it grossed a bit. He's been all sorts... I don't know what he's doing now. He married Lynn Ericks in 1982. They had 2 children. Then he married Ramona Lynn Jones in June the 26th. They've got 3... He's got 5 children in total. Is he still making films? Let's have a look. Up until 2019, he's got 4 things on the go. 4 things on the go. So he's been working consistently... Have we got a current picture of what he looks like? Has he managed to keep all his... What does he look like? Oh, good Lord. I mean, apart from putting on a load of weight, he looks normal. But then everybody puts on weight, don't they? You know, when you get a bit older. And some people don't put on weight. I'm not one of them, which is a shame. Now, as I mentioned at the beginning of the programme, and I have to mention it again because I'm pushing as much as I can on this one because we can't do the show at the Leicester Square Theatre. We're doing a virtual show. It will be all live, okay? Some people have said to me, will you be live, Steve? Absolutely. They'll be filming it and we'll be streaming it on Sunday, the 16th of August at 3 p.m. So it's an afternoon with Steve Allen. You can watch the show live on your laptop, your phone or tablet with a voluntary donation of £10, which goes to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. And how do you get your ticket? You only need to buy one, really, because once you've bought the one, then you can all huddle round the laptop and watch the show. If you do decide to donate, all you have to do is text and do get it right. If you get it wrong, it's a waste. Steve 10. Capital letters, STEVE, then the number 10 with no spaces, and you send it to 84850. You get a text back which says, thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, you get a message which will be exclusive to your telephone telling you how to join. 100% of your donation goes to Global's Make Some Noise. Standard network charges may apply. You've got to be 18 or over. Sorry. UK mobiles only. Sorry again. Full terms and conditions on the LBC website, which is lbc.co.uk. So Steve, capital letters, STEVE, then the number 10, no spaces, and send it to 84850, and you will be lucky, because it means that you get a front row seat. A front row seat, which is fantastic. And that's for Sunday, the 16th of August at 3 p.m. Woo. I shall have to lose weight by that time. I shall be able a new haircut or everything else. I'm having flattering lighting in the show. I've said to them, listen, do not put harsh lights on. I'm not Nick Ferrari. I can't absorb all that sort of stuff that comes out of light bulbs. It's got to be, anything above 25 watts, you're pushing it. Okay? And so do please buy a ticket. I'd be very grateful if you did. And it's only a tenner. It's only a tenner. Normally the tickets for the shows go for an average of £60 upwards. So £10 is very good value. Very good value. So please do, because I don't want to sort of break your heart over this one, but there's a bit of competition going on at LBC. I don't make a big deal about it, but it's a case of, can Steve Allen sell a few more tickets? And I think, well, I hope so, If I don't, I'm going to get trodden on in the office. I mean, it's just awful. So please buy a ticket, and I'll be eternally grateful, and I look forward to talking to you in August. LBC News Times. Steve, do not, says Gail in Rottingdean, forget to tell your listeners you'll also get a text message after purchasing your show's ticket inviting you to add an extra £2.50 at no cost to yourself by gift aiding your payment. You just click on the link in the text, you get to magically turn the £10 into £12.50. Wow. Looking forward to watching you on the 16th of August whilst partaking of a Prosecco afternoon. How fantastic. How fantastic. Where are you going? Going to be watching Steve Allen by link, which would be great. Did you watch Four in a Bed? I always try and catch Four in a Bed. The Portland Hotel, Ashington, Northumberland. No. I normally like those, actually. I normally like them. Chris says, maybe your August show, you could offer Matt Goss a support slot. Well, if he'd not been so silly years ago, he burnt his bridges, I'm afraid. He's a bit mamby-pamby. As we all saw on the DVD. They sort of said, people were laughing at it. I don't know if people were laughing at it. People were just a bit horrified that he just didn't seem to be very amenable to doing things, and his brother was sort of the sensible one. Luke was the one who was going, well, can we do this? And Matt's getting all sort of highfalutin and sort of throwing his toys out with the bathwater. It was a little bit embarrassing. The lead singer was Matt, yeah. They come from Chertsey as well. That's where they came from. That's where Bros came from, Chertsey. Imagine. Yeah. And they did. Did you not know that? Yeah, secretly Luke Goss with different coloured hair, obviously. Well, of course, we don't know whose hair he's wearing at the moment. It's a bit difficult to tell, you know, because Luke's completely bald and they're twins. So, and then Matt took all his clothes off on television. Do you remember for what's that programme hosted by Keith Lemon? Oh, Celebrity Juice. And they said it was really embarrassing, actually. I thought, you need to go to the gym. You know, I didn't want to be rude, so I sent him a card. So, 4 in a bed, do tell. Steve, did you hear Joanne say about the emergency roadworks in Kingston Brook Street? Just thinking about your travel to the hospital. No, it's not this morning, it's tomorrow. It's tomorrow. I should be fine, actually. I should be fine. Well, if I can't, I'll just have to phone them up and say, listen, I'm stuck. But I think I'm going to do it in 2 hours. If I get the same driver, I've been having quite a few mornings. I mean, we're literally, like a little exercise. You could have strapped me onto the back of a rocket and I could have got there slower, I think. So, you made a mental note of the vast memorabilia collection of David Guest. Apparently it fills 3 of these porter cabin type things. I should imagine he bought a right load of old stuff, but he knew loads of people. So that was probably why. Daily Express as well. They've all got this picture of Prince Charles and Wills showing his love for Charles. It's funny, actually, they've never been a touchy-feely family. Only Diana was touchy-feely. Charles, I don't know who they are. Well, they're your sons. Are they both? Both my sons? Where did they come from? You know, and so Charles was sort of, little picture taken. What's your name again? William. Great. And do you live in one of our tied houses? Oh, you do. Fantastic. And what? Hall? Where'd you get your money from? Oh, your granny. Oh, she's loaded. Off to sunny Spain. Viva España. And first Britons return to the beach. I don't want to go to the beach in Spain. Not at the moment. I just really sort of think, I just want to be sure that it's okay. My driver this morning, Jason, said, do you think we've opened up everything a bit too soon? I said, little bit, yeah. Little bit. I love the way that the police are using a drone to scour the scene of that atrocity the other day. In fact, it's amazing how much drones are coming in now. And here's a pub. It's, I think, wait a minute. A crowd enjoying takeaways in Barnes. Obviously, people cannot live without the pub. And the other one is a queue in Folkestone, where it looks like an overspill onto the pavement. Unbelievable. And also a cheeky takeaway drink by the River Thames yesterday. That could be in Barnes, actually. It's amazing, isn't it, really? Greg Wallace admits he's had the time of his life during the coronavirus lockdown. La, 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 la. We don't want to know about that. Thank you very much indeed. Not our sort of thing at all. But here they are, people lying on a beach. I mean, you get roughly the same effect if you order some sand, sprinkle it on your grass and lie down. It's the same sort of thing. It just means that there's other pasty people. I mean, the worst thing is there's some poor woman here. I mean, she's the size of a small elephant. And she's in the picture, you know, wearing a bikini. I mean, there should be rules about it. You can't just go like this at all, can you? Also, deadly heart condition in the young is going undetected. There's a boy here eating what can only be described as something looking vaguely like a Knickerbocker Glory. It looks fantastic. And it's just cream, ice cream and strawberries and strawberry juice. Still going on the grapes. I know. So nice to see you eating for a change. Steve, I heard a rumour that David Guest's Judy Garland collection was bigger than Liza Minnelli, says that. That wouldn't surprise me in the slightest. In fact, had he married Judy Garland, that's what he wanted to do, but of course she died. And so he got the next best thing, her daughter. Bros come from Camberley. Chesney Hawkes comes from Chertsey. Really? Can we just check that, please? You think it was Camberley? Who comes from Camberley? Oh? Your gran comes from Camberley. What did she say to you? All Bros come from down the road here. And Chesney Hawkes comes from Chertsey. Let's find out. Here we go. Bros, born... Oh, it's gone again. Gone again. One minute it was there. Wait a minute, we didn't get as far as the Bros thing. Chesney Hawkes, wait a minute. It started with... Windsor. He was Windsor. You're wrong on that one. Let's find out the other one. Bros. Can we go back for Bros, please? On where Bros are there. Lives in Las Vegas. Blah, 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 blah. Lewisham. born in Lewisham. It's not quite the same, is it, really? But he just looks so miserable. You know, for God's sake, smile. I know it's difficult to... I mean, I was worried, actually, the other day. There was a bit of an argument going on with, I think, Peter Andre and the wife, who's the doctor. So at least she's got a career. We're not really sure what Peter Andre's career is. He thinks he's a pop star or a Michael Jackson sort of, you know, look-alike kind of thing. And he likes buying big presents for the kids for their birthdays. And she's going, stop it, what a waste of money. You don't spend 300 quid on a child of 15 for a birthday present. You know, because Pete's career is not exactly at the top of the tree, is it? In fact, he's almost a joke figure. They go, oh, so is Pete on the... Yeah, Pete, what's he talking about? Oh, the kids brought him a Father's Day breakfast. I'd have that checked by government officials. You know, for goodness sake. I mean, they must be going, yeah, here you go, Dad. Eat that. All of it. Might feel slightly tired at the end of it. I mean, I just don't understand why he can't keep most of his life private. Terrible. Very good impression of Charles, Steve. Says Ray, we should get you to do one impression a day. I know, my child is very good, you know, very good. And my little Diana, lovely little thing she was. But Camilla was better, you know what I'm saying? And she was. Steve, I've got my case of Prosecco on order for your event and a selection of nibbles. What nibbles would you have if you were watching you? Oh, I'd have Twiglets, cheese footballs. What? What? Honestly, I love that. Honestly, you say Twiglets and immediately a chorus of disapproval from next door. It's like trying to win people over on an hourly basis. No, I'd have Twiglets, cheese footballs, and what? What's the matter with cheese What is the matter with cheese footballs? I don't understand this. They're very nice. And I'd probably have those little cheesy biscuits. Oh, and I like those things that make your fingers go orange. Wotsits. I like Wotsits as well. And I like cheesy puffs. Cheesy puffs, in fact, actually, all of it is actually quite nice. No, I don't do crisps. No, I mean, I've nearly taken out fillings with these posh crisps. Oh, here we go. These are kettle chips. Oh, go away and grow up. So boring. Oh, kettle chips are the best thing to have. No, they're not. No, they're not. I'm sorry. A cheap pack of crisps, you know, sixpence or a shilling or whatever they cost nowadays. That's all you need. You don't want anything like that. I mean, sometimes I have bought some of those puffy things in the cup, which are quite nice. Quavers, I think they're called. They're actually quite pleasant. But we do like the other little orange things. But your fingers just go terrible, don't they? Marks and Spencer's do a version of it, it's not as good. Hula hoops, yeah, hula hoops are quite nice. And what? And Pringles, I like Pringles. No, you can't put hula hoops on your fingers. Of course you can't. It'd be so silly. It's only if you're a child going, will you marry me? I've got the ring. It's a hula hoop. Oh, it's broken. I'll have to eat it. I used to like Ice Gems. Ice Gems. Remember Ice Gems? Little round bit of thing with a squirty thing on the top. When we did birthday parties for my godchildren when they were growing up, it was always great because I used to assemble the cake thing. It would be cut. I'd have to wrap it, put it in they all have to walk away with a little goodie bag at the end of every birthday. And if it's not a good goodie bag, all the kids talk about it at school. So parents, if you've got a party coming up, you've got to put good stuff in there. So basically a rubber, a pencil, coloured pencils, little thing. There should be a birthday shop which has got loads of items. I know magicians who keep loads of things in and they can make up their own goodie bags. And you put all this food out for all these kids on the floor. Okay, you can go and play football in a minute, let's sit down. And they eat everything completely out of context. You know, 1 minute half a pork pie, then a bit of a sandwich, and they like jammy Dodgers or those, you know, these sort of strange fancy chocolate biscuits and everything else. And then they're sick. But at least they go home with a balloon on a stick and a little goodie bag, and the goodie bag's got the piece of cake wrapped up in it, which I used to do, and there you go. Thank you. Can I take one for my sister? She's at home. No, you can't. No, she wasn't invited, OK? Of course she's not having a goodie bag. Don't we say, I have to share my goodie bag with her. Well, you do what you like. I couldn't care less. Just take the bag and go. You've been here an hour. We're bored already. But we like doing things like that. I think they're great fun. I feel sorry for parents, because parents have got so many birthday parties that the kids have to go to in the course of a year. You just have to pray that your kid isn't very popular and doesn't get invited. Because there's nothing worse. The kid comes home, I've got 3 birthdays this month and a sleepover, and then next month we've got 6 birthdays. Oh, God, why can't you be unpopular like your father or your sister? That would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? Chertsey's also famous for a season of Public Eye with Alfred Burke. That was filmed there. The building's still there. Now a minicab office by the railway station. I've got a Public Eye. I have the I have the box set. I've got loads of box sets, actually. So there you go. So, Steve, you mean an erasure, not a rubber? No, a rubber. That's what they call them, isn't it? The rubbers. We used to have them when they were... Yeah, not erasure. Even I can't sing that high. No, it's definitely a rubber. You use them and they come in. The erasure is the thing on the top of the pencil. But this is a rubber, and you keep saying erasure. An eraser. We never had one at school. Because you did it, and then the eraser thing you used to get, and you'd and blow it all over the kids sitting at the next desk. And they go, what do you do that for? And you go, because I don't like you, and I'm not going to your birthday party. But, yeah, and then you'd have the other ones, they used to smell of different things. Vanilla, strawberry, orange. There's all sorts of different scents that you get on those rubbers, don't you? Just me again. Obviously, it's always me, isn't it? LBC News Time, 6:30, with the latest. Prince Charles' voice sounds like Terry Thomas. Oh, you think so? Oh, I hope not, actually. I'm a little bit disappointed, actually. David in Sunderland, he says, great show. Have you got many DVDs? Hardly any. Hardly any, honestly. Can barely move, actually. I got Bless This House, ordered with Sid James. Oh, God, I've had those for ages and ages. Also, The Jam came from Chertsey. Oh, right. It's also, somebody's telling me it's also, they've got a museum there, apparently, which sounds quite a nice idea. And, a case of Prosecco. Everybody's getting Prosecco for my show. And also, what was it? I've just lost it, actually. Doesn't matter. They're talking about pantomime in the paper today, which is something we've been talking about for ages and ages. And Giles Brandreth has been talking about it as well. And he says it's uniquely British. It's exactly what we need right now. And he says the government apparently is going to be turning the spotlight onto the world of entertainment this week. They're set to publish plans for helping the theatre industry. Good on them, he said, every little helps. But the truth is there's only one real answer. Curtain up, and sooner rather than later. Super producer Cameron McIntosh has announced his big shows won't be up and running again until next year, March, they say, in all probability. He says, as far as I'm concerned, that's too late. We need all our theatres open in time for Christmas, this Christmas. Why? Because Christmas is panto time. And if panto goes, it's game over. I mean, you know, nobody does panto like we do panto. I don't think anybody does it around the world. I don't think they really understand it. But in the 1890s, when Dan Leno and Mari Lloyd, the Jack Whitehall and Adele of their day, appeared in panto, they brought a whiff of the music hall with them, but they never lost sight of the fact that pantomime is a gloriously innocent entertainment the whole family can enjoy. For many children, the first introduction to the magical world of theatre. And Giles says it's been part of my life since 1960, when I first saw Cinderella at the Streatham Hill Theatre in London with Frankie Howard as an outrageous Buttons. In 1968, as a student, I directed my own production of Cinderella, and Eliza Manningham Buller, later the head of MI5, played the Fairy Queen. We took our show to the Nuffield Theatre, Southampton, a theatre that's been driven into administration by the economic consequences of COVID. If theatres can't open properly by December, scores more will go to the wall. Thriving theatres, large and small, are the lifeblood of a community, and panto is the best kind of communal experience that I know. The last time I appeared in panto, says Giles Brandreth, professionally, I was Baron Hardup, Bonnie Langford was Cinders, and the great Barbara Windsor was Fairy Queen. Whether you're on stage or in the audience, there's nothing quite like it. It's the one form of family entertainment that brings everyone together. It's exactly what the nation needs now. Oh, yes, it is. Well, there you go. So that's what Giles says. And, you know, we need our pantomime. We need it. I mean, if theatres are going... So what was that one that's gone under in Southampton? I can't believe that one, actually. I seem to have missed out on that. And so that's the Nuffield Theatre, driven into administration. I mean, I think it's appalling. What happens next? They pull them down and put up flats? Dear God in heaven, why is the government dragging its heels? It's bad enough over blooming hairdressers. Steve, the Jam comes from Woking, as did Rick Parfitt. So we learn. And Ashley says, when I was a naive 10-year-old, my family moved to America. On the first day of school, I asked if anybody had a rubber. Let's just say a bunch of fifth graders found it hilarious. And, well, it would in America, wouldn't it? I mean, everything's different over there. Completely different. Steve, increasing the congestion charge by 30% 7 days a week to 10 o'clock at night will close many of London's theatres and restaurants permanently. Oh, he doesn't care. He doesn't, because most theatres, you're not out there by, you'd be out afterwards, so you've got to pay the congestion charge. So add on the £15, because you're coming in to go to the theatre. There's no way you can get round it, is there? Unless you park your car outside the congestion zone and get a bus in. But to be honest with you, I mean, it's a bit of a nightmare, isn't it? But they don't care, Richard. They really don't care. I mean, if they did, they wouldn't be doing it. But they don't care, unfortunately. I think it's a great shame. Steve, it's not just theatres, but give a shout out for orchestras and everybody who's in the entertainment industry, people who run gyms. I mean, at the moment we have two restaurants, like coffee, sort of sandwich type, but they've both gone under. Both gone under. A carpet shop the other day went under. They cannot afford to keep going. It's as simple as that. Nobody's spending any money, because all the people who would be spending money, unfortunately, have lost their jobs. So where are they supposed to generate the money from? That's why I feel guilty asking you for money, but because it's for charity and because it's for those very same people, then that's why I think it's a good thing, definitely. Steve, are you taking requests for your impressions? Please, please, please give us a burst of your Adrian Childs. I love it, says Jill. I can't do it. I can't. I've got to be in the right frame of mind. I'm an artiste. Maybe tomorrow. Ask me tomorrow. I'll have to have a practice later on, actually. Steve, I see Gemma Collins is advertising Fairy Liquid this morning. What relevance has she to that? It's a mystery. Anything she does is a mystery, really, really. She wanted to have her brain protected, didn't she? So that people could gain of her wisdom. That's the last thing she appears to have in between the ears. Trump and the rallying cry greeted with empty seats. Although, as I pointed out, these could have been people who were waiting to go in there. Somebody could have been in there taking pictures at the beginning of the show. And, of course, it didn't actually show anything at all. Kurt Cobain's guitar, £4.86 million. What in God's name would somebody be buying that? It's an acoustic electric guitar. They say it was estimated $750,000. It's from 1959, recognised as one of the most important in rock and roll history. Boring. I'd rather have a recorder. Comb and paper, you get a lot of music out of that, definitely. Also, bad sleep triggers asthma, oh God, and high blood pressure during and after exercise could be a warning sign of early death from heart disease. What a cheery day we're having, ladies and gentlemen. So, you get, it's heart disease, isn't it? Terrible, really, terrible. Also, why did I save this one, actually? Why did I save it? There's always a reason. Sometimes I see something in the paper and I sort of fold over the bit. Poor old Dave O'Brien must be wondering what I do with the papers in the morning, because I bend them over because I'm looking for a particular story. And this is a yellowing newspaper clipping. Found amongst family effects has revealed the horrors endured at Dunkirk 80 years ago. It tells how, despite being surrounded by the Germans, gunner Arthur Tyndall had to find a way to retreat to the coast after being told every man for himself. He and his comrades then waited for days under heavy fire to be taken off the beaches. And Babs, and there's a picture of Babs in the paper today, Babs Tucker, 75, said the ordeal of her stepfather in the Second World War puts the coronavirus lockdown into perspective, though the pandemic has shown that the Dunkirk spirit lives on. Amazing, isn't it? Those little ships, though, they were the ones that did it. They were the ones that actually sort of got through and everything else. I love it. The car this morning, they always tell you every single day, actually, that you have to sort of put on your face mask. In fact, if you don't put on the face mask, they're not going to take you back. Oh, we got Wayne this morning. That's all right. I haven't seen Wayne for ages and ages. No, that was Terrick the other day. Very fast, seriously. It was like getting sort of, what's that thing? All your wind tunnel syndrome. That's what I was getting the other day. They found something from the Titanic. And this is an archive belonging to the real-life hero of the Titanic, who in the 1997 film saved Kate Winslet's character, has sold for £125,000, 108 years after the disaster. Harold Lowe helped scores of women and children into lifeboats and was the only officer to go back for survivors after the liner sank. His effects, including a telescope given to him by a survivor, inscribed with the words, "To Harold G. Lowe, the real hero of the Titanic," that sold for £52,000. His officer's whistle, that he may well have used on board to get people into the boat, sold for £25,000. Unbelievable. Mr. Lowe from Gwynedd, Barmouth, was the Titanic's fifth officer and played by, is it Ian Griffith? in James Cameron's film Titanic. The blockbuster featured the moment he defied requests from people in his boat not to go back for survivors in case they swamped the small vessel. He returned home to marry and have 2 children. He died in 1944, aged 61. The archive belonged to a descendant who decided to sell it. The auctioneer Andrew Aldridge has said the items have never been seen or auctioned before, having remained in the Lowe family since 1912 and inherited by the vendor. The result was excellent and shows how Lowe is so well regarded by collectors of Titanic artefacts. He is venerated as the officer who went back. There was also a watercolour painted by Mr. Lowe, which was included in the auction. Amazing, isn't it? The stuff that's around there. All sorts of things. All sorts of things. Also, we'll take a short break in a moment. Before that, actually, if you've spent lockdown eating all the sweet stuff, you know, biscuits, chocolates, what else they got? Oh, they've got all sorts of things here. They say in 14 days you could break free from sugar. That's how long they've said it will take to get you away from the clutches of sugar. Because it's like, I mean, I haven't had sugar in coffee or tea for years. I thought I could never drink tea and coffee without sugar. It's funny, actually, isn't it? I've not had a lemonade since. For ages, because it's too sweet. It tastes like... Sorry? No fizzy drinks. No fizzy drinks at all. It's odd, isn't it? I thought at one time I would have to have sugar in tea and coffee. I remember having a cup of tea. I drink girly tea, that Earl Grey stuff and Lady Grey and all the rest of it. And I think you can drink that without sugar. Although some people say you can drink without milk. No, thank you. And so I managed to sort of get myself off sugar. Even in coffee, which is fairly strong, I have it without sugar. Don't even think about it. Isn't it funny? All these other people, it's like people giving up cigarettes. They go, oh, I can't give up cigarettes. I said, well, you actually can, but it's not easy giving up cigarettes. Steve, is it true what Lady Colin Campbell's saying about Meghan wanting to be president, or is it fake news? I think it'll be fake news, Jill. I mean, to be honest with you, Lady Colin Campbell, she sits there like that on the television. She was a bit barking mad when she was out in the jungle, and I don't think she's changed. But she's written a book because she needs to make money because she doesn't have any money. And she's running a bed and breakfast, I think. You can't think of anything worse, can you, really? But... she's got this book coming out talking basically about Harry and Meghan, claiming that they've got insider knowledge on things. I don't think they have. But you can put anything. The royals are never going to sue. That's the one thing. Pantomime first originated in the 16th century, Steve, originally known as Commedia dell'arte. Yes. It's not the same as our pantomime. Not the same as our pantomime at all. Ours has sort of evolved, I think. How's Barbara doing? She's not doing very well. Actually, at the moment, she's not doing very well at all. Steward's inquiry, Steve. He may not have been born here, but I understand Chesney to be Chertsey. Some years ago, he drew a raffle in a charity shop and cycled off on the tiniest bike ever. Oh, Sandra's not quite in the museum, but she said Marker's office in the TV series was in Chertsey railway station. I love it when you see places that they filmed at. I think it's fantastic. The front pages of the papers this morning, they're running with what you would expect them to run with after the news over the weekend. So the Express have got the terror attack suspect known to MI5. Doesn't really fill you with any good news at all, does it really? So he was known to MI5, and yet still 3 people lost their lives. Well, I mean, what crumb of comfort is that to them? Absolutely nothing at all. I don't understand what being known to MI5 means. Does that mean that they're watching them? He's only just come out of prison. I just don't understand what perhaps it involves some sort of monitoring system. I really don't know. You'll have to read the story yourself. Out of jail 16 days. And then one of the judges said this particular person who's in their line of inquiries maybe had mental health issues. Off to sunny Spain, the first Britons return to the... What is it about the Britons and on a holiday? It's like pubs, isn't it? Oh, we've got to go to the pub. So people will stand and queue for a pint, which you then take and stand outside. What's the point of that? Why don't you just stay at home in the garden? Makes it much easier. The Sun this morning, Park terror suspect, as I say, out of jail 16 days. I don't know what he was in prison for. I'll have to read more on that one. The Daily Mirror this morning, Maddie accused did it, says pals. They're still not saying anything, the German police, are they? All they've done is they've just told the McCanns, in the form of a letter which they claim they've never received, that it's a case of she's definitely dead. We know she's dead, but they won't offer any proof, and they won't even tell the British police. Mind you, they've not exactly done anything. We've spent £12 million. I think the Germans have achieved more in a short space of time than the British police have achieved in all these years. Also, bumper football pullout. I can't believe they're still spitting. Football is still spitting, and they're playing football but with nobody watching the game. Why does that? That's like a kickabout in the park on a Sunday. You can press a button. Oh, you get the crowd noise if you press the button on the remote. Oh, right, that's quite clever, isn't it, I suppose? Somebody said it sounds quite realistic. Well, it would do. It's a crowd. What do you think? They've sort of made up a crowd. Also, the Libyan exile known to security services. The Guardian this morning. Martin Lewis, financial advice to survive a pandemic. I love the way he smiles when he's giving you the advice, because he thinks, I've already done this, I'm just telling you now how to do it as well. And also a picture of James Furlong. This is the local secondary school teacher, the first victim who has been named. And a lot of his pupils have come out and said what a lovely, lovely person he was. It's just wrong, isn't it? They were on the radar. I'm sorry, it's annoyed me more than anything I can think of. The Daily Telegraph, security services had investigated the Libyan, aged 25, over jihadist fears, questions over whether he should have been at large after early release for jail, and the teacher named as one of 3 people killed in the Reading Park knife attack. Plus, MP faces scrutiny over hotel development, and Mayor pledges huge park at heart of Paris. The Mayor of Paris this time is going to create a vast new park in the heart of the traffic-clogged city if she wins re-election on Sunday. Just what they need, isn't it? Another park. We got them over here, but the rubbish over the weekend, in many of them, people seem to have a total inability to take their rubbish with them. They either bury it on a beach because they're a bit dim, or failing that, they just leave it on the grass. I don't understand why. Pubs will take names and details of drinkers. How in God's name is that going to happen? So, in other words, the formal announcement is expected in Parliament tomorrow alongside a relaxation of the 2-metre rule. So, in other words, they might bring it down to a metre. Whether or not that's going to work, I've got no idea. I can't work that one out at all. The Daily Star tell you that Penny Lane is not racist because apparently people damaged the sign up in Liverpool. And they pointed out, no, it was called Penny Lane. Nothing to do with slavery or anything else. It was a toll gate. You know, as there were all over the country, toll gates to get from here to there. You had to go through a toll gate. There was one on London. In fact, there were quite a number on London. One of them was up by number 1 London, which is the Wellington Museum, which is just as you come out of Knightsbridge, up on the left-hand side, all isolated. Didn't used to be. It used to be with a big long line of mansions. And that was the toll gate. There are pictures of it. Well, line drawings. And that's where you paid the toll. If you wanted to go to the next bit, you paid the toll. And Penny Lane was a toll. Plus the trio of NHS angels leading a mass run to the sun as Spain reopened its doors to Brits. Holidaymakers stuck in lockdown for months book flights within minutes of the restrictions. So, I mean, that's probably good news for the... I don't know how many flights are actually going out from different airports. I suppose the answer is that, you know, they'll sort of slowly... But, I mean, are they isolating on the planes? I don't know whether they're isolating on planes. That's why I don't really want to sort of get on a plane just yet. Thank you very much indeed. Daily Mail. They've got the Prince and his pupper. This picture, but people seem to love, actually, don't they? They seem to love it. Glorious royal Father's Day photos. It's the first time we've ever seen Charles. I mean, to be honest, it's a slightly odd picture. When you see the picture, it's like, oh, come here, pupper. I think he calls him pupper. I don't think they call him Dad or Charles or anything. Because remember when Prince Charles did it to the Queen and he said, Your Majesty, Mummy. And everybody clapped and laughed, you know, because the Queen looked really disapproving of the whole thing, which is good. Steve, I've given up sugar in tea and put honey instead, says Martin in Margate. Right. Yeah, they're just as bad for me. Couldn't put honey in. It's just all sugar, isn't it? All sugar. Also, there's a picture. Victoria's perfect locks in lockdown. Looks like she's got a makeup artist in. She's always got that vacant look, hasn't she? And her picture's like that, you think, just as the lorry's about to hit her. And so she was met with a wave of suspicion after fans claimed her hair was a lighter shade than before the crisis, despite salons and beauticians being closed. But could she not have somebody going round her house doing her hair? You could have that, couldn't you? If it's somebody who doesn't have a salon, I could go round there and just do her hair. But apparently she was showing off her Victoria Beckham beauty range last week, including the £140 Cell Rejuvenating Priming Moisturiser. I mean, so it's just flogging a bit of cream to stick on your face. It really is. She says, I just love how it feels on my skin. I know, riveting, isn't it? Never comes over in photos, though, does it? But then one follower was more interested in her hands than her face, saying, have you been having your nails done in lockdown? Says, how did she manage to get her hair dyed during quarantine? A representative for Mrs Beckham declined to comment. Of course she did, because she can't remember either. But it would have been an artist who goes in there to do these things. You know, because she's Victoria Beckham. They've just had to inject £6.5 million into her company because it's not doing particularly. I don't know really why didn't she make sandwiches? There's probably more of a profit, and there's probably more chance of people buying the blooming things. I don't actually see that, selling overpriced clothes, and they are expensive, is going to endear her to anybody. And as for that much money for a bit of cream, I mean, I use cream on my face all the time, but it's cheapo stuff sometimes. That's it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed. And I trust you have a pleasant... So Thursday's going to be the hot day, and again, I shall remind you that, of course, today is the day that the congestion charge goes up to £15. And you can thank the Mayor for that one. Why don't we all send him a card? You know, thank you so much for taking yet more money off us. It's not bad enough with petrol and all the other stuff, is it? I do have a free little bit extra podcast, which is good. The Beckhams sharing another family photo. Luckily, Dave remembered to spray the hair on. Lauren Goodyear shows off her assets. I mean, you really couldn't miss them at all. And Joe Swash is treated to breakfast in bed, wearing, of course, his baseball cap. Yes, he sleeps with this blooming thing on. You can download from the LBC app, Global Player, or wherever else you get your podcasts, as well as listening live to LBC. You can listen back to this and other LBC programmes on the LBC app, as well as listening to a huge range of podcasts. We go back donkey's years, about 7-8 years, I think it is, and everything. All the programmes have their own podcasts. So we do it again tomorrow morning. If you haven't bought a ticket for my virtual show, please do so. The lines might be a little bit easier at the moment. I gather it's a little bit chock-a-block earlier on. And tomorrow we'll have an update on just how many people are going to be crammed into that front row. If I was some sheep or something from the Highlands, I don't do that at all. And hairdressers, sitting down, queuing. No, we don't do anything like that at all. We just go in. I'm Steve Allen, thank you. Don't have to vacate the seats. Hello, sorry, you're out. You don't need to worry about it. You're elderly. Nobody's going to sort of worry about the length of your hair. Although actually, mine's quite short, so it's good. I quite like the one that came in earlier on. Somebody said they can layer their own hair. That'll be a hairdresser. Nobody layers their own hair. I don't think anybody's had hair layered for ages and ages. Kit Kat have cut its deal with Fairtrade for the cocoa, which is not good for them. Not very good at all for them. Also, Pot Noodle are binning its famous containers for the first time in history. They're sort of changing it. I loved the picture of all those pupils standing in silence for their dead teacher. And it turns out, now I don't know if this ever came up. This isn't a gay hate crime, is it? This thing in the because all the 3 people killed were all members of the gay community. And I begin to wonder whether or not this park, which I've been to this park because it's near Caversham. I'm pretty certain it's near Caversham, this sort of park. And it's all the people, when they used to go to the Reading Festival, they'd sort of stop off in this park. Now, I don't know if it's a gay cruising area. I don't know if it's, there are such things, or what. But they're now saying it could be a gay crime. But all those pupils who were standing in silence for their teacher, who they loved, I thought that was the nicest thing I'd seen in ages. I think, really terribly sad, terribly tragic. So the pupils standing in silence. The £15 parking fee that's taking the solstice. There is a man who went to Stonehenge. They charge if you go to Stonehenge to park. And why shouldn't you? It's not your property. And so they went to charge him. Unfortunately, he's a king. Well, he's not really. He thinks he's descended from King Alfred or something, or somebody. And he says, no, I'm not paying it. And so they went, well, you're not going then, are you, dear? Well, I'm a king. No, you're not. No, you're not. He thinks he was descended from, I think, Alfred or Albert or somebody, honestly, whoever it was. And he said, and this is an infringement on my paganism. It's got nothing to do with paganism. This is to do with a parking charge. It's to do with the parking charge of £15. Admittedly, I think it's a bit steep as well. But then, we've got the congestion charge in London, so we're used to high prices. But if you want to go there, well, then you have to pay for it. And he said, no, I'm not going to. And he's decided to sue the owners of Stonehenge. He's suing the council, and he's suing, I think, the National Trust. Good luck with that one, dear. Good luck with that one. There's also a woman in the paper today. She worked for a big company, KPMG. Big company, and they're an accountancy firm. And she started turning up in jeans, you know, T-shirts and things like that. And they said to her, I'm sorry, you have to dress properly. This is, you know, you're not in the entertainment business, dear. You're working as an accountant, and accountants are expected to look smart. That's what it is. In their business, if you want to work for them, you don't have to, you know, dress yourself up to the nines, but you've got to look smart. You know, I always make an effort when I come in. It's a clean shirt every day, clean pair of pants, clean pair of socks. You know, too much information, I realise, at 4:10, but, you know, there you go. You chose the station. I didn't come around and force you. And so, I forgot what I was talking about. Yeah, so anyway, so she then took them to a tribunal because she thought it was discrimination. She was being told what to wear. Whereas, in fact, they weren't telling her what to wear. They were giving her guidelines that if you want to work for this company, we have a dress code, and the dress code is smart. You're representing a big company. Like, if I go out and I'm representing Global, I'm going to look smart. I don't want people to look at me and think, oh, what a rag-taggle, what's it? You know, he looks awful, doesn't he? Drags for a hedge backwards, hair all over the place like shock-headed Peter. And so you go out. So anyway, she took him to our tribunal, and I'm delighted to report she lost. So she's out. She won't be working there again. Why is it that people think that they could... I think I'm going to a tribunal. You know, over something as silly as that. All you've got to do is dress up. Don't you want to feel proud of where you work? I would have thought you would have done. Cheese sales have increased by 12 million a week. Good news, we were worried a short while ago that cheese was going to disappear completely. And what is this one? Oh, yes, the Sarah Ferguson still, you know, she makes no effort to look after herself at all. Every picture you see of her, she looks drawn, pale, lined. I don't know why. Mind you, she smokes, doesn't she? She's an old fag bucket, I think. Definitely, because I think when we did the fake shake, there was a picture of Sarah Ferguson as she was sort of trying to winkle money out of them, you know, with a cigarette on. That's why she's lined. That's why she looks so old. Not so good. Drag queen royalty. Courtney Act is returning to do a tour of this country. Very exciting. I always thought Courtney Act was one of the best looking drags I've ever seen. It wasn't comedy drag. It was... He looks like a woman when he's in drag, which isn't the same as transvestism or sex changing. He's a drag queen. Okay, he acknowledges he's a drag queen. He's a man who puts on women's clothing and makeup and hair and looks fantastic and could pass as a woman quite easily. In fact, to be honest with you, he was in the same house as Anne Widdecombe for Big Brother. Well, it made her look dowdy. It made her... Poor old Anne Widdecombe, she didn't know how to do her own hair. Just no idea. So there was the short, fat, dumpy woman sitting on the bed, whereas some of the other girls were trying to do Anne's hair. Well, it's very difficult to tease 3 bits of cotton and make it look like sort of a baseball helmet. But eventually they did get there, whereas Courtney Act just did his makeup. He's so good at doing it. I mean, it looked fantastic. I've seen enough drag queens to sink a battleship. Also, the ex-husband of Rebecca Adlington, he's just come out as bisexual. Now, I'm not saying that's anything to do with the marriage. In fact, he said it's nothing to do with the marriage. I don't want to talk about why the marriage split up. But he said, I've known since I was 13. Bit much, isn't it, now? You have to come out as bisexual. You have to, I mean, I don't know why, unless one of the newspapers phoned him up. Also, the MI5 terror watch list. How many do you think are on it? 43,000. 43,000 people are on the terror list watch list thing. 43,000. I couldn't believe it. Not surprised that they sort of miss people. But, I mean, how are you supposed to follow these people? I've got no idea. 43,000, though. Priti Patel has stepped up the deportations. Yeah, well, we'll believe that when we actually see it. Also, Tony says there are 2 types of people in this world, those that can count and those that can't. Very good. And, thank you, Tony. Very kindly to make a contribution to the programme. Thank you. And what have we got? Oh, yes, we're still waiting for some money to come in on the Steve Allen virtually live reality show coming at you on Sunday, the 16th of August at 3 p.m. So we've got some money in, but then there's other people we're still waiting to process. So slow. So slow. I mean, honestly, I don't know what we can do about it. We can't... Oh, blimey, there's a hairline crack in my cup. Oh, that's a bit worrying, isn't it? Have you ever done that, where you filled up a cup, you picked up the thing, and the whole cup dissolves in your hand? Never done that? I'm about to do it in here. So there'll be an almighty bang. No. Well, I burnt myself everywhere. I mean, I'm myriad of burns, me. I've never had so many burns. But I wear them as a badge of honour. I do. I wear them as a badge of honour now, because the funny thing is, now I've had them for such a long time, I don't bother looking at them anymore. I just look and see what the healing process looks like, but I think they've healed as much as they're actually going to. Steve, last night, says Jason, I listened to Matt Munro, Neil Sedaka, Enya and the Mamas and the Papas. Good Lord. Matt Munro. Shirley would go run with us, come with us, we're going to change the world. Neil Sedaka. Oh, yeah. Happy birthday, sweet 16. Or the Hungry Years. I miss the Hungry Years. Remember those? What one do you remember then? Sweet 16. You don't know any of Neil Sedaka's work? God, you're hopeless, honestly. That is bad. You're supposed to know that. He's a rock and roll legend. Rock and roll legend. Enya, Orinoco Flow. Anything beyond that, you're pushing it. But she's had loads of albums out. It was all ha 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 hoo 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 hoo. And when you do that and you amplify it and add a little bit of tinkly rainwater, it makes an Enya song. Sail away, sail away, sail away. No, come back. You just said sail away. No, sail away, come back here. Otherwise we'll have to tie your boat up. The Orinoco Flow, let me see. It was all a bit breathy and whispery, wasn't it, really? And the Mamas and the Papas, big hit single. Ba-dum, ba-da-dum, dum, da-da, Monday, Monday. All the leaves are brown and the sky is grey. I've been for a walk on a winter's day. No, there isn't a song called That's Your Prerogative. It's so ridiculous, honestly. I think that was a poem, wasn't it, by Walter Woodchard or whatever his name was. Walt Whitman. Yeah, yee-haw. Walt Whitman, the man who did Whip Crack Away, Whip Crack Away, Whip Crack Away. Oh, the Deadwood stage is coming on over the rain. Cracking himself over herself. So I quite like that, actually. Matt Munro, he had so many good... You know, he was the singer. When they wanted to see what a song sounded like, they would drag Matt in and he'd sing it for them, and then they would know if they thought it was going to be a hit. It was lovely. Loved Matt Munro. Really did. Very much so. Steve, I'm in my 50s, balding, overweight, few teeth missing, male, and I make Anne Widdecombe look dowdy. Yes, that must be quite some achievement, doesn't it, to make Anne Widdecombe look dowdy. I mean, she's never sort of made enough effort of herself. And in the Big Brother house, she didn't do anything at all. It was only when sort of the girls faffed over her hair that she took an interest. I mean, perhaps she's missing... Oh, God, you can imagine what she looks like now with a hairdressing problem. And if it's going to be 4 months before you can actually get, your hair cut or anything... Oh, dear me. I'm going to be in deep depression. Deep depression. But it's okay. It's okay. I don't mind. I can live with it. Luckily, it's radio. If it was television, I mean, some of the people on television. Tom Bradby, who does the news at 10. Well, they obviously haven't got a makeup artist at ITN. He looks so pale, really pale. And I remember looking at him. I was watching him last night. Actually, I thought I better increase the colour on the television, but I've forgotten which button you have to do it, so I left it. And he looked really ill. Poor soul. I was very worried. It's very difficult for men to know how to do their makeup. Not all men, obviously, but quite a number of men, especially if they've got girlfriends, because sometimes the girls like making men up. It's, they sort of like, let's have a make-up day. We can sit in our gym jams in front of the television, I can make you up. Obviously hit a nerve here, have we, Luke? I just wonder why you've gone all quiet. Very quiet. It's only because I noticed you've still had a little bit of eyelash stuff on, and I don't want to make a big deal about it. It looks fine, seriously. You just look a little bit... Who is that comedian who wears makeup? Russell Brand. I don't think... Tim Mitch. No, not Peter Kay wears makeup. Good God. People say you look like Peter Kay, do they? Blind people obviously say that. Who on earth would think you look like Peter Kay? That's like saying I look like Anne Widdecombe. All right. You get Michael McIntyre, yeah, not very often. No, the comedian, and he does, what's his name? He's a cross-dresser as well. He's well known for it. He's been on my programme loads of times. I've now got a complete blank. Yes, he's been around a while. No. He's Eddie Izzard. Eddie Izzard, yeah. Fancy you having a kinship with him, Luke, eh? Eddie Izzard and Luke. Yeah, I was watching him the other day, actually. He's painted his fingernails different colour. But that could indicate rock star, because Rod Stewart paints his fingernails as well. But he's fairly old now, isn't he, really? Neil Diamond, one of the best songwriters and live performers ever. Oh, my favourite DVD. I've got two, actually. Both filmed at Madison Square Gardens. One is Simon & Garfunkel, doing all the hits. And the other one's Neil Diamond, with the tightest backing band you've ever heard. They're really tight. I think he's a bit of a taskmaster when it comes to backing band, because the better the backing band is, the better you sound. He goes through all the hits. Great voice. Great voice. So I'm a big fan, actually. My favourite Matt Monro, Steve, is Walk Away. Yeah, he just had a lovely voice, Matt Monro. His son went into Matt Monro Jr., and I think he actually sung with his father, but on the record, he brought a record out, and his father, they tracked his father, and then he sang along with him. Great singer. Hello, there you are. Nice to have your company, isn't it? Isn't it great to be ever nearer the heat wave where I collapse? I can't bear the thought of it. Everybody else is going, oh, isn't it great? I was talking to Chris, who's one of our sister presenters. It's not one of our sister presenters at all. Well, it's one of our sister stations. And he's just literally... Because I was talking to the driver the other day, Wayne, about how the studios operate and how many radios we've got on one floor. And on this floor, we've got 4 radio stations on this floor. Then underneath us, there's 1, 2, 3, another 4. Good Lord, it's ages. And then if you go down the back staircase, there's another 4 stations down there. All over that. I've never known a place. They seem to be multiplying on a daily basis. And all there for your listening pleasure. And each one completely separate. And we do talk to each other, because I see them when they're coming off shift in the morning, and then when some of them are going on to shift. I always think, so I like a bit of competition. But I'm pleased to say that I've discovered that many of them listen to this programme on the way home. It's bizarre, isn't it? Because the car I've got at the moment, it's got no radio in it. Well, it has, but it's locked by a code, and I don't know what the code is. So I've actually, and I only discovered this the other week, I've got the LBC app on my phone, and I can listen to LBC. I can listen to all of our stations. So I had it on the front seat. I put the phone on the front seat, and I was listening to the programmes going home on Sunday. It's good, wasn't it? Very clever, because I didn't know you could do that. Goes to, what have you done now? You've done something, haven't you? You've broken it. Not broken it? No, okay. Everything good, which is good. Lovely to hear from Monica the other day, Steve, because she's an original Spikers Facebook group member, and says, I'm not looking forward to the heat. I'm going to hibernate with a nice cold glass of Pimm's in the shady part of the garden. Ticket bought for your live show, as if I wouldn't. Planning an afternoon tea and a glass of Prosecco in the garden with the 4 cats, and we'll have some bunting, says Heather the Norwich nurse. Oh, sorry, Heather the Norwich nurse is very excited. Say no more. I think she's wearing a floral hat. With clothes on, I should add. Thank you very much indeed. I like it when people say that, and that's little Julie. She said, by the way, the 16th of August is the anniversary of Elvis's passing. Walk out in a trip. I can't walk out because... He died on the toilet in the bathroom upstairs. It's the only place in Graceland that they won't let you go. They don't let you do the upstairs of the house. You can do the downstairs. It's a bit like a house, as probably everybody will tell you. It's caught in a time warp. They haven't actually changed the house at all. They've kept as was. No. I've seen the DVD because, in fact, his wife showed us round there. They did a tour around Graceland, but again, they don't go upstairs on it. That's the private part of the house. All the people were downstairs, but he was upstairs. He was living with Ginger, this girl. I can't remember if she was a dancer anyway. And they were in bed. Then he got up to go to the toilet, and he didn't come back after a certain amount of time. And she thought, that's a bit odd. So she went there and discovered that he'd fallen off the toilet, and he died actually on the floor of the bathroom. So they called the paramedics in. And they then... Because I think I was working on that night, and somebody had said, oh, Elvis has died. And I went... Because the funny thing is, that when you read news, if you get, a story like that, that's like... Because, everybody's hanging on your every word. So-and-so, Diana died, or whatever it happens to be. And on the Elvis thing, it's like, Elvis is dead? Really? It's like the Michael Jackson thing. Michael Jackson is... It's unbelievable to try and take it all in, because they're just big, these people. Nobody was bigger than Elvis. And he, unfortunately, was on so many drugs because he had Dr. Nick. And in those days, in America, you could go to each individual chemist, and they weren't linked up by computer. So you could get tablets from this chemist, go next door to another chemist, get another load of tablets, and you could stockpile tablets. And he had tablets for getting up, going to sleep, going to the toilet, not going to the toilet, everything. His insides must have been a complete mess, I should imagine. Yes, I was on the radio, yeah. And I was on the radio when Marvin Gaye died as well. So... yeah, well, yes. I wasn't the first one to do Diana, though. I think that was Tim Crook did Diana, because Dale and I were out on that evening picking up the papers, but they hadn't arrived. They were late. And the man we used to go to Earl's Court, pick up the papers, and the man in the newspaper shop, because we went to there every week. We used to go to a lovely place in the King's Road, so a really lovely family down there, and the father died. And it was all very, very sad and tragic and everything else. And so we started going to Earl's Court, and the bloke said, I think there's a story. I think it's about the Princess of Wales. And on the way home, because Dale would then drive me back to his place, I pick up the car and start driving home. And they sort of announced there had been a crash and everything else. By the time I got home, they were starting announcing, that Princess Diana had been injured in this car crash. And then it was announced... and I can't remember who the presenter was, but he said she's been killed in a car crash, and it was at that moment that everything changed. Everything changed. The whole world, the conspiracy theories started immediately. Immediately, she was killed because she knew too much, she spoke too much, and all the rest of it. And it was quite amazing. And then, of course, there was that huge furore. The royal family, the Queen, was on holiday. And she had no intention of coming back down to London. I know it seems really ridiculous, but the newspapers were saying, you need to come down. And I think her advisors were saying, listen, the mood of the country is, you need to get down to London. And she wasn't keen. If you saw the film about it, you will see that they've almost taken it from sort of chapter and verse about the Queen not wanting to come back to London. She was on holiday, and she didn't interrupt holiday for anything. To them, losing a corgi or the Royal Yacht Britannia was far more important than losing, your son's wife, and they'd already separated. So it was of no interest. But the papers persuaded her to come back. It was the pressure of the newspapers saying, you better get back and you better fly that flag at half-mast on Buckingham Palace. And so they galvanised themselves. It was a bit of a turnaround, actually. It was the first time I'd seen Fleet Street really pushing the royal family and saying, get down. See, they don't need to worry about it, whereas all the rest have to go, oh, God, I haven't got a black jacket, I haven't got a black shirt, I haven't got a veil or anything like this. Whereas they've got everything there, absolutely everything. And so she came back down to London, and that's what the crowds have been waiting for. They were waiting for the Queen to come back. And I think even she was amazed at what the outpouring of grief was. I mean, it was quite something. I'd never seen anything like it. I sat and watched it with a friend of mine, Jimmy, because I'd been sent, as indeed we all had here, the Order of Service. So we knew the speech that he was going to make, we knew everything, but we didn't read that far into it. So you could follow the whole service on this sort of pamphlet thing that they gave you. And it was, but when he did his speech, her brother, that was the thing, because you could have heard a pin drop. Everybody's eyes were focused on the royal family because he wasn't exactly complimentary about them, because they just do things differently. Even though Diana had more royal lineage, they just do things their way. And so at the very end, there was this silence at the end, I'm so proud to call her, Diana, my sister, blah, 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 blah. And then there was silence for about 10 seconds, and then the applause started. And it filtered over from Hyde Park, and it filtered through. You could hear the crowds outside clapping and cheering. And then it appeared inside, and the whole Abbey started clapping and everything. Of course, the royal family sat there staring straight ahead, not knowing what to do. People looking at the Queen sideways going, what, is she clapping? No, she's not clapping. What was she doing? Because they don't react to things like that. I know it seems odd, they just don't do it. That's why the other day, so odd to see a picture of Prince Charles with his head on William's shoulder. Like there was some relationship going on, whereas in fact they don't really have a relationship. They don't do lovey-dovey, kissy-wissy. No, they don't do anything like that. Mainly speaking, it's the nannies who look after them. The Queen was brought up by a nanny. Margaret was brought up by a nanny. Because after she sold a story, well, she didn't sell it. She just did a rather nice piece in a woman's realm or something like that, saying, how lovely the royal children were. Well, that was, to them, an act of betrayal. She was fired immediately, and she was persona non grata. She was kicked out of the royal family, and they never said a word to her ever again. And yet she brought the children up. It's a very well documented thing. Very well documented. Listen, we have to take a break for... I can't believe it. We've done half an hour already. Good Lord above, honestly. This is going to go so fast this morning. I've got a feeling. But I'm on a race. When I finish the programme today, I'm going to pick up my skirts and run like heck. Because I've got to get to the hospital by 9 o'clock. Because I've got glaucoma test today. Love a glaucoma test. Oh, whoopee. That'll be exciting. And so I should get back home. I've got all my little bits and pieces with me. You have to. They always say, bring in a list... What are we looking at? What are they bringing in? Oh, I've had to bring in my medicine box. So they can see what medicines I'm on. I don't know why, because every time I go to the hospital, they always ask me what my medicines are. And you think, have you forgotten since last time? And so I brought that. I brought my insulin with me. And my bus pass, which, of course, is totally useless because I'm going to be there before 9 o'clock. But I can use it on the way back, which is very nice. Steve, Meghan and Harry in the newspapers again. Apparently she wants to go into politics. I think she needs to find a job that pays money. I think they're going to have to go begging bowl in hand. Oh, sorry, they've already done that, haven't they? It's a bit like Victoria Beckham. Hey, can you lend me some money? What for? Just keep the company going. I couldn't admit that it was a failure. 6.5 million quid. Investors have put in. As I say, I mean, I'd be going, listen, you haven't made a profit up until now and you've had it for years. It's obviously just a little bit of an indulgence. Why don't you just give it up and do something else? Sell ice lollies or something like that. I'm sure Harper Beckham can rustle up instant meals in the kitchen, you know, and then Brooklyn can make you a cup of coffee and take a picture. Or maybe not a picture. There's nothing on this screen. It's completely blank. Completely blank. So that's why I was sort of hoping that maybe something was going to... Oh, there it is. How lovely. 4:31. Could you do an Elvis impersonation on your show on the 16th of August? Oh, that would be tacky. You can't do it on the anniversary of the poor man's death. I wonder what he'd be like now, Elvis. You know, there is a conspiracy theory that they still believe he's alive somewhere, walking around. What would be the point of that? He loved performing. He loved performing. 84850. Steve, the Queen made a speech about Diana on the Friday when she came back to London from Buckingham Palace. I had videoed that. Yes, exactly. Took them a long time to get round to it, didn't it? Because she suddenly realised that the country could turn against them very badly. Very badly. Who needs Gary Barlow, Steve? Well, all these greatest hits you're belting out. My favourite Neil Sedaka's Ooh, I hear laughter in the rain, walking hand in hand with the one I love. Also, Perry Como, The Moment You Love, Magic Moments. He said, I bet your producer knows that one. He does know that one. He knows all the easy listening stuff. It was also the title, Magic Moments, of the Victoria Wood DVD that she made about being related to somebody very, very famous and going on a show on the television called Magic Moments. It was a lovely thing, and they used Magic Moments. What was the other one? A little old wine drink of me. Dean Martin. Unfortunately, he was sozzled 95% of the time. He was off his trolley. Tricia says, I went to Graceland a few years ago, Steve. It was so iconic and moving. I sobbed my heart out when I stood at his grave. I had an Elvis tattoo done on my thigh in Thailand, which is fantastic. Yes, I was a huge fan, as I am of yours. Thank you. Yes, I mean, people cried when Elvis died. I think because you just don't expect an icon to die. And because people didn't know, exactly what was going on in his private life. He was a little bit homophobic, actually. A little bit homophobic. He made some ghastly films, but personally I liked them. But a film aficionado said they were terrible. And in one of them, all these dancers had to hold him up above their heads, and somebody slipped their hands between his legs. And he didn't like that at all. It was very... As indeed you wouldn't. I can't remember which it was, but there was obviously something, and he used the F word, which we can't use. And he said, there's a... in here. Because he came from a different part of town. He didn't know about those sort of things. He just thought it was slightly peculiar. Mind you, Liberace denied he was gay for donkey's years. That was his worst nightmare, walking on stage and somebody going, look at that up there. He didn't like that at all. Odd, isn't it? Very strange how times they are changing. Gary Barlow. We like Gary Barlow. Steve, another one here, which says, actually, people are very pleased to hear Monica back again. I think she's been self-isolating at home. I think she's now driving a lorry. Neil Diamond's drummer is Ronnie Tutt, who used to play drums for Elvis. I used to like all them, but the trouble is with Elvis, people sponged off him. Every Friday he would hand out money to them. They'd be sort of lining up to get paid money. So when Elvis died, he was broke. He was broke. They'd done a deal where they got ripped off in this country. Because Elvis only once appeared in this country at an airport, I believe in Scotland. I think he got off the plane and then got back on again. So they technically said he was, because he never had a passport. Like most Americans, they don't have passports. And he also never had a contract with Colonel Tom Parker. It was purely word of mouth. The contract was built on word of mouth. But the Colonel gambled, so the Hilton in Vegas allowed him to gamble for free. So that was their sort of payoff for him. And Elvis just went out and did the show. They were very basic shows. He had a choir and he had his backing band, and that was it. But and some mornings he would, some sort of mornings when he'd sort of wake up, if it were about lunchtime really, he'd then sort of go through it. By the time he got on stage, he was in a completely different frame of mind, and he'd just stand there and talk to people because he was a bit out of it. But you won't see his like again. I loved the films. I thought it was fantastic. He was blonde. He dyed his hair black, a bit like Rylan. Rylan's another one. He's sort of blonde but dyes it black. And everything else. He seems to wear makeup permanently now. It's very odd, isn't it, really? Perhaps I should start wearing it. On second thoughts, I don't want people to accuse me of looking like Rylan or copying somebody else's act, so I shan't do it. Oh, I will mention, and why not, that I've got a poem for you today. It's sent in from a listener. Yeah, no, we decided to save that one. That was another one of the brilliant one. It's a very good one. You didn't pick it, did you? No, was it picked by Laughing Boy? I thought it might have been, yes. Laughing Boy picked a Dylan Thomas poem. He said, and so Luke said, I think it's a well-known one. I said, no, the only well-known thing from Dylan Thomas was Under Milkwood. That was the only thing he was famous for. But Luke's managed, courtesy of Corey, to find something totally obscure, which we're not going to do. Of course he did, yeah, that's what it is. He'll always blame other people. And in fact, it's a poem called, well, actually it doesn't have a title at all. Yes. I mean, I'll just give you the first 3 lines, okay? The first 3 lines, so you get a rough idea who picked it, okay? Based on previous experiences. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should burn and rave at close of day. Rage against the dying of the light. It's another really cheerful, barrel-full of laughs poem, which Corey's famous for. Most of his will take you into a deep depression. Just what you want at 20 to 5 in the morning. Oh, it's another miserable poem that Corey's picked out. It gives you an idea of his state of mind, as he sinks deeper into the abyss, and the mists swirl around and dragons fly over, blowing fire into it. God, blimey, honestly. His days at college must have been absolutely fantastic. Here's Corey. He's starting a poetry group. Let's all go. It was like Dead Poets Society when they were alive. It was a bit like that, and Corey was reading poetry. One of the other verses, just to give you a little taste of it. Good men, the last wave by, crying how bright their frail deeds might have danced in a green bay. Rage against the dying of the light. Again, another very depressing verse, and something to really send you in a spiral, ladies and gentlemen. Grave men near death, who see with blinding sight, blind eyes could blaze like meteors and be gay. Well, at least we were current. Rage against the dying of the light. A lot of dying of the light going on in this poem. Corey, of course, thinks this is almost humour, which is hilarious. The rest of us are now suffering really quite badly, I'm afraid. No, I've actually got a nice poem this morning, which you're going to like, actually. It's from one of my listeners. It's obviously fairly ancient. And it's about cheese. You'll like it. It runs 2 pages. No, it's good. It's good. Well, most of it. And no, it's not as depressing as the Dylan Thomas thing. I mean, that is ultimately. That's right. Don't blame it on Luke. He's already told us. It was you. Stop it. Don't go there. Okay. Of course you like the poem. You think this is probably one of the best things we've ever done on the programme. I'm just waiting for this cup to explode this morning. I've just got this horrible feeling it's going to go completely. So what are we up to today, weather-wise? Oh, it's warm, isn't it? So I've got to sit there having this blooming glaucoma test, peering into some blooming machine. And that'll tell me, usual sort of things, I suppose. Tommy Steele showed Elvis around London on a secret visit. Yes, I'd heard that apocryphal story, and I can't remember if we thought it was true or if it wasn't. I can't remember, actually. I can't remember. Steve, and another one here, which says, very good impression, thank you. And somebody else saying that the Diana funeral was very moving. Well, it wasn't Diana's funeral. That was the Queen Mother's funeral. The Queen Mother was still alive, of course, but they'd already planned her funeral. I mean, it's a bit like being a pharaoh. And so they knew what they were doing. They'd already rehearsed the Queen Mother's funeral, so all they did was just shove it onto Diana. So in other words, Diana got the Queen Mother's funeral. It was exactly the same in every which way, because they didn't have enough time to organise the funeral for Diana. So they gave her the Queen Mother's funeral. So they had the gun carriage and all of it. But I can remember that morning. We sat there in front of the television, me and my friend Jimmy, and we're watching it, and the gun carriage came out of Kensington Palace, and you could have heard a pin drop. Literally, all you could hear was the sound of the wheels on the road and the horsemen, and then the wailing started. Somebody shouted out, "Diana, we love you," and then it kicked off. And it went like that all the way through, down to Scotch Corner, up and around and down through Horse Guards Parade. And then it was quite a walk and a half, but they picked up the royal family and her brother at Buckingham Palace. They were standing there waiting for the gun carriage to come past. And it was a turnout. Whoa, dear. Won't see a turnout like that ever again. By the time we got round to Margaret dying, hardly anybody showed up. It was a private thing, and the Queen Mother's was a much more scaled down thing. Busy Doing Nothing by Bing Crosby. Is that we're busy doing nothing, working the whole day through, trying to find lots of things not to do. We're busy going nowhere, isn't it such a crime? We like to be unhappy, but we never do have the time. Dum-da-dum-da-dum. Was that Bing Crosby? Was it really? Ryland's Ginger. Look on the website. Oh, God. Lord, ginger? And why would you want to dye it black? What's the matter with ginger? We've got a few gingers in this place. I love it. Mind you, some of them are sort of, they're not really properly ginger. But, no, lovely, actually. Very lovely. And Anthony says, I remember the day of Diana's funeral. The thing that stood out was the eeriness of walking through Piccadilly Circus and Leicester Square through Horse Guards Parade with not a soul around and every place closed. Yes. Well, you ought to come down now. Since coronavirus, it's dead quiet round here. Saturday night, there's no pubs open. Or anything else. Tony says, have you got a total yet for the number of tickets sold? Well, I told you we're in four figures. So we're over the 1,000. Which actually means that there's going to be a lot of people on the 16th. I'll mention it again a little bit later for those people going, what do you mean, a reality show? It's a very good one, actually. The Sheikh, so rich. He owns a country pile, and he wanted the water tanks filled with Evian. So they emptied bottles of Evian. God knows how much of it they brought in. Amazing, really. Plus. Oh, rock royalty going postal. The new Queen on our stamps. Freddie Mercury and Queen are going on a set of stamps. So for Queen fans everywhere, that'll be the set to get. Also, the UK goes nuts for spread. It's 12 different spreads I've got a review of this morning, including Corey's favourite, peanut butter and Marmite. Yeah. And the 12 contenders, we do 12 different things that you can do with peanuts. It's good, isn't it, really? Including adding Marmite. Again. And guess how many coronavirus deaths were announced yesterday? How many? Well, he knows, because he typed the thing up, so he would know. 15. Which is good, isn't it? But don't become too complacent. I still see people sitting on the buses. I was waiting for the car this morning, and I was looking at the buses going by. It's amazing how many young people, thickos, were getting on the buses with no face coverings. If I'd been the bus driver, going, you're not getting on. It says on the side of the bus, it says everywhere, you must wear a face mask. And they're just ignoring it. Well, I'm sorry, you're not getting on a bus. It's simple as that. You know, if people are too stupid to realise that it's helping, you know, what can you do? Also, haggis tops the list of foods never to try. Never to try haggis. I never fancied it. I never fancied haggis. But there's a load of other things, actually, that they've got on there, which you probably have eaten. I mean, most people have eaten Scotch eggs, haven't they? Well, they say it's sort of foods never to try. I thought Scotch eggs were quite nice. I thought they were okay, you know. It's only a bit of sausage meat around an egg, isn't it? Also, what? Yeah. It's so simple. There's nothing not to like about it. Be nice to have your company. It's Tuesday, the 23rd of June. This week's going to be hot. So for all of and there's loads of us who cannot bear the heat. I'm better if it's cold. A friend of mine said, "Oh, you're so boring." I said, "Listen, you know, I've had heat. I've lived in countries that are very, very hot. I just don't like it in this particular period of my life. I'd rather sit at home and it be cold outside, because at least you can warm it up and then you can sort of take it down a bit. But, oh, the heat's going to be fine. I'm going to have to just remember to water all your baskets. Just remember to put water out for the birds from Love Island. And, I only thought of that then, actually, because somebody said, what will your virtual show be like? Will it be sort of a little bit like Love Island, or will it be like something else? Well, I don't really know, actually. I don't think it's going to be like Love Island. I watched the Australian version. My God, they're more tarty over there than the ones over here. They all do it. Oh, it's so lovely to be here. And you think, that is your ambition, is it? To be on Love Island and walking around in a bikini? Very tragic. It's very tragic. You know, I mean, how long can you keep doing that for? You know, before all of a sudden it fizzles out a little bit. Steve, I've only just started eating black pudding. Ugh, ghastly. We don't do things like that. Steve, you read Dylan Thomas' poem very well, but you misinterpreted it. It's not a depressing poem. It is when I read it. Okay? I'm deliberately reading it. Deliberately, Simon. But an affirmation that life is worth living even when death is near. Yeah, whatever. One of those ridiculous things, isn't it? Oh, look, life's worth living. Oh, you're going to die. Fantastic. That's great, isn't it? Yes, he says, you're right, those old films show you a different world. They're all a different world. Everything's a different world. This programme's a different world. You know, Scarlett Moffat's in a different world. Well, you wish, you know, because she now thinks the Bermuda Triangle is genuine. I mean, she's quite mad. It's almost gone beyond stupid, really. The reality show I have a front row seat for on the 16th of August, Steve. This is Stephen Birkenhead. Big Brother or Love Island? Neither. I was watching Big Brother, the repeat bit on the television the other day, and it's just tedious. I suddenly realised how boring these people were. I think there was somebody called, was it Sandy from Scotland? And he went round to, I think I'm going to leave the Big Brother. Oh, well, leave then. Nobody cares. And it had all sorts of different people on there. I mean, some of it was okay, but other bits, we only like it when they start arguing and throwing things at each other. I think they have to put down the Lady Colin Campbell, a vile piece of work at the best of times. And then, of course, lovely story, which doesn't make any of the papers because nobody cares anymore. Do you remember Sally Morgan? Remember Sally Morgan? The psychic. She calls herself a celebrity psychic. Oh, the people she talked to were hardly called celebrities. They were more Z-listers, you know. And so she was there. And she used to go on stage and go, oh, Mary's here. Is Mary here? Like, and an audience of 700 people. Of course, there's going to be somebody called Mary. And she's coming to the show because she wants to talk to her dead husband. I would imagine that's what most of it is. It's not anything. They're not going there to get a recipe for flapjacks, are they? They're going there to try and contact the other side, which, of course, they have to point out is an entertainment. It's not real. She can't really talk to people the other side. It's an entertainment. They're very keen to point that out to you. So that, you know, I could sit there and do cold reading for you. You know, if I said to Corey, you know, I've got a picture, an image. Is there somebody called Jack in your family? There is somebody called... You see, it's uncanny, isn't it? I picked up on Jack, and Jack... Did Jack pass on? You see, it's uncanny. And it's called cold reading. You can work on this up. So if you've got a theatre full of 1,000 people, and you go... is there a Susan here who lost somebody recently? Guaranteed that she's here next door, masquerading as Luke. You know, and then they go, and then all of a sudden she goes, oh, she's here, darling, to talk to you. She goes, no, she's not. Don't give us this baloney. Oh, it's rubbish, absolute rubbish. Well, she's teamed up with Jordan. Sally What's-Her-Face has teamed up with Jordan. I mean, God in heaven, the blind leading the blind. Oh, dear. Dale had a very flamboyant lime green jacket on an old episode of Sweep. It's brilliant. Do you have it? No. I've got all the suits. The jackets were not... He didn't really like the coloured... He preferred the suits. Because when it started, it was suits, and then when he did it later, it became jeans and a leather jacket. It went a bit too cash. I kept saying to him, I don't like cash. Yeah, you have, if people are coming out to see a show, they want to see a bit of glam and glitter and stuff like that. But he actually thought that it was sort of better. Favourite Elvis movie, says Catherine? don't know, actually. They were all roughly the same kind of thing, weren't they? Always featured the same cast, anyway. Favourite Elvis movie? I don't know. Probably, I mean, it's a tot. I mean, I liked Viva Las Vegas because it was made in the early days of Vegas. Flaming Star, I wasn't, keen on. I liked Follow the Dream, Change of Habit was good. Wild in the Country, King Galahad, I think was one of his personal favourites. Clambake, Tickle Me, King Creole. I like it, actually. But he didn't do that many movies, did he? But he started 65, I think, or something like that, and then went all the way through. No, 56 he started, 56. I don't think the Colonel was very keen on the films, but I thought they were good. They're sort of well worth watching now. Steve, in Big Brother, Sandy peed in the kitchen bin, then climbed out of the house via the roof. He was a personal dresser. Was he? I just thought it was... the bits they were showing last night was just a cheap way of throwing a programme together, because there was nothing controversial, nothing interesting, apart from Davina paying a tribute to Jade Goody, the racist, and Joe O'Meara as well. I mean, really, it was just absolutely shocking. You never got away with it nowadays. 40,000 complaints to Ofcom. 40,000 complaints. And, Steve, I was just thinking, if Sally Morgan can contact the dead, maybe she can contact Katie Price's career, says Kevin in Chess. That's very cruel, but so true. So true. As I say, I mean, there's a lovely bit on, I think it's still on YouTube, which is Sally Morgan's husband. Somebody was at one of the shows handing out flyers outside saying what load of old hooey it was, and her husband was vile. Absolutely vile. But there again, I was never a big fan of Sally Morgan anyway. Whenever you get somebody called celebrity this, celebrity that, it's a pile of old rubbish, And so somebody's a celebrity psychic, somebody's a celebrity, Diana had a celebrity psychic. They all milk it for all it's worth because they don't have anything else to cling on to. Steve, if you know magic moments, you'll know honey in the morning, honey in the evening, honey at summertime. Honey in the morning, honey in the evening, honey at summertime. Be my little honey. Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, I'm good on easy listening. I like easy listening. Jane says, is the Jewellery Channel still the best fun on TV for you? It's not the best fun. It's got the weirdo presenters where they've learned to smile through gritted teeth and sort of sound enthusiastic. So this is just the most marvellous thing, the most valuable jewel in the entire world, $6.99. And get them in. Oh, we got collectors. There's an old woman in the morning. I mean, she's really old. She's fake. Like there's no fake. You can never emulate this woman at all. In fact, if you were doing a show, you could just take clips out of Gems TV and put up these people and she'll sort of sit there and go. And not only does she sell jewellery, she sells candles. She also sells sunglasses, a scarf. It's got nothing to do with gems or anything like that. It's just a pile of old rubbish. But she sort of sits there and she'll go, and this call now because this is going to sell out. This is going to sell it. And then she starts talking to the gallery like we give her stuff. Like you give us stuff. I mean, every time the camera pans back, you can see the poor camera operators look like they've fallen asleep. It's so boring. But it's this way that they have of smiling and talking at the same time, which makes them come over as fake. And it's, and we've got collectors all around the world. And all she just reads a whole list of names, which they've obviously got sitting to one side. Read this list of names. It'll pad out the programme. And then they go, and when you get through to our call centre, it's like talking to a member of the family. Yes, if the member of your family's committed. It's hilarious. And they give you a little booklet on where your gem was mined. And then I'm watching the Australian Opal programme. Have you seen this? Where this bunch of Neanderthal Australians go out into the outback and start digging up to find opals. But opal, they have to get huge rocks and slice them with this big machine to see if it's got opal inside. It's fantastic. It's brilliant, but it's just that all the jewellery channels. There's another one called TJC, I think, where I don't know where they get the prices from, but they seem to be a little bit more expensive than Gems. And I'd love to know. Do we know what Gems TV turns over as a company? Because I reckon it's got to be millions. I mean, it really has to be. The simple reason being they run 24 hours a day, and they have people sitting there, and they've got a wheel with things on which goes round at a rate of knots, and they pick something off and they go, and it's always the thing you think, because you know that most of their items come without chains. So if you get a pendant, there won't be any chain with it. But they don't tell you that. They should tell you. It's a little bit misleading. You have to buy the chain separately. If they tell you there's a chain with it, well, then there is. But if they don't say anything, there isn't. So we'll find out what the turnover of gems... It must be millions. I reckon it's millions. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. We found how much Gemporia turned over in... Was it 2018? 2018. And that was about 12.5 million. Hey, that's assets. 12.5 million. They must be minting it, I should imagine. Because they're on air 7 days a week, almost 24 hours. Well, it is 24 hours a day. You get it in the morning, you get it in the afternoon, get it in the evening. But then they started diversing, and they used to sell a lot of, was it Tanzanite? I never knew what Tanzanite was. But they always described it as really rare, and then I discovered it was on, you could buy it in from newspapers. It was all over the blooming place. And they sort of demonstrated, but they spent ages with something. We've got a really good collection coming up, and now you need to get in early on these ones, and you think you've obviously got loads of it. And then they go, and this will be the last opportunity. The miner's closed and all this kind of stuff. Well, what it is, it's high pressure selling. They were saying the average salary for people on there is about 56,000, which is interesting, isn't it? £56,000. Because a friend of mine used to work for Bid Up TV, which is where Sally Jacks came from, who's now on one of the other channels. And that sort of became a victim of its own success, I think, really. But we're addicted, like the Americans, to shopping on the television. I've seen something on the television before. I've seen something on Ideal World, and then I've gone on to their website and I've ordered it from there. I've never phoned up or anything like that. I have ordered online, which is sorry? No, you don't. No, you don't go to air. But if you phone up, you end up in a call centre, which is what it is. They've all got call centres. No, they don't. No, they don't really have time to talk to callers. They used to when they first started. They used to sort of say, "Oh, Sally's on the line now. Oh, hello, I love this piece of jewellery. Thank you so much indeed. Can you send me another one for my sister as well? She'd like it too. Thank you so much indeed. Thank you. Bye bye." And used to get that, and then they fizzled that out. They fizzled that bit out. I suppose because they could then get through more calls and sell it. But I reckon they must sell. And then they bring in their experts. They've got the experts. There's a man from the Pearl Company who comes in, terribly, terribly posh. And this has been the family for a generation, all the rest of it. And you can imagine, I'd love to see who their audience are. I'm fascinated by this. But some of them can't decide what to do with their hair. Because if you're on television, all you're doing is you're looking at somebody. And some of them, she twiddles with her hair, she fiddles with her hair, she just scratches her ears, picks her nose. They all do all these sort of bizarre things. And you've got, well, this is the interesting thing, because now we've got high-definition television. The one thing you notice is bad nails. And and they've all got false nails on. 90% of them are wearing false nails because their nails are really bad underneath. Their hair's badly bleached, but that's neither here nor there. And there was a bloke on TJC today, and I looked at his nail and went, my God, he's got awful nails. And there's a few of them, when they do a close-up, you can see they're all bitten and horrible. If you're going to go on television and you're going to be using your hands, make sure you've had a manicure and you put cream on and massaged it in, because that's what they're going to be looking at. I couldn't do it with my nails. It'd be terrible. But, no, not for Corey either. But it's, there's everything that you're looking at. Everything. So when they hold up an earring to their ear, some of them need a shave down the side of their face. I mean, they're growing sideburns. They really are. Some of them there, and you think, oh, no, you can buy a no-no, and you can shave all that sort of stuff off. That perhaps they haven't watched themselves back again. Very odd. Very odd. But still fascinating television. I love watching it. I like QVC. I've never ordered from QVC. I don't think so. I've seen stuff on there, and I thought, oh, I'll order that. And then I thought, no, not really. Steve Allen Show, still enjoying shopping telly, talking about Gemporia and TJC shopping on LBC. And that's from somebody called Shopping Telly. So there must be some sort of channel Shopping Telly. Because it's fascinating. Because you know what's exciting about it? First of all, you can see something. I mean, to be honest with you, I see through rubbish quite easily. But in fact, when you look at some of it, you think, and then you order it. I've ordered from, is it JML? I've ordered from, because that's a bloke's name. Did you know JML was this bloke's name? Yeah. I thought it was maybe the name of a company, but no, it's the name of a person. And I've ordered stuff from there before, quite a few bits, including cream to take years off me. And because I get taken away by it, I sit there thinking, I'm not going to buy it. Right, I'll write that thing down there so I can go back to it later. And then a few days later, or a week or whatever it is, you get a parcel through the post, and that's the exciting thing. It's like ordering from Amazon. Equally as exciting. So I do enjoy shopping telly. I can't get enough of it. It's just fascinating. I used to love it on Gemporia, which is sort of Gems TV. They used to say, and here is this thing, and it used to put up, they've got a little bit better, but they used to put £999, and they go, but that's not the final price. And I used to think, can't wait to see what this one comes down to. Because there's no such thing now, apparently, as the recommended retail price. So you can put anything out. You could put 13,000 up there, which they used to in the early days. Some of the shopping channels would make up prices. You know, for a diamond ring, they go, this is 12,000. And today, 299. Call now. Call me now. Call me now. It's a bit like Babe Station, but with jewellery. Call me now. Call me now. Mind you, sometimes on Babe Station they have jewellery, but it's not for sale. It's generally covering their assets, but it's so funny. We used to tell the most amazing stories about people who were selling this stuff, and they'd come up with some amazing figure for this sort of jewellery and say it was so rare, and people were killing themselves to get this thing, and then it would come down to the most ridiculous price that you've ever seen. I used to love it. It's great. I've got a poem for you. You're going to like this one. This is from Old Alf, who's in Rotherhithe. Well, somebody's got to be. And it's, good Lord, how many pages is this poem? 3 pages of poetry. It's the same poem, okay? It's called The Cheese of My Childhood. I remember the cheese of my childhood and the bread that we cut with a knife, when the children helped with the housework and the men went to work, not the wife. The cheese never needed an ice chest, and the bread was so crusty and hot. The children were seldom unhappy, and the wife was content with her lot. I remember the milk from the billy, with the yummy cream on the top. Our dinner came hot from the oven, and not from the fridge in the shop. The kids were a lot more contented. They didn't need money for kicks, just to game with our mates in the paddock, and sometimes the Saturday flicks. I remember the shop on the corner, where a penn'orth lollies was sold. Do you think I'm a bit too nostalgic, or is it I'm just getting old? I remember when the loo was the dunny and the pan man came in the night. It wasn't the least bit funny, going out back with no light. The interesting items we perused from the newspapers, cut into squares and hung on a peg in the outhouse. It took little to keep us amused. The clothes were boiled in the copper with plenty of rich foamy suds, and the ironing never seemed ending as Mum pressed everyone's duds. I remember the slap on my backside and the taste of soap if I swore. Anorexia and diets weren't heard of, and we hadn't much choice what we wore. Do you think that bruised our ego, or our initiative was destroyed? We ate what was put on the table, and I think life was better enjoyed. Thank you, Alf, very much indeed. I think we were more grateful, weren't we? More grateful. I mean, I suppose the... wait a minute, don't... Oh, no. So I thought there was another page. I went quite pale then, thinking there might be another page. And we were much more grateful when we were younger. Much more grateful. If your mum put egg and chips on the table, or as we said yesterday, Spam and chips. Joe Reed was going to go and try Spam. He'd never had Spam. He'd never tried Spam. Couldn't believe it. I mean, I was in Waitrose, and I thought, shall I buy a tin of Spam? And I thought, no, see, people will be looking at you. They'll be pointing. So I didn't bother, actually. Steve, Scotch eggs. I don't like boiled eggs. I don't like pork pies, which have the aspic jelly in either. Black puddings, just no. Oh, really? Oh. See, what were you saying about future Bros concerts the other morning? I only want to make sure I miss them all. Oh, you will. You will miss them like they missed all the other ones. Do you remember they sort of, Bros love you, yeah. And they came back and Matt did his usual sullen appearance, trying to make him smile. Very difficult. I think he's very troubled. Very troubled. You'd think you'd be happy walking out on stage and sort of prancing around, when will I be famous? And they go, yeah, I can't. And he was sort of playing at being a pop star, and they were very successful in their day, but then it finished. And so Luke then goes on, and then Matt has to appear in Vegas, at Caesar's Palace, but unfortunately not in the big theatre. He's in a thing called the Gossy Room, which used to be Cleopatra's Barge, and it holds 150 people, and that's what he was playing to. Even I was selling out more than that, and he was doing it about 3 times a week. And then they came back and announced they were going to do concerts, and so they say, yeah, we're doing Wembley, and this, and then most of them were cancelled. They ended up doing 2, I think, because there wasn't, because they're big places. You've got big places to fill, you better show them what it was. And then they probably did better out of the DVD, which was When the Screaming Stops. And that's where, poor old Matt, he just had tantrum after tantrum after tantrum. Whereas Luke was sort of just almost like resigning himself to the fact that, you know, he was the one who'd been around the world a few times, made loads and loads of films, whereas Matt, who has no stage presence whatsoever, I've watched a bit of the concert when he did it in Vegas. They were doing it. You can find him on YouTube. And he just looks awkward and wooden. You know, the voice is not as big as it could be because all these people rely on microphones. He's not what I call a singer's singer. He's just somebody who wears a few sort of, you know, poncy clothes and comes down to, you know, love you, Las Vegas. And I think, yeah, whatever. Steve, I'm so touched. Oh, well, good for you. And why not? Not on a Tuesday, anyway. It says, didn't know you could make so many people happy by vanishing for a few weeks and then showing up back, says Monica. My favourite Jewish cabbie, now in a lorry. I don't think we've had a favourite Jewish lorry driver before. You could be the first, Monica. She said, thank you to all the spikers who wrote so many nice things about me. See? Listen, you're on this programme, you're part of a huge family. Huge family. Well, except, you know, we've got half the Groovy gang with us today. And then there's Luke. And he doesn't feature in the Groovy gang. You're not even an honorary member. No, you're not an honorary member. You can't just be an honorary member. You have to be nominated. You have to be nominated for it. We all have to get together and have a meeting in a pub, so we're not able to do that. And although I think we're going to be resuming, I think mid-July to August, the Steve Allen Lunch Club again. Again, you're not invited. I'm sorry. It'll be sort of, you know, Mr. M and my friends as well. You start your own group, yeah. As usual, you'll be sitting by yourself in a McDonald's, in the window, wistfully staring out, thinking, I wonder if anybody's going to turn up. And your poor Big Mac gets colder and colder and colder. And then somebody comes over and says, oh, is anybody sitting here? And you have to go, no, not now, not ever. And then, you know, and then all of a sudden you made a new friends. Ray says, I love Alf's poem, made me cry. All right. Well, that's quite nice. It was my childhood. And he said, listen, it was everybody's. Anybody over the age of 40 at the moment, you'll identify with lots of that. You never complained about what was put on the table because your father would round on you and go, your mother and I have slaved for that food to put on the table. You never appreciate it till you leave home. Seriously, you take everything for granted when you're at home. James says, if my mother had made spam and chips for dinner, I'd have swiped it off the table. Is that good or bad? Steve, last week you read out the news that the Titanic's fifth officer, Harold Lowe, personal archive of telescope whistle certificate of competency, and other effects is to be auctioned. I bought the collection, says John, the Titanic rivet counter. You didn't. Did you? You didn't. You bought the collection. How much you pay for it? How much did you pay for it? I want to know. Can't believe it. Somebody I know bought the collection. Good Lord. Steve, good morning. You're very funny. You cheer me up. Thank you. That's what I'm supposed to say on a radio show. I don't know, actually. And also, somebody says, about the joy of parcels, I can't wait for a parcel with a new book of the former National Security Advisor, which should show up today, says Monica. I may vanish again, busy reading. Well, I mean, driving a lorry. Can't believe it, honestly. Driving a lorry. What's going on in life? 17 minutes past 5. You have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. This Tuesday morning is going to be the week from hell. It's going to be very hot, which means that Thomas will be suffering with his hay fever. He'll be suffering badly with that, like we care. And who was it the other day? Somebody asked me, did you have anything on me for hay fever? Was it Joe asking? I said, not. Yeah, antihistamines, yeah. I mean, I used to take Piriton years ago because I thought if I sneezed more than twice, then I had hay fever. But actually, I don't have it because when I see people suffering with hay fever, they really suffer with hay fever quite badly, actually. And, do you remember the bloke who wrote to us last week who loves, what's the story with Balamory, wouldn't you like to know? Henry. It's his favourite programme. You know why? Coloured houses. He likes different, bright colours. He could have been a bullfighter, you know, provided he liked the colour red. He says, JML, friends with Andrew Pierce. Yeah, the person, if you put in JML, you'll see the name of the bloke. Because I didn't know. I thought it was just the name of a company, but what do I know? Goodness sake. I'm an early morning presenter. Steve, my friend has failed his original music test. I said to him, did you really do it? Oh. Little Julie says, hair and makeup being provided for the show. I wish. Oh, dear, honestly. So here we go. John Donald Mills is the British entrepreneur, economist and businessman. He's 82. Good Lord. Look at that. John Mills Limited. So, JML. He's 82. He's got 4 children. How fantastic. Well, I tell you, it works, because I bought loads of stuff. Loads of stuff. Is that him there? Well, he's a very good 82. Is that what he looks like now? Blimey. He's very good, isn't he? Do you know, I like entrepreneurs like that. It's like the man who invented the cat's eyes. You know, in the road, the self-cleaning cat's eyes. Because every time a car went over, it pushed the glass ball in, and then it cleaned the lens for cat's eyes. Did you know that? No. Did you ever think that they were self-cleaning? Go and stand on a road. M4's fairly preferable at this time of the morning. And have a look at the cat's eyes and push it down. It's only the weight of a car that would do it, so you probably couldn't manage it with your feeble little arms. And he was rolling the sleeves up on his shirt the other day. It's so funny, because he hasn't got any short-sleeve shirts. And, yeah, makes you look like an airline pilot, doesn't it, really? It's nice. A friend of mine used to hate short-sleeve shirts. He used to say to me, why don't you buy long-sleeve shirts and roll the sleeves up? I said, what's the point of that? What's the point of that? So you end up with a bit of really creased material at the bottom of your arm. No. Well, don't buy short sleeves then. Oh, blimey. Nothing worse. Moaning Marys everywhere. Oh, I don't like short sleeves. Oh, I can't eat that. It's black pudding. Oh, I can't eat strawberries. They're not very good for me. I'm a vegan, you know, but I do like a creme brulee. God, it's never ending. I could just put them on a tape loop. They could just go round and round and drive me mad. Steve, morning. As I'm a skydiver who's been grounded, my film would be called... Oh, I haven't got anything else on this one. That was the last of it, actually. Oh, sorry. Lockdown, no Skyfall. So, do you know, that's the only thing I couldn't do. Have you seen on YouTube, there's James Corden, skydives with Tom Cruise. And... they go up in the aircraft. You can see James Corden's trying to be really big about the whole thing. And what they've done is they've strapped him to the front of one of the other skydivers. Tom Cruise is by himself because he does most of his own stunts. And so they get to the end of the plane opens up. And they're standing there. It's like a scene from a James Bond movie. And James Corden, and they there we go. And they then pull his head backwards. You watch this. There's Tom Cruise standing there, and James Corden, all of a sudden, he's going to realise that, look, he pulls his head back. Hope you're watching this at home. And then he gets there, and all of a sudden, they go, and the cameraman's outside, floating around, and they go, look, well, he's had a look. Oh, my God, he goes. So they go there, and they get to the edge of the thing, and then they're out. It frightens the life out of him. And Tom Cruise is happily floating around by himself. In a minute, he will actually float up to, I don't know how it works. I couldn't, look at him. He's sort of watching, going, yeah. But when he actually falls out of the aircraft, that's the time that I would go to the toilet. That would be the time. There's Tom Cruise. It's so, I mean, really, it's absolutely brilliant. I took my hat off to James Corden after that. I think anybody who does all those sort of stunts and can do them by himself, and when they land on the ground, he's so excited. You know, it's really good. I think it's really good. I was watching it the other week, and I've watched it a few times, actually. And, Steve, I heard he invented cat's eyes after seeing a cat on the road. And if the cat was walking the other way, he would have invented the pencil sharpener. Actually, who was it used to do that? There was a comedian used to do a joke about the theatre cat. Used to do all this terribly rude stuff. Gary in Wanstead, somebody's got to be, says, rooibos tea is a great remedy for hay fever. Well, it's a bit late. We can't nip out now and go and buy some hay fever remedy. Actually, because nobody suffers in here at the moment. Well, I don't think so. Nobody suffers. Steve, favourite Elvis movie? Oh, sorry, we've done that one, haven't we, really? And, Steve, when I was in Yorkshire as a child, when you were in Yorkshire, did you eat northern food like stew and dumplings and rhubarb crumble? Is that classed? Please tell me that's not classed as northern food. What, stew and dumplings and rhubarb crumble? That's what we're the staple diet. I love stew and dumplings. I really do. Beef stew and dumpling. Marks and Spencer's do one. You just empty into a saucepan and heat it up. I love that. That's really good. And rhubarb crumble is you can buy those all over the place. Oh. Not hot on rhubarb. Why not? You don't like rhubarb? Oh, right. Well, yeah, you do need a lot of sugar in rhubarb, I think. Obviously, it's not very good. I have had stewed rhubarb before. They used to do a jar. They've stopped doing it now in Waitrose. But occasionally, something you see and you think, oh, I'll buy it. And I bought some of this. It was made by a company who also made apricot stewed fruits. You could pour it into all sorts of things. And I remember thinking to myself, oh, how lovely. And then I suddenly thought, I've seen them doing this on the telly. It's full of sugar. It's like sackfuls of sugar. So I decided I had to go off it a little bit. But it doesn't matter. Rhubarb gin. I don't do gin. No. Makes you very, very depressed, gin. It's a depressant, isn't it? Yeah. Yeah, well, everybody I've ever known gets very depressed, mainly about the price. And so I'm not at all surprised with your poetry. I should imagine half a bottle of gin one night, and here we go round the mulberry bush again. It was on the ship that the captain met his fate. 'Twas on a cold night in January. Dead! He likes anything like that. I've never heard so many depressing poems from a producer in my entire life. Perhaps they can offer me some different people for next year or something. Perhaps we could have like an auction of people coming up and going, how much would you bid for this producer? Don't take that one. He does depressing poetry. I have to find somebody else. Should be lovely. Steve. Do you know that when they first sent the cameras down to the Titanic, they were amazed to see the swimming pools still had water in them? They never had a swimming pool on the Titanic, did they? I don't think they had a swimming pool. They did. It was all, I don't know why. Hair and makeup provided for the show, says little Julie. That'd be lovely. That would be very nice. Very, very nice. And a lot of people talking... Oh, the Titanic swimming pool. Oh, for goodness sake. This was on the starboard side, 30 foot long by 14 feet wide, and included a number of changing rooms. Good Lord, isn't that amazing? The pool was open to only first-class passengers. Heated, salt water. Well, they were surrounded by it. That's quite a good idea, isn't it? I wonder if that ship had made it across to New... Oh, it looks nice, doesn't it? Doesn't it look nice? The Titanic swimming pool. Who'd have thought? And only for first class. How much was the fare from London to New York on the Titanic? How much were they charging first class passengers? Because I've seen the cabins. They weren't exactly the biggest things I've ever seen. But, so a swimming pool was available for the first class. How much is a ticket on Titanic? Oh, no. Titanic's swimming pool, Titanic fare. Here we go. Blimey. 1912 this was. This is the 1912 price. So the tickets ranged from £870 to $4,350. That was a first-class parlour suite. So, my God, that was roughly equivalent, I think, to about £50,000. Which actually sounds quite reasonable. So I think it must have been different. To a maximum of £8 or $40 for a third-class passage. That'd be me. I'd be doing $40 again. Have you got $40? I haven't got $40. How much have you got? I've got £8. Well, you can have a thing. Do you remember that thing they had in the poorhouse, where if you went to sleep and you couldn't afford to buy one of their coffin beds for 4 pennies a night, you had the rope, which was slung across between two walls, and you leant over it and went to sleep that way. You ever heard of anything like it? We have changed a little bit. So, $4,350 for a first-class parlour suite. Wow. That was... I would think £100,000. Well, if you were looking at going on Cunard, and you were going on QM2, and you were looking at their best suite, you'd be looking in excess of £100,000. With inflation, £100,000, yeah. But you would have been very rich to travel on it. But it was its maiden voyage. You'd want to be seen to be on there. You'd take your cars over. You'd take, your servants. You'd take everything over there. Fantastic, wasn't it, really? Who'd have thought? Who'd have thought? But, I mean, it goes down in history as one of those... in fact, I think the film was called, when they made it into a film, A Night to Remember. It's nice to have your company on the programme this morning. Potted shrimps. I've never had potted shrimps. Never quite appeals to me. I don't know why, because I like shrimps and I like pots. So why wouldn't I like potted shrimps? Steve, I remember going to a sweet shop and buying a quarter of rhubarb and custard. Says Philippe on the Isle of Wight. He said, it's small wonder my teeth are full of fillings. What with rhubarb and custard and sherbet lemons. Oh, sherbet lemons. Do you know what I'm saying? So easily pleased. A sort of a glacier kind of fruit thing with a bit of sherbet powder in the middle of it. which was quite nice, actually. Although please don't write in with your favourite sweets. It's not BBC Radio Shropshire. OK, we've moved on a little bit since those ones. Have you tried the Aldi Extra Dry Organic Prosecco? Delicious. And after our initial bottle, says Dave in Barry, we bought another 12 at the weekend. It's beginning to sound like a problem, isn't it, really? 12. How many days did that get you through? There's a photo online, says Ray, of people presumably drunk, hanging over the rope to sleep. No, they were stone cold sober. If you were drunk, they wouldn't let you into the poorhouse. Oh, no. They were sober people. It was a penny. And you literally sat on a bench, the rope was stretched out in front of you, you put your arms over it, and you went to sleep like that. That was how people went to... You can't believe it, can you? You cannot believe it. Steve, is a treat. I had ribeye steak last night, says Andy, with chips cooked in beef dripping and Diane sauce. That's quite nice, actually. I've had a few of these peppercorn sauces, which I quite like. You can sort of stick it in. I bought some steak the other day, and I was probably going to have it today, but I've got so many bits and pieces to do. I should probably end up with sort of a cup of soup or something ridiculous. Oh, dear. Front pages of the papers. All the young men who lost their lives in the Reading knife attack, James Furlong, Joe Ritchie Bennett and David Wales, were all part of the LGBT community. And I begin to wonder whether or not this was a targeted attack, but you can't second-guess anything. But it does seem odd that each person who was killed is a member of the LGBT community. Museums, cinemas and pubs to reopen and a major lockdown easing. Oh, thank God for that. Because if they're saying that you can get back to work, does that now mean we can open up restaurants and it means we can open up... Because if you're being able to get your hair done, then, why would you not be able to do anything else? I mean, there's been people, pubs have been serving people, just not inside. You sort of order outside, and then you presumably go and stand out. I think it kind of defeats the object, doesn't it, really? You might as well go and sit inside. What's the point? If they're going to reduce the amount of space that there is between us, it's not going to be 2 metres, but 1 metre, you might as well sit in a pub at the table. And restaurants as well. I mean, that's, if you're sitting over the table from somebody, that's about 1 metre, isn't it? What's the difference? I've noticed that exams may be delayed to help pupils catch up. This is school exams in 2021. And apparently 1 in 3 patients who recovers from COVID-19 could be harmed for life with long-term damage to their lungs, as well as chronic fatigue and psychological issues, research suggests. Really something to cheer you up, isn't it, really, if you've got that? If you have got it. But as I say, we only had a few deaths the other day. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, 1 death is too many. But spare a thought, I think in Brazil, they had something like 50-odd thousand deaths. America was quite close behind with about 37,000 deaths in 1 day. In 1 day. Not good, is it? Garden pond boom. Everybody wants a garden pond, don't they? When you were a kid, did you ever go tiddlering? Tiddlering? We used to catch... tiddlers in a jam jar. You get your little net out in a pond, and then they would turn into frogs. Do you remember those ones? Tadpoles, yes, tadpoles. So you get all the tadpoles there, and then you'd have to sort of find... You go home with this jar full of tadpoles all swimming around, and you go to your mum, look, tadpoles, get them out the kitchen. Get them out the kitchen. Unless she was doing a risotto, in which case you could drop one in, couldn't you? Just to make it more entertaining. And, for the cat, who'd sit there going, oh, well, that's dinner out the window. And then you'd have to put something in the back garden with a rock on it so that they could climb out of the water once they'd turned into frogs. I mean, a clever thing to do. I keep looking at the producer, hoping beyond hope, but, one day... I'm trying to do an impression of a frog, and I don't know if it came out like that. It came out like I was going to be ill or something. I can't do frogs. I don't know. I was sort of going, I thought, no, it doesn't sound like a frog at all. It's, ribbit. It doesn't sound right, does it? But then you have to put a rock in the water so they can climb out of it. And then they sit on the rock. It's sweet, isn't it? I know. We only wanted, where they went to after they sort of went from tadpoles to little miniature frogs. I don't know what happened to them after that. Perhaps the birds ate them. I never thought about it. Bless their little hearts. I suppose you could always take them to a river, couldn't you? Although a fast-flowing river, poor little frogs, they couldn't row that fast, could they? Bless them. I love frogs. Dum, 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 bye, dum, dum, dum. We all stand together. Did you see that thing? I was watching something. What was I watching the other day? It was a load of people in a lift. I think it's called Meeting Your Favourite Celebrities. and all these people crammed into a lift, and the lift door opens on this particular floor, and there's a bloke standing there, and he goes, have you got the broom? And Paul McCartney pushes the broom in, and the people in the lift go, oh, and then the door shut. They saw him but briefly. And they had all sorts of people. Justin Bieber standing behind some girl, and loads of other, Ariana Grande, people meeting famous people. And then there's all these people. They're in a theatre in America, a lot of girls, very really boys, and they were watching two members of One Direction, Harry and another one, and then they're sort of talking on the screen to the girls in the audience, going, and you're in Philadelphia, whatever it is, we're in Philadelphia too, and the girls go, yeah, like that, as girls do. They always, I don't know why they scream, no point in screaming, and then they go, let's come and see you, and so they stand up and they vanish from the screen. Then a door opens at the back of the theatre, and they walk in, and the girls go, ah, like that. They always scream. Always, it happens on my shows. Normally, there's a lot of screaming going on. A lot of, yeah, ah, he's here, ah. Quick, run for the hills. Run for the hills. Any news on Tony Beak these days, says Donny? No, he's gone very quiet. Well, there's no work. There's no work. I mean, but they're not filming anything at the moment. I believe they've just started going back into the soaps, but they're not making anything that can look ridiculous. I mean, it is. Watching football with no noise is very peculiar. But you can push a button on your phone, apparently, and that sort of kind of works. Steve, my great-grandfather was a high-ranking army officer, and the family sailed to New York and back twice in the early 20th century. Luckily, it wasn't the Titanic. My great-grandmother didn't care for America. She thought the women were too forward and loud, says Dallas. She's probably right, actually. They were. It depends which area you were in. Front page of the Daily Star. Oh, that's lovely. In keeping with the country, they managed to find a model covered in tattoos and very flat chested. I thought the whole idea was if you're sitting on the beach and it's the Daily Star, you've got to have bosoms that arrive, about 20 minutes before you do on the sand. But they said 33 degrees. 33 degrees centigrade. So double it and add 30. So it's going to be about 100 degrees. Okay? Sweat. It's going to be vile. And also, if you're having to get public transport on that day, not my idea of fun. Not my idea. In fact, even thinking about it makes me ill. Oti Mabuse is adamant her dancer husband will not be joining Strictly. Good. Make any difference to me. I couldn't care less. Also, police are investigating reports that a war memorial is being used as a toilet in Southsea. Oh. Officers say they found evidence of that happening at the Portsmouth Naval Memorial. Well, Portsmouth, what can I tell you? Oh dear. They will find them because they'll be caught on CCTV. That'll be good, won't it? Can't wait to bring you who they are. Also, get tough on workers. They say it's official, Britain's gone mad. That's what the Daily Star is saying to you today. The woke world we live in is getting more ludicrous by the day, but now Thames Water have taken the biscuit. They've removed words such as competitive from their job adverts to make them more PC. Apparently phrases such as confident and champion are too skewed towards men, and it's been putting snowflake women off applying. How ridiculous, they say. These shrinking violets need to get a grip. Whatever next? Letting them take mummy and daddy along to the interview to hold their hands. Stop the whinging, they say, and start working. Oh, people whinge over everything nowadays, don't they? You watch. I should imagine that the majority of kids who are not going to school, they're so far behind. They're not doing any studying at home because the parents haven't got any idea how to do anything like that. Germany's facing this second wave of coronavirus after its R rate jumped from 1.79 to 2.88. It means that out of 100 people who catch the virus, a further 288 people will be infected. So bad news. Countries need to keep their R rate below 1 to bring the pandemic under control. However, it also recorded its highest level in cases for more than a month last Friday, with 770 people testing positive for the virus. That's not good, is it? Definitely not good. Here's Justin Bieber with his old flame, Selena Gomez, because he's got some girls in America who've made claims against him. And he says it's factually impossible that I attacked anybody in 2014. Somebody said, it happened in this particular hotel. And he said, I wasn't even in this hotel. I wasn't even in it. So, but it does happen a lot in America. People make claims against celebrities. And they just hope that they're going to settle out of court. That's what generally, to make it go away. But he's fighting this one. He's fighting it. He's got the proof. He's got the proof. Haggis, sushi, and what is this one? Sashimi. What's sashimi? Do you know what sashimi is? Kind of what? It's kind of what? What is it? Sashimi. I've never heard of it. Never heard of it. Adults turn their noses up at black pudding, light cheese and cottage cheese. Well, I don't like cottage cheese. I love light cheese. Oh, that's it. Oh, that's sashimi. It's a Japanese delicacy consisting of fresh raw fish or meat sliced into thin pieces and often eaten with soy sauce. Yum, yum, yum. That sounds quite... I'm not really keen on Japanese food. I've had that stuff where they bring it to the table, you have to cook it yourself. I always want to go into the kitchen to go, out, mate, out. We're doing it out here for ourselves. What's the point? But, no. A light cheese, though, I love. People hate them. Isn't it funny? People go, oh, no, they're very, very savoury. They're very... Not savoury. They're very sort of sweet and perfumed, so people don't like it. Somebody says, I suspected many adults are shying away from delicious ingredients and food types. Well, I wouldn't eat cottage cheese. I wouldn't eat black pudding. I wouldn't eat haggis. Wouldn't eat sushi or sashimi. And none of that appeals to me in the slightest. Give me a portion of chips, though, and some mayonnaise to dip into, and I'm your man. I'm the person who's going to go for that one. Morning. Apparently I got a mention on the Ian Dale show in the 8 p.m. hour. What did I get a mention on that for? Oh, right, we're having a listen now, apparently. We are checking. It's always something... It's so funny, you sometimes get a mention and somebody says, oh, you've got a mention on that. You're such telltale tits. You really are. You've got no secrets here at all. Steve got a mention. This is the Druid. It's an interesting story. His name's King Arthur Pendragon. And he's suing police for charging him to park at Stonehenge. King Arthur Pendragon refused to pay the £15 daily fee and was banned from the site. The pagan, who believes he's a reincarnation of King Arthur, says, I refuse to pay what I consider to be an illegal charge. It's an affront against my and many people's religion. That is paganism. Wiltshire Police says we have received a claim, and as proceedings are ongoing, it would be inappropriate to comment. Mr Pendragon is also suing Wiltshire Council and English Heritage. I love these people. They're so interesting. So interesting. Not. Rick Stein is to close 2 restaurants permanently. He's the TV star shut up and stopped paying workers at the start of lockdown, claiming his restaurant's empire was on the brink. Now Rick, who's 73, and his former wife Jill, who still runs the business with him, have confirmed that their restaurants in Porthleven in Cornwall and Marlborough in Wiltshire will not reopen when the restrictions are eased. It's not clear how many jobs will be lost. You see this, you're going to be reading more and more about this. And the next thing, you're going to start seeing theatres closing, which is not going to be good. This is, there was a girl here, she's 21, her name's Beth Skinner. She's a brickie. She's doing an apprenticeship. She started training at 18, she's now 21. She says it's very hands-on and mucky, but I just get stuck in. Good for you. Good for you. I mean, at least you're doing something. Scarlett Moffat, here we go, the balmy mad one. This time she says the Bermuda Triangle must be real because a leaflet about it was made before modern printers were invented. She argues that if someone had gone to the effort to create a pamphlet in 1609 about the North Atlantic region where aircraft and ships are said to have mysteriously vanished, it cannot be a myth. You begin to... Did she have an education, or was she sort of stuck in the corridor for most of it because there was no point? I mean, you know, it's a podcast which she's still trying to convince me. I mean, seriously, if you're going to buy into this absolute drivel from this poor soul who wasn't very good on Gogglebox, and really, the career's not really gone much better since. Also, Madeleine McCann's suspect, Christian Bruckner, is a scapegoat, apparently, a former police chief has claimed. Goncalo Amaral, the Portuguese detective who led the initial probe into the 3-year-old's disappearance, said the German paedophile was an almost perfect suspect, but they've said that the picture of the camper van has been doctored. I mean, you could do all sorts of strange things with sort of pictures now. They said here were photos. He showed them on a TV programme. He says that the German authorities altered photos of Bruckner's VW camper van. I didn't think people had camper vans anymore, but apparently in London you get loads of them. You get the Aussies who sort of take a camper van and then they'll sort of take it abroad and go different sort of places because people like it. I quite like the idea of a camper van. So I just had to have a slurp of the tea just to try and work out just how hot it was. How much fresh fruit do you throw away every year? An average of £809 of food. Fresh fruit and vegetables make up 77% of waste. Luke said to me earlier, he said I wouldn't throw anything away. He would sort of eat it, which is good for him, I think. Very good. Also, almost half of us listen to music every day whilst doing our work. The average worker listens to 31 songs a day. Do you know, I used to use my Apple little iPod thing, which had all music on it, and I haven't used one for years now because it's all on the telephone. You can get everything on your telephone. You don't need to do anything at all. Pluto has been home to a vast ocean for 4.5 billion years, and they say the water could even be harbouring life. Planetary scientist Carver Bierson said Pluto's ocean has been slowly freezing for all of solar system's history. How fantastic! But then, you know, when they say life, they don't mean whales and fish and things like that. It could just mean, you know, some sort of crustacean. I don't know. It can be anything, but it's never what you want it to be. But I quite like the idea that there's a vast ocean there. I think in the Antarctic, didn't they drill down so far and they discovered there's another ocean under miles of ice? They were sort of taking X-rays and they discovered... And I remember thinking that sounds really good, actually. Here we go. It's going to be baking outside this weekend. Oh, God. You know what that means, don't you? The great British preoccupation of cooking in the garden. Fantastic. Just what you need to do. So we're going to go out, we're going to cook in the garden, and we're going to do signature burgers, and we're going to make sausages, and we're going to do tandoori chicken thighs, Korean steak, and slow-cooked Cuban-style pork belly. Sounds delicious, doesn't it? But that's what you're going to be cooking this weekend. And it sounds like quite a good idea. I can't get into it, though. I really can't. I'm not the biggest fan of barbecues. I'd rather sit indoors, actually, at a table. Makes it much easier. Steve, is it going to be hot today? Not today. I think you will find today's good. Wait a minute. Hey, Siri, what's the weather like today?
It's currently clear and 14 degrees in London. Expect partly cloudy skies starting tonight. Today's high will be 27 degrees and the low will be 14.
27, so 54, 84 degrees. Nudging sort of 90. We're heading up that way today. Oh, God, sounds vile, doesn't it? Mind you, at least I've got some cooling system in the car, which is always useful. Take the windows down, and that's the only way we can do it. Oh, dear, honestly. Why do we have to have this? I hate it. But there again, there's loads of you going, oh, it's great, Steve, we can all go to the beach. And you go, yeah, but you've still got to socially distance. But people will... There was somebody who phoned up earlier on, actually, to talk to Darren, saying they were walking down the road. Loads of people with no masks on. Loads of people with no masks on. Idiots of the first order. Absolute idiots. Why would you not want to wear a mask? Younger people, no masks. I mean, this is going to come back, and it's going to come back with a vengeance, I'm telling you, because people think, oh, don't worry, it's all finished now. Must be. We'll be socially distancing, but only at a metre, which is so much easier. John at Smithfield says, chip shop chips and coleslaw. Oh, that sounds quite nice. I could do with something like that. Chips with cheese and bacon with Thousand Island dressing is good, says Paul. Yes, that I agree with the Thousand Island dressing. I bought some of that, but it doesn't say Thousand Island dressing on it. It says something else, and I can't remember what it was. It would have been, I don't know. It's almost, yeah, it could be burger sauce. It's the same sort of colour, but Thousand Island dressing drizzled over chips, or failing that, cheese on toast with Thousand Island dressing. That's the absolute winner. Freedom Pass for the millions. The vulnerable get the green light to go out from July the 4th. Not that far away. Not that far away. We're already up to the 23rd of June. So we get a couple of weeks' time, then you can get your hair cut. No, you can't. There's apparently going to be a 4-month waiting list. As hairdressers sort of go, well, people are booking... It doesn't apply to men. It doesn't apply to... It'll only be ladies, where they'll have to go in there because, I mean, so many ladies need their roots doing. You suddenly realise how many people are bleaching their hair, so they've got all the adverts for doing it yourself, but you can't beat the professionals doing it. I reckon they'll slip the prices up, and it will be a case of... You know, how quickly can I book you in? It's probably like getting a doctor's appointment. Can I get a doctor's appointment today? No, nothing. No. The nearest I've got would be July 17th. And you think, well, I better take it, because you're going to panic, aren't you? You're going to panic. Or failing that, you could if you're a lady and you just need a cut and you have it cut fairly sort of, short, you could go to a gents' hairdresser's. There's no law that says they can't cut your hair. They cut men's hair. Why can't they cut ladies' hair? Do it in exactly the same way. But waiting 4 months, I don't think you can wait 4 months. What? So you go July, August, September, October. What's the point? The time you get to October, you might as well give up, mightn't you? Your Siri has an Australian accent. I know. This is all their fault. Next door, every time they get hold of my phone, they change something on it. They think it's hilarious. Oh, let's wind the old man up. You know, what can we do to him today? So he asks something and they go, oh, it's another accent. They think hilarious. Seriously, they're like doubled up with laughter. Steve, it's not the temperature, it's the disgusting humidity. I don't like it at all. I don't like it. But there again, I'm a bit mamby-pamby. I complain about everything at the drop of a hat. There's a picture of people in Ibiza. And maybe they're socially distanced. The beach looks awful. It looks like it's all stones in Ibiza. I don't know. Is this Ibiza? I don't know. Do they have... No, they can't have. No, it's not. It's here. It's here because it's got a pier. Could be Brighton. Could be Brighton because they wouldn't bother sending somebody any further to take a picture of a pier. So that's quite nice. And the peanut butter. We gone peanut butter crazy. They've taken a taste test in the Mirror for today, and there's loads of different types. There are 12 different types of peanut fare which you can go out and buy, and you probably will, and you'll probably enjoy every single bit of it. I'll run through what they are. Steve, there's going to be that's going to be the biggest problem in the coming months. More and more businesses shutting down or reducing staff. Those that are complaining about not wanting to go back to work because it's not safe but are quite happy to sit at home being paid by the government should be the first to go. I've worked all the way through. But if I hadn't, I'd be itching to get back to help save my business and my job, says Matt the trucker. Well, that's it. I mean, some people, it's very easy, I know, because it happened to me years and years ago. Got myself into this this sort of mindset of not getting up to go for work in the morning, going to look for a job. I don't know where I thought it was going to finish. But for me, it turned out actually really, really well. But a lot of people weren't as lucky, and a lot of people don't want to go back to work. You know, you would think that people would be out there. I mean, I never quite understand when you get third-rate Z-list minor celebrities like Jordan, whose entire business has collapsed. You know, there was never any fortune. It was all just a load of old hooey. She was just a topless model. That's all it was. And then suddenly people started seeing through it. And so it all collapsed. And now here she is at the ripe old age of whatever she is with nothing. Nothing. You know, she can't train for anything. She can't write. So she doesn't write any of her books or anything. She doesn't do anything. She just gets paid for endorsements. But the trouble is, because there's not really anything you can, get her to do that can be endorsable to try and persuade people to part with their money, she's fighting a losing battle. And that's now, you wait until it gets bad for Peter Andre. Because Peter Andre, I mean, he's not going to be doing any shows anytime soon. Whatever happened to that film career? Do you remember? There was a piece in the paper some time ago of Peter Andre who was going to America because he was making films. He was going to be a big film star. Well, that went a bit quiet, didn't it? Peter Andre going to America. I remember me thinking, actually, well, how are they going to do that? What about all the work he's got over here? And then I suddenly realised he hasn't got any work over here. But he was going to America to make some films. He was going to be a big film star. And I thought, doing what? Perhaps he's sweeping up or taking tea and sandwiches round to the dressing rooms of the actors. But certainly not, he can't act for toffee. You really can't, and that went... have you found it on the internet? No record. It's been erased. Oh, how funny. How funny. Yes, he was busy shouting it from the rooftops, as of course he does with every aspect of his life. A bit like the Beckhams, but nothing achievable at the end of it. And so in the case of Peter, he was going to be flying over to America because I'm making this movie over there. And you think, oh yeah, really? when would that be, dear? And it turns out, not. So it's vanished. Vanished into the... He must worry about what he's going to do. And mind you, he's heading towards 50. Must be the only man of nearly 50 who's got, his baseball cap on backwards. I mean, that's for kids of 18 and 15. Not an old man who hasn't had a hit single for donkey's years, but never mind. Steve, gotta love King Arthur Pendragon. We Brits love eccentric cases. Do we? See, I don't know. I'm not sure if we do. I think we sort of, explain to people that there are people like this who are mad as broomsticks, but but we sort of go, oh, they're all right, because they're just mad. So you get the Lady Colin Campbell, who turns out to be quite nasty when nobody takes her seriously. Rosie in Basingstoke says, dooby-dooby-doo. I'll be watching you. Thank you. That's on the 16th, by the way. So, peanut butter. The UK goes nuts for spread, and they've tested 12. And so they haven't marked very high. It's only marks out of 5, 5 being the best. So Skippy, extra smooth, creamy peanut butter. It's got 11.9 grams of sugar per 100 grams. The sweetness of this spread definitely outweighs any nutty flavour. But they said the packaging's nice, it appeals to kids. Whether it should is a different matter. It gets 1. Bearing in mind this is out of 5. Meriden cashew butter. If you're not a fan of peanuts, then this spread provides a milder, more delicate taste. This only got 2 out of 5. Whole Earth crunchy organic peanut butter. It's quite expensive, £3.20 for 340 grams. They say the colour looked very wholesome, had an impressively powerful peanut flavour, but despite many attempts, it was too thick to spread easily on toast, and always felt like you were spreading whole peanuts rather than a spread. Not worth shelling out for. 2. It's a 2. Organic Kitchen smooth peanut butter per kilo, $7.99. Blimey. They say compared to others, the flavour wasn't as strong, but it's organic and vegan. There you go. Luke can have this, but we're not going to spend £7.99. Obviously, vegans are really rich. This got a 3 rating out of 5. Sainsbury's So Organic Smooth Peanut Butter. The texture a bit thick. It was like slicing into a pate. That got a 2. Pip and Nut Crunchy Maple Peanut Butter. I think this did the best. Yeah, this was the winner. The perfect peanut butter. Pip and Nut have surpassed themselves with good consistency and... Sorry, the excitement of reading something that actually got a good score. Large chunks of peanut provide the ideal level of crunch. The flavour was slightly sweet, but not too sugary, which made it easy to eat straight out the jar. And if nothing else, it smelt amazing. You'll definitely want to squirrel it away. 5. Got a rating of 5. That's top score. And that's £2.25 per 225. This is Pip and Nut Crunchy Maple Peanut Butter. I shall have to go and buy some now because it got a 5 rating. Nothing else has had a 5 rating. Pip and Nut Crunchy Maple Peanut Butter. They say the perfect peanut butter. There you go. And it's only £2.25. We can all afford that. Well, all of us. Most of us. What else we got? There's one here. This is Manilife Creamy Peanut Butter. They say it was worryingly watery, but it was a nut thing that couldn't be fixed with a good stir, and the taste was delicious. Gets a 3. Luke's favourite, Marmite Crunchy Peanut Butter, £2.50. As someone who dislikes Marmite, this peanut butter took me by surprise with its pleasant aroma. It was also very crunchy. However, the distinctive smoky flavour of Marmite soon crept in, leaving a taste that lingered. You'll either love it or you'll hate it. It got 0 ratings. You see, I like it, actually. The smell does link. He didn't like it at all. I'm very funny about it. Biona Hazelnut Butter, £6.40 for 170 grams. Only got a 1 rating. They say the nut butter definitely didn't look very appealing, but it was very oily and hard. But you could tell that it was packed full of hazelnuts, and the taste shone through. Meridian Crunchy Almond Butter, $3.95. Got a 1. But the other one, Pip and Nut Blueberry Muffin Almond Butter. It's £4 per 225 grams. A limited edition product, very, very pricey, but sounded appealing, as it claimed to have blueberry pieces in every bite. So they seem to like that, actually. It got 4. But the top one was Pip and Nut Crunchy Maple Peanut Butter. That's the one I'm getting. I'm going to have to cut it out. Oh, there it is there. How much are they charging for it? $2.29. Looks nice, doesn't it? Where's that on? Oh, Holland & Barrett. Holland & Barrett sell it. Good Lord above. Do you think you can get it in supermarkets? Don't tell James O'Brien I've ripped the papers. He goes, man, I very rarely cut things out of the paper. Well, no, I couldn't. I had to cut it out. Well, he hates it. I mean, yeah, no, he doesn't. I'm only joking. He wouldn't dare say anything to me because he knows I'm always right. Not always, but most of the time. So cheese sales have increased. That's good news, isn't it? We were a little bit worried a short while ago that Stilton was going to go under. The big issue sellers are set to resume street sales. And Sir Cliff moves it. Come on, pretty baby, let's move it down and groove it. For a video concert. So, he's also thinking of doing, I think it's probably on the cards, Cliff Richard at the Royal Albert Hall for his 80th birthday. Voice still amazing. Seriously, I don't know what this man eats or drinks, but it seems to work. Steve, nearer the time of your show on the 16th, are we going to get a clue as to what we'll be watching? Me. It'll be me. It's the Steve Allen afternoon Steve, you know. Sunpat's the one for me. Crunchy Stars says age didn't get very good ratings, I'm afraid. Who would you prefer to be trapped in a lift with, Gemma Collins or Katie Price? Neither. I definitely would like to see both of them in the lift, and then no, sorry. Remember that film Towering Inferno, where they had to take people out of the lifts because they had cables on lifts. We have a lift at home, and, well, I say a lift, it's a Stanner, and it's very nice, it's very useful, it gets me up the stairs really quickly, you know, just a bit slower than usual, but as long as you take a bottle of Prosecco with you, by the time you get to the top, you could have finished it. Had a great day out. 6:15 is the Ian Dale clip. We're not playing it. OK? We're not playing it. The producer said, you don't want to hear it, Steve. He said, you really don't want to hear it. And I said, why? And he said, well, we've heard it. And they can't work it out either, can you? Should we play it? OK, we're going to play it. So this was 8 o'clock yesterday evening, was it? Or something. And somebody had phoned up, as far as I gather, because I was in bed, obviously. Somebody had phoned up to say they get up at 5:30 in the morning. And Ian Dale responded.
Well, when you get in your van at 5:30, put Steve Allen on and see if you feel sane then.
See if you feel sane then. What's that? I can't work that bit out, actually. I'm not sure about that one, actually. We're going into a meeting, I think, about that one. We don't know. See if you're sane then. Yeah. Did he say? Did the other person talk about being sane? And is he saying basically listen to Steve Allen and then work out if you're sane? Could it be that? May have been. Honestly, may have been. It's not quite the same, is it? As sort of. Yeah, we'll have a word with the producer. Who is the producer of that programme? They change so often. I always like to keep up to date with things. Steve, Aldi peanut butter, 100% nuts. Nothing else added. Well, but it didn't get the rating. It didn't get the rating. The top one was Pip and Nut Crunchy Maple Peanut Butter, which we found it everywhere. Holland and Barrett, we found it on Amazon, 6 jars for 13 quid. And Steve, long-time listener, first-time texter, outraged by the score for Marmite peanut butter. It's clearly 5 out of 5. Whoever reviewed it must be a nutter. Well, producer hated it. He hated it. I don't know why, for some particular reason. I don't know why I didn't like it. Steve, I need to lose some of the lockdown flab that's mysteriously appeared around my middle. Could you recommend any of these boot camp holidays? Maybe Peter Andre endorses some, says Julian. Why would you take any notice of Peter Andre endorsing anything like that? He said, I did say the other day, do you remember? Was it his daughter? She's coming up to her birthday and she wants a dog. And he said, you're not having a dog because my wife is allergic to dogs. So what does Jordan come back with? I'm going to buy her a puppy. I mean, what a stupid woman. You've just heard that, Peter Andre's gorgeous and intelligent wife has got an allergy to dogs. And so Jordan, I'll buy you one. Small wonder you got no money, love. Small wonder. Everybody's going for this. See, I used to like Sunpat peanut butter. I had one once. It was a bit dry, and I do like a slightly moist one. But it's got oil in it. It's got oil, so I can't wait to try this other one actually. But I also like the one with Marmite. But the trouble is, Marmite is something that really is. It's either love it or hate it, isn't it? That's the way it goes, I'm afraid. Pot Noodle is binning its famous container for the first time in history. Kit Kat have cut that's the chocolate, have cut their deal with Fair Trade for cocoa. They're going somewhere else, so a lot of people on the Ivory Coast are going, wait a minute. Apple users can open their motor by waving their new phone at it, because if you lose your car... Who loses their car keys? Who loses car keys? I've never lost a car key in my life. I've broken a key once. I broke a key in a car park, and had I had a pair of pliers, I could have turned the engine on. It would have been easy, and then go back to the garage to get a new key. But I had to call a key man out, and he cut me a key because it was it seemed to be on the particular car I had at the time. It was a very thin key, and I remember thinking then it looks a bit as if it's going to break, and it did. It snapped off, which wasn't very good. But if you do lose your keys, then you can do it on your telephone. Because come on, how many people now, put your hands up, there'll only be a few of you, put the key in the lock to lock the car? You don't, you point at the thing and you push the button, because everything locks automatically. Unless you've got a really old car, in which case it probably doesn't even have an alarm on it or something. But nobody takes any notice of alarms. They were there to stop people nicking your vehicle. If you hear an alarm going off, you just think, oh, wonder how long that's going to be going on for. You never ever go, oh, what a shame somebody's having their car nicked. Perhaps they'll take the noise with them as well. But that's all you think of, isn't it? You should think, oh, how long? It's like shop alarms. Oh, the shop alarm's going off. I'm sorry, are the people robbing you? I don't know. Greg's have got a sign on the window. If you see anybody damaging the window, please call this number. So, you know, I might see somebody, I've got to run up, put the number into my phone and dial it, and, you know, yet somebody's... oh, you've gone. I don't know why Greggs haven't opened. I thought they still made all their Greggs stuff in Twickenham. They used to have a big factory off Twickenham Green. Well, apparently they closed down 2 years ago. Guess what it's going to be? Housing estate. How fantastic. Just what we need. Another housing estate. And Andy says, GC and Katie Price in a lift is a logical fallacy. Since if GC was in a lift, it wouldn't go anywhere, would it? She's lost weight. Well, she's done it under false pretences. Steve, Ian always talks very highly of you. Also, he was telling us he hoped to be doing an In Conversation with you at the Twickenham Theatre this year. No, I'm doing him. He's not doing... well, as far as I know, I'm doing him. He's not doing me. I should be booking tickets. Well, we did have it. We had a date for it. And then, of course, with the coronavirus, along that came. And it all went pear-shaped. It's supposed to be in October, which is great, because by that time we'll be into the freezing cold weather and I'll be smiling again. Because I'm not going to be enjoying this heat. 2 diabetics on the same stage. Can you believe it? That'll be exciting. A lot of people talking about... It's still no point sending you tweets, Steve. You may cheer up food deliveries, rightly now, but you'll soon be cheering me for stocking up your favourite pub. This is from Monica, my favourite Jewish cabbie, moonlighting on a lorry. OK, now, they say it's a contract. Photo on your Twitter feed. Thank you very much indeed. It's what we like, actually. Steve, you are the UK's top celeb reality checker, bringing celebs down to earth. Yeah, but the trouble is, most of them left Earth a long time ago. Most of them left, it's almost embarrassing to see people... Oh, I mean, what are they going to do now? Because there's no Love Island this year. And that's what some of these poor creatures live for. Oh, but I bought a new bikini from Primark, and I was hoping to wear it on the show because it doesn't fit. And I wanted to sort of, find myself a boyfriend. And the boys are going on there going, I bet I can pull the blonde. And if somebody goes, they're all blonde. What are you talking about? It's the most popular colour, isn't it, at the moment? Everybody else, you're all going to try this. Do not take all this peanut butter away from me. I shall not be very happy at all. Steve says, Amy Boring Heart now offering her fans tips and hints on social media regarding how to become famous and how to cope with the pressures of fame. I thought she was still in therapy, wasn't she? Didn't she tell us she was still in therapy? I think after she was ditched on the Love Island programme because the bloke who went out with her obviously discovered she's got hidden problems and so ditched her, and she then went into dreadful meltdown. I mean, how she ever survived flying as a trolley dolly, I've got no idea. They're generally much more sort of, stoical about the whole thing. But it's a bit embarrassing, isn't it, when you become famous, yeah? Love to see how much she's making this year. Love to see how much... Actually, I'd like to see how much tax she's paying. Perhaps we can find out. What have we got here? The couple. They move into a dream house. Actually, there was before I forget, there was a couple who go to America because his job might take him to America. And they went to Fort Lauderdale. And you know that everything's bigger in America. And there's an apartment block there. But the flat that they were looking at, and it was $498,000, which, for us in London, that's a bedsit. And really, you don't get much more in London, I'm afraid. And they went in to have a look, and it was 2 apartments together. It was huge. The only thing it didn't have was outdoor space. It just had 1 balcony. But you were so high up, your views were fantastic. I got vertigo just watching it on the television. I'm terrible at things like that. But the apartment was huge for 1 person, and it had 2 kitchens. Because there was one in a little self-contained flat, and I thought, that's brilliant, for all that amount of money. One of them had a plunge pool, but they didn't have that there. But I'd be so frightened. You go out onto the balcony, and you could fall over the edge. Seriously, I'd have to lock myself in. It would be terribly difficult. Drinkers will not be happy with the new pub rules. The reason being, they're going to be asking for your name, your address, your phone number, email address. What for? What for? Sarah Ferguson, really, lets herself go. And she must still be smoking, I should imagine. She was smoking for the fake shake. Whether she's still doing it, I don't know. July the 4th, that's the date for your diary. It's going to be Independence Day. It's going to be fantastic. And everything's going to be opening up. And you'll go down the high street. And that'll be the time to start going to all the shops that had queues before, because everybody's going to be queuing for the hairdressers. All the hairdressers will be offering special deals on, cutting, perming, colouring, feathering, layering, all sorts of things. But you're going to be paying for it, which is not very good. Also, the hottest temperature recorded in the Arctic Circle, one of the places there, has actually recorded a better temperature than Florida. And the ex-husband of Rebecca Adlington says he's bisexual. I think that just means greedy, doesn't it? When they say, why do people come out as bisexual? It doesn't make any difference, does it? Anyway, he says he's known since he was 13 that he was bisexual. But it's nothing to do with their marriage splitting up. So in other words, why say anything at all? It's the Philip Schofield syndrome again, isn't it? Philip Schofield comes out and then it all sort of finishes. It's all very odd. And the Wagatha Christie lawsuit, you remember this one? Colleen Rooney, Rebecca Vardy, I thought they'd come to their senses and they weren't going to take it to court. No, Rebecca Vardy has decided they want to take it to court because she wants damages back. So it's a £1 million Wagatha Christie lawsuit. I mean, it's just, nobody's going to win. Nobody's going to win. Somebody's going to say, go away, bang your heads together and grow up, for goodness sake. Wild men who caught and sang the sun in flight and learn, too late, they grieved it on its way. Do not go gentle into that good night. Dylan Thomas. Another balmy poem, honestly. Do you think people sat round, going, oh, read us another poem, Dylan, go on. They're all Corey's favourites. He has the Corey book of poetry nobody wants to ever hear again. Poems that never quite made it. You can just imagine. Every time I look at him now, it is like Dead Poets Society. I've got to look at this thing. He's going to come in with sort of a wreath of sort of bindweed around his head or something, clutching some flowers. Yeah, of course he has. He's had a bit of a tantrum, a bit of a temper, and he's sort of wandered out. So whenever he's losing an argument, he just walks out of the studio. I have to put up with it. Did you ever see Dead Poets Society? Oh, you must watch it. It's so you. And, yeah, it really is. You would be the actor. And the father doesn't want you to be an actor. He wants you to go into the forces because he was in the forces. And the boy can't cope with it. And he sort of comes on stage and does his bit as Oberon or whatever it is. I can't remember. Midsummer Night's Dream. And he's got a sort of like a holly wreath on his head and everything else. It was all a bit traumatic. No, you're not Robin Williams. No. You're one of the boys. Robin was the teacher. Robin was the teacher. Have you not seen Captain My Captain? Oh, watch Captain My Captain. It's on YouTube, and you'll see Robin Williams. And this is at the end of bearing in mind, he's been kicked out of the school because they don't like his methods and the boys learning poetry and everything else. And so they kick him out, but he has to come back to pick up his things. And so you watch the last little bit. You'll like it. So it's Captain My Captain on YouTube. And it's like a tribute to Robin Williams. They stand up on the desks. And it's quite moving, actually, because the music's beautiful. And it's a case of they really like him. They really like him. But the master in the class doesn't like him at all. They can't wait for him to get out. But it's very powerful. Very powerful. Harry says, I lived in Shanghai for a while. My apartment was 77 stories up with a balcony. Oh, my God, fathers. You see, I couldn't do it. I'd be frightened. A friend of mine lived in Victoria, briefly. And he had a balcony that was glass. It was a sheet of glass that was stuck out, and then another piece of glass with, well, I wouldn't even step on it. He was so high up, I thought, say it breaks. And he went, no, of course it won't break. You could jump up and down. He said, don't jump up and down on it, please don't jump up. I couldn't bear it. I get vertigo. People who climb buildings from the outside with their bare hands. I can't, but why do they do it? I suppose the answer being because they can, but it's seriously, it drives me to pieces, actually. Steve, can I ask a question? People have to wear the face mask. It's the law. So why don't they get tougher on the bus drivers and tell them they get into trouble if they let people on without the face mask, says Connie. Well, I'm with you, but apparently they can't. Even though the sign's on the buses saying you must wear a face mask. It doesn't have to be a face mask. You can cover yourself up with a T-shirt. or something like that. That would be easy to do, wouldn't it? But they let them. I'd just be saying, I'm sorry, you're not coming on without a mask. Not on this bus. You know, who knows who you are? We don't know you. Do you have a medical certificate? Steve, I hope the event at Twickenham Theatre goes ahead. Would you be bringing Corey and the lads for a meet and greet? Absolutely not. It's not my meet and greet. It's Ian Dale's meet and greet. And no, you'll be seeing them, you know, in August. God help you. You'd like to meet Ian Dale, yeah? So excited. Ooh, we're going to meet Ian Dale. Ooh, can I meet anybody? Who else do you want to meet? James O'Brien, yes, you can meet James O'Brien. And who else do you want to meet? Sheila Fogarty. I've met all these people that you're talking about. I've had a conversation, every single one of them. Every single one of them. I don't think there's anybody I've ever missed. I know them all. They're all personal friends. I've got all their numbers in my book. That'll frighten the life out of them. Because I basically pinched them. And who else? Who else do you want to meet? Ian Payne. Yeah, met Ian Payne. And Nick Ferrari. Eddie Mayer. Eddie Mayer's been to some of my live shows. Oh, yeah. The first one he came to was Croydon, Fairfield Halls. Yeah, I know them all. And I know Ian Dale. I've had conversations with Ian Dale. I've met Darren Adam, yeah. I've met everybody. There's nobody I've not met. I met Andrew Castle. Yeah, that went for some good money, didn't it? People playing tennis for Make Some Noise. That was very good. I just offered a tote bag. But there's an opportunity to do, you know, a meet and greet the next time we actually seriously get together. That'll be quite... I've met everybody. Met Matt Stadlen, briefly. I've... who else have I met? I've met everybody. I've met Tom Swarbrick. I've seen Tom Swarbrick with his shirt off. Seriously, when this hub thing over here, which is now customer support technology, that used to be like sort of a restaurant. I mean, I wanted to turn it into a flat, but they weren't over keen on the idea. I thought that could be quite nice, really. And then somebody else took it over, and then somebody else took it over. But Tom Swarbrick had come back from a, let's just call it a session, and decided to have a lie down with his shirt off. I mean, seriously, there's me, fully covered, top to toe. You know, I'm not taking my shirt off for anybody. Far too dangerous. So Boris Johnson's going to change the distancing. So it's going to be cut to a metre, but it's not till July the 4th, so try not to get too excited at the moment. July the 4th. Number 10 hopes it will kickstart the stalled economy. It's going to take a bit more than just changing the social distancing, I promise you. Cinemas, pubs, hotels will reopen, and hairdressers. But, as I've said before, and I'm hoping it's not true, there's going to be a waiting list for the ladies' hairdressers. All the big salons, there'll be people booking in now, because all of the cutters in all the salons, all the stylists, they've got their list of people who will be booking in for them. Because they've waited for ages and ages and ages. So you can visit family. An overnight stay is okay. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? Pubs, holidays from July the 4th, masks and 1 metre to be the key. So masks. In America, there's a lovely video doing the rounds on YouTube. And it's some bloke who's going into a shop. And the security man says, no, got to wear a mask. So this old man tries to barge past him. And the security man grabs him, because you're not allowed to go into to shops without masks on. And he did. Eventually, they actually got him. They got him out, which was quite good, actually, because otherwise it would be a terrible situation. Oh, it's the fast driver today, which is just what I need. I've got to get home terribly quickly, because otherwise, if I miss all the other bits and pieces, I shall never get to the hospital. So that's good news, isn't it? So 19 minutes to 7. Steve, do we know if Anne Widdecombe will be getting tickets for the live show? That would be quite interesting, actually. I mean, well, she's a fan of Ian Dale's, isn't she? Fan of Ian Dale's. And, for somebody who just wrote one in, actually, about the retirement. Hate to tell you, 5 years. 5 years. I'll retire in 5 years' time. Pauline in Sidcup says, I've got a hair appointment for the 16th of July. Okay. So at least you managed to book in. Are you definitely sure it's going to be going ahead? That'd be interesting. A shielder was asked to listen to Steve Allen to help with his mental state. Says Obi. I was listening to Ian's show yesterday. So they asked to listen to help with the mental state. So in other words, we can take you out of yourself. We can make you Well, I hope that's what it is. That's my interpretation. You know, if you're getting yourself into a dreadful tizzy and you wake up in the morning, you know, 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, whatever it happens to be, we can sort of take you out of yourself, which is good. I like the idea of somebody's already got a hair appointment for the 16th of July. Maybe you've got to the end of the month yet and already people are talking about hair appointments, because you're going to need to do them. I bet you won't find any hairdressing salons who will take people as a walk-in. I've just got a feeling that that there's going to be either a lot of queues or a lot of people going, any appointments today? No, nothing for the next 2 or 3 months. If people are going to book that far ahead, because they're going to worry that they might never get it done. And depending on which area you're in and depending on how busy your hairdresser is, you need to get hold of them as quick as possible. Because if it's going to go from the 4th, I mean, it might be worth actually phoning them today. I mean, seriously, because you're not that far away from it, are you, really? Also, a military shell has been destroyed after being used by a family as a doorstop for some 30 years. But it was still live. Can you imagine? They had to take it to the Royal Navy bomb disposal squad. They removed the antique military shell from the house, took it to a beach where it was destroyed. Can you imagine something sitting there like that? And it's like, whoa, very dangerous, very dangerous. Also, mum's the word for Holly Willoughby as the school run restarts. And the Duchess of Cambridge has vowed to plant a sunflower in memory of a little boy whose brother raised £18,500 for the hospice who cared for him. So that's nice. So 16,000 quid with gift aid, it's 18,500. And that's from Stuart and Carla of Huntingdon in Cambridgeshire. How nice. Oh, how cool is that? So she's going to plant a sunflower. It's so easy to grow sunflowers. You could probably do them now, actually. Probably do them now. It's not too difficult. Not too difficult. Also, I forget there was a birthday we were celebrating. Oh, the woman who was asked to smarten up said her boss was mansplaining. I'd never even heard that expression before, mansplaining. And Zijui Lu asked the KPMG manager who was he as a man to be telling her what she can and cannot wear. This is after she turned up in the office in jeans and a jumper. He is her boss, by the way. You know, and as far as I'm concerned, if your boss says, listen, Steve, tomorrow, lederhosen. I wear lederhosen. You know, tomorrow, mankini, Steve. I'm in a mankini. Because that's what your boss wants. If you want to work for a particular company and they've got a dress code. And she was fired after 3 years at the accounting giant, accused of being aggressive, emotional and rude, and repeatedly warned about her behaviour. Anyway, she then, she took too much food from herself for lunch laid on for staff, and on one occasion turned up with containers so she could take as much as possible. I mean, seriously. Oh, dear. She also refused to sit on the same floor as the rest of the insurance team, commandeering a meeting room 5 floors below, in which she installed a rice cooker. Oh, dear God, woman. Dear me. Anyway, she went off sick in 2017, having been diagnosed with stress and depression. And when she returned the following February, she was given an email warning about inappropriate clothing. Anyway, she took it to an industrial tribunal and she lost on every count. Despite being asked not to take the food, she didn't stop. She was very rude to people, suspended and then sacked for gross misconduct. The panel sided with the firm and dismissed her claims for unfair dismissal, harassment and disability and race discrimination. Oh, good. Well, there you go. Because sometimes these things have to be sorted out and you need to go to a tribunal to make sure that it's all being done properly. She sounds ghastly. Absolutely Fancy taking food and then taking in containers to take away the food. 14 minutes to 7. Check on the news headlines. Morning, everybody. Phil Vickery says, I've got a hair appointment on Sunday the 5th. How'd you get a hair appointment on a Sunday? Only you can get hair appointment on a Sunday, which is good. And Dan, he says, you were talking about crisps and Little Gem biscuits, bringing back memories of United Biscuits. My dad worked at Osterley from way back when they had the factory there and the staff shop. Being at UB Radio, UBN, did you ever have access to the staff shop? Yes, we were allowed to use the staff shop. We used to go into the factory. Oh, yes, I knew it very well. Staff shop was fantastic. Steve Rosenberg, he's in Moscow. He's a correspondent over there. He said, I've just listened to your Radio Moments conversation interview with David Lloyd, and I enjoyed it. There you go. Thank you, Thank you very much indeed, Steve. I hope you're well over there. Hope everything is good. What are the advantages to living in Moscow? But he's the Moscow correspondent for them. And he's got more followers than I have, but he is on the television, so it probably counts completely differently, which is lovely. So greetings. We'll have to sort of pick up something, greetings from Moscow, which could be quite nice, couldn't it? 84850 steve at lbc.co.uk. Front pages of the papers. Why home life is no longer a chore. Do you know, for the first time in ages, I sat down, was it yesterday? No, a couple of days ago, and I remember thinking, God, this is boring. It's so boring staying at home. I'm learning to cope with it. It doesn't bother me too much, but it's now gone on for ages and ages. And, Steve, my barber's taking bookings. 20-minute slots from 8 a.m. until 5, 6 days a week, and he's fully booked until July the 25th. I'm gutted. I'm starting to look like junky Lego man. God, it sounds terrible, doesn't it? I'm amazed at how people are booked up. And, of course, it's Dan and Danny's 13th wedding anniversary today. 13th wedding anniversary. Blimey, that's something, isn't it? Listen, I can never make it past the first month, which is probably to my embarrassment, I'm afraid. Charlotte in Sidcup. Have a nice time, you two. I have a hair appointment for the 11th of July. And, Steve, my appointment's the 5th of July. The tips I gave all those years were so worth it. Pauline in Sidcup says, I've got a hair appointment 16th of July. It's amazing, actually. How many people are actually booking in? I suppose you have to, don't you? Because if you don't book in, you're never going to get in, and they've obviously allocated so much time. I don't think 20-minute slot, you can't get your hair cut and coloured in 20 minutes, can you? That's an hour. Unless they're going to be having, like, sort of, OK, we're going to put and colour. Because 20 minutes alone just to colour somebody's hair, and then you've got to let it set, then you've got to sit them under a hairdryer, then you've got to take them out, then you've got to wash them. Oh, dear. I bet the prices go. You'll have to let me know, actually. After the 4th of July, you'll have to let me know if your hairdresser's prices have gone up and from what to what. So if you can remember what you paid last time round, find out how much they're charging this time round. But if there's one here that's fully booked until July the 25th, you can bet your bottom dollar it's going to be getting worse for a lot of people. If you're out in the sticks and you don't have a hairdresser, there's only one little hairdresser in the village or something like that. I mean, oh dear. I don't know what they're going to be doing. So, do you want to stay here or go to Ibiza? I'd stay here. It sounds much nicer, doesn't it? You can stay here. The Daily Mail, they've had their biggest delivery of PPE in Mail Force's biggest delivery yet. And what else we got? Hooray! A shopper fitted for a suit by a tailor in London's Savile Row. But they've both got masks on. It looks hilarious, actually. I don't know why. It's going to look even funnier in theatres. Tomorrow, down here in the south, dry, sunny and very hot. 32 degrees. 32 degrees. And in the north, dry, sunny and hot. OK, you have been warned. You have been warned. It's going to get hotter and hotter and hotter. And you're going to suffer. Thursday, dry and hot with spells of sunshine. In the north, the high will be 30 degrees. And in the south, 34 degrees, which is 93 degrees Fahrenheit. I'm going to have such a bad day. In fact, I'm dreading it already. Perhaps that's what Thomas meant when he wrote down it's going to be a terrible week this week. For him as well. Not so good. Not so good. Today, 82 degrees Fahrenheit. Okay, which is bearable for me. Just. Tomorrow, 32 degrees centigrade, 90 degrees Fahrenheit. And then Thursday, 34 degrees, which is 93 Fahrenheit. Just remember, if you've got plants, water them. If you've got animals, keep them indoors. Make sure they've got water and stuff like that, because they feel the heat just as badly as you do. They're covered in fur. My Auntie Enid's covered in fur, and she'll be feeling the heat quite a lot, actually. And also, where have all the swallows gone? Big feature in one of the papers today. They've long been joyous harbingers of summer, but this year their numbers are low. And they've been followed on their epic 6,000-mile migration. And they've all gone. Mind you, I thought at one time it was sparrows, wasn't it? You couldn't see sparrows. You had loads of other things that can pull bin bags around. Barbara Broccoli is mentioned today. She receives 60th birthday wishes from X007 George Lazenby. George Lazenby. He was over here a while ago, wasn't he? Also, the Maddie suspect is the perfect scapegoat. Yes, it's all a bit convenient, but, listen, we wait and find out, don't we? And what was the other one? Oh, the surgery here for Jenny Murray. Helped her lose 10 stone. It's amazing, actually, all these different things. The injection that can bring a heart attack to a halt. Dear. Don't like talking about things like that. Are statins making your hair fall out? I take statins. Everybody takes statins, don't they? They were sort of fairly common. Bars, pubs and restaurants in England say the Eye will ask some customers for identification to help with contact tracing. Oh, some customers. What's going to signal out, whether or not you're one of those customers? Older drinkers could be ID'd for the first time in decades. Well, that's it. I'm out of pubs then. I'm not going into pubs, honestly. That'd be terrible. Also, the 2-metre rule set to be relaxed in an attempt to boost the economy. And the worst film ever made. There must be loads of really bad films where you've seen something and you go, oh my goodness me, that was terrible. Also, the hospitality businesses could open next Saturday. Next Saturday is the 4th of July. Not this Saturday, but next Saturday. Good Lord, is it already? Amazing how quickly it runs round, isn't it? So you haven't got to wait too long. People on horseback waiting for a pub outside a pub. You can't go in it, so they sort of come out to you. Also, the exam story, delayed to help pupils catch up, because they're doing it, but they're socially isolating in places. In the schools, mainly. Johnson accused of colonial mindset. Museum cinemas on pubs on The Guardian to reopen in the major lockdown easing, which is good news. Please, let's get it all open as quick as possible. Today, on my free Little Bit Extra podcast, Katie Price has teamed up with so-called psychic Sally Morgan. Can't imagine anybody wanted to hear that one. David Beckham's daughter seen wearing football boots. Anything for publicity. Don't tell me she can kick a football. I couldn't bear it. Stacey Solomon has mistaken a pork chop for steak on the Father's Day breakfast. I mean, who in God's name has steak for breakfast? I've never heard of such a thing. Unless you're at Alice Springs. Germany launching its first mini lockdown. Oh, I got a lovely boat for you which you can charter. You'll like this one. If we all club together, we can go for it. It's a yacht. It sleeps 20. So we're not talking piddling type of thing. It's got a crew of 54, which is good. So that's like sort of two crew members per person, which I quite like the idea. And it rents out at $3 million a week. So it costs 500 million to build. So when you look at it, it's actually quite good value. But there will be people who would rent it, pull into Monaco or wherever. Monaco, I would think, would be the best place to go to. If you're super rich, you go to Monaco. If you're averagely rich, you go to Cannes. Or Cannes, as I've heard some people call it. And then you just sit there. When we went to, where did Dale and I go? We went to some place. It wasn't Juan Le Pin. It was wherever it was somewhere where people sit on their boats in the harbour, all moored up, sitting eating, and all the tourists walk past and look at them and take pictures of people eating their dinner. It's right show-off territory. Unfortunately, too expensive for the old Beckhams. They have to make do with a little maisonette up in the hills, well away from the action. They wouldn't go to Cannes anyway. There's nobody interested in people like them. Burnley threatened to ban the EDL supporting fans for life, and the McDonald's worker. Okay, she gets a job in McDonald's, and she starts putting on weight. And she thinks it's down to the McDonald's burgers. No, she's pregnant. How dim do you have to be? Perhaps she'd forgotten about that night of wild sex. Also, Katie Price seems to think she's friendly with Pete and his wife. She does live in this delusional state, doesn't she? She's a bit swings and roundabouts, but there again, if you've dabbled, that generally is what happens. Why is that phone doing that? Oh, very odd. And also, Gemma Collins is selling a virus mask with her own face displayed on them. Well, if anything's going to keep coronavirus away, it's a picture of Gemma Collins on your face. I mean, that's going to be the one that's going to clear it up straight away. We could have solved the problem weeks ago, months ago, way back in March. As long as she's declaring it to the taxman, we don't mind. Today's poem comes from a listener, which is quite... We did have one from the producer, and to be honest with you, it wasn't really up to standard. It really wasn't up to standard. I'll give you a rough idea. This is the first line. How happy is the little stone? I mean, immediately, not feeling in the right frame of mind, that rambles in the road alone and doesn't care about careers and exigencies never fears. It's not going on the X Factor, is it? It's not. Although, strangely enough, Pam Ayres did go on television on one of those sort of shows, and she read poetry. And she got through. whose coat of elemental brown a passing universe put on, and independent as the sun, associates or glows alone. I mean, it's really toffee, isn't it? It's from Emily Dickinson. It's called How Happy is a Little Stone. God knows what she was puffing away at the time. Is it an old one? Is this an old poem? Pretty old. 1800s, thank God for that. So she must be dead, mustn't she, by now? I would hate to sort of suggest that somebody was sort of smoking wacky backy to come up with some of these things, you know. As we sat in the sitting room, the Alsatian melted down the wall. You know, grandmother floated up to the ceiling and things like that. We also got Colleen Rooney, this ridiculous, these two silly little people. You know, oh, you sold stories about me, you did this, you did that, you did this, you did that. You know, I'm suing you for slander, and I'm suing you for libel, and I'm doing you for this, and you think to yourself, do you know, there's people just been killed in a park in Reading. There is a pandemic going on across the world, and these two stupids have decided to go for it. Well, Rebecca Vardy must be using her husband's money, because I shouldn't imagine she can afford this. The lawyers' fees alone could add up to about $500,000 for each of them, for nothing, for absolute nothing. You know, it's a case of, I'm cleverer than you, I'm bigger than you, and it's just ridiculous. There's so many things going on in the world, and these two prats, forgive my French, have decided to go to court. Well, I think it's Rebecca Vardy, you know, Rebecca Vardy. God in heaven, there's a woman whose career's going nowhere. There's a postman who was sacked. He was caught short in public. He wanted a wee, because you have to walk around quite a lot if you're a postman. And my postman walks miles every day. He never stops. Never stops going. He's always a very cheerful little soul. But this postman got sacked for having a wee. Anyway, he went to a tribunal, and the tribunal said, yeah, they were wrong to fire you. So he's got his job back. Bet that makes him feel a bit silly, doesn't it, really? Plus, the BBC will not air The Apprentice this year, so that's good news, isn't it? And a three-legged cat is adopted by the Queen's chauffeur. So from living in a potting shed, it's now going to be living at Buckingham Palace. Do you know, if you're a little kitten, you've only got 3 legs. Buckingham Palace, it's just stairs. Stairs up, corridors. Must be a lift, mustn't there? Do you think there's a lift? But I don't remember seeing a lift in Buckingham, unless it's hidden inside the actual fabric of the building. I mean, it can't be very long before the Queen has a Stannah stair lift, because even when you walk into Buckingham Palace, you've got that huge staircase that rises in front of you. I mean, it's absolutely enormous. You've got to walk up that every day. And it's not just the first one. It goes to a landing, then you go up some more steps. There's got to be a chairlift, hasn't there, or something like that, or some hoist that all the servants put her in, jam her bum in, and then they all pull up, and then she's swinging backwards and forwards going, I'm nearly there, and they're going, throw yourself off, now! You know, and if she misses it, she's down the stairs, we have to start all over again. No, they must have a lift in there, but I mean, perhaps that's why she's fit. And she is fit. Goodness only knows. I mean, she's still walking around. She's 94, isn't she? Amazing woman. So yesterday, I had this task, because they booked me an eye appointment at the Kingston Hospital in the eye unit. Well, it's separate from the eye unit. This is in the main bit of the hospital. And it was for glaucoma, because if you're diabetic, you have to get tested for glaucoma, because it depends how much sugar is in your eyes, determine on what your chances are of doing very well. So when I had the cataracts done, which seems like ages ago, it must have been the best part of a year, I think, if not a bit more, it's a case of, how are the eyes now? And last time round, they were one of them was a bit funny. Anyway, so they called me back in, and of course it's a 9 o'clock appointment. Well, I finish at 7. Luckily, yesterday's driver was Speedy Gonzales. The one this morning coming in was Speedy Gonzales. The one yesterday was good. I was glad we got him, because I'm not interested in sightseeing and counting leaves on trees. I just want to get from A to B as quick as possible. So I get back home, and as we go past Barclays Bank, I look to the right-hand side, and I can see the 281 bus. I thought, no, it might be another 20 minutes before it arrives, and I needed to get there for 9 o'clock for an early appointment. So driver dropped me off, run out the car, well, sort of run, and open up the boot, put my bag in. I've got my other little bag in, which I've got all sorts of things in, like my tablets and insulin and the note from the hospital. And get on the bus, so that was quite good. Everybody wearing face masks, which is good. Still a few stupid people who are getting on the bus. I wouldn't. If I was a bus driver, I'd be saying, off. Off. What are you, stupid or something? And the answer is, mainly they are. Unless, of course, they've sort of... I think if they're exempt, they should have a little sign going, I am exempt, I don't have to wear it. But it's only if you're a very small child, or if you're asthmatic. Can you be excused? You can. If you're asthmatic, you can be excused. Yeah, there's the disability one as well. So, anyway. So, I go on the bus, And then every other bloody stop, we get the bus driver has been ordered to wait here. You think, there's nobody on the bus. There's about 4 of us on the blooming bus. There's no other buses on the road. Get on with it. Think somebody's sitting there and they've got a camera and they're watching us on the bus going, I'll wind them up. Because on one point, we went from one bus stop, we get to the next bus stop, the bus driver is being held here. And you think, and the bus driver then gets out, practically a book and starts reading or colouring in or whatever he was doing. So eventually we and I thought, I'll tell you what I'll do if I get, because I'm running a bit, I'm not running late. This is now about 8:15. Well, exactly. I mean, seriously, he actually got out the whole Mary Poppins series, and I thought, well, we're in for a bit of a fun time here. I thought, as we go into Kingston, by John Lewis, there might be a group of taxis. If there's a taxi there, because that's normally where the taxis are, I'll get in a taxi and go to the hospital. I'll fork out, I don't mind, just to make sure I get there in time. But then there weren't any taxis, and I thought, I don't want to risk standing there. And so I get on and I get off at the bus station in Kingston, and of course our bus drops us off way up this end, and the bus I want is way down that end. So I go and have a look at the thing, and it says bus number K2 or something. So exciting! In 1 minute. So I get on the bus, and I'm there in 10 minutes. So of course now I'm early. I had to walk miles inside. But they're very good. You get inside the hospital, a man holds a thing up to you to see if your temperature's running. I said, no. I said, I check it every morning, my temperature. I'm very good. He said, spot on. And then he gives you a sticker, and you put the sticker on, then you go and check in, then you go up the stairs. So they make sure that you don't pass people. It's very clever. They were very efficient, very, very efficient. And then we start on, it was like, how long was I in there for? I was in there for about nearly 2 hours, getting all the tests done. And I'm thinking, because on one of them I couldn't get the for some reason the bit right. You know, where you put if you've never had this before, it won't mean a thing to you, but you've got a machine and you put your chin on the machine, so you're right into it. You open your eyes up and you can see a cross or a little green dot. In this case, it was a green dot. Focus on the green dot. Open your eyes wider. I thought, well, show me something interesting. And so wider. And then all of a sudden she goes, and it puffs air into your eye. And I can't remember well, of course it frightens you first time round. And you, of course, recoil back. And so we did that I took about 10 minutes on each one. And then I had to go and sit down again. Then another lady, called Polly, I think, came and said, come and have a chat. So we went and had a chat. And then we did the puffing air in the eye again. And then we did the reading of the chart, which was good, because I'd completely forgotten it. And I did all right on that. I wasn't too bad. I was about 3 away from the bottom, which how far do you need to see? And then she said, I'm very happy with that. And I thought, oh, there is a God. Because what you don't want, because she said, are you taking any eye drops? I said, no. And she said, the glasses you've got with you, are they just reading? I said, yeah, they're just reading. I don't need anything for distance, which is fantastic. And so she said, well, I'm more than happy. I'm just going to check with the consultant and to see if I can then release you. So she came back, she said, yep, they're more than happy. I thought, oh, good, that was good. And then she said, there you go, young man. I said, young man? I was old enough to be her father. Young man. They all say that to us elderly. Oh, you're so young, aren't you? And you go, you get called old man. Oh, poor old Thomas gets called old. I'm not surprised with the shirt. Girlfriend hates it, so that's a very good reason for wearing it, isn't it? If you really want to wind somebody up, you're not wearing that old thing again, are you? Yep, certainly am. And of course, and the more buttons you undo on it, the better it looks, because it's one of those sort of casual, I'm on the beach thing. And as he's wearing shorts today, he will be on the beach later on, because we're going to take him and drop him from a helicopter. So you'll be landing in the middle of somebody's sort of break on Southend Beach. I think that'll be quite funny, which you'll love. What are you doing? Oh, break. Talking of breaks, every day this week I've missed the break. Every single day. I don't know why. I'm trying to do really well. Oh, by the way, ticket numbers up again for the virtual show. So, few more pounds in the kitty. Thank you very much indeed. God, we're doing so well. We're not doing as well as the tea towels and not doing as well as the tote bags. I mean, the tote bag, I think, exceeded all expectation. I think we did about 88,000 on the tote bags. So, pretty cool that is, isn't it? Need to have your company nice. Steve, I asked the bus driver today about people not wearing masks. He said they're not allowed to stop someone boarding, but if an inspector gets on, those not wearing masks can be fined. Anything up to, I think it's about £100. But do you try enforcing that? Do you try enforcing that with some Neanderthal on a bus? Where's your... I mean, there was a girl the other day got on. I looked at her, I thought, where's your mask? Are you thick? I wanted to say to her, where's your mask? But you thought you don't get involved with these sort of people, which is not very good. Not very good at all. Steve, great news about your eyes, says Noreen. Heard from Ian Dale. He's confirmed the date of the interview is the 18th of October. So this is the 18th of October in the Exchange in Twickenham, where I'm interviewing Ian Dale. So, very busy year this year, actually, so I'm quite glad to get round to Christmas. Actually, the other thing is, which is not as exciting, they're opening the theatres, but with no actors. What is the point of going? We're going to see 42nd Street, the musical, but there'll be nobody on the stage. We'll open the curtains, and we'll probably sell you a drink, as long as you're socially isolated, but there's no action on the stage. What's the point of opening the theatres, then? What are people going to buy a ticket for? Sit there, stuck it in empty... No, you can watch a film. You can watch a film from the auditorium. I don't quite understand it at all. Doesn't make any sense to me. What's the point of doing that? What is the point? Details of a big show coming up at Joe Allen's. They've got a virtual show, like my virtual show, except theirs actually occurs a bit quicker. Mine is August 16th, and theirs, I think, is July something. I'll tell you a little bit later on. Noreen says, can you please wish our Jan in Hornchurch a very happy birthday from the gang? I met her at your first show there, and we've been friends ever since. We love Jan. Jan from the... I wish the boys had been around for those early shows. We trudged around doing different shows, the Beck Theatre in Hayes. You know, I forgot how many times we actually appeared down at the Queen's in Hornchurch. We took loads of people down there, and it was great. Then we did Fairfield Halls in Croydon. Where else do we do? The Shaw Theatre. Oh, we've done loads of theatres, but that was the first one, and we sold out. I think it goes on record, as the fastest selling show they've ever had, which was unbelievable. I think we sold out the theatre. There were people queuing from 3 a.m. to go and buy tickets at the Queen's Theatre in Hornchurch. It was lovely. So we actually played that a lot of time, probably about three or four times, I would think. So Jan is now elsewhere, but she still writes in every so often, which is good news, and we had a really nice time, really nice time. So that's why our reality show coming up on the 16th of August is going to be very nice, and it's going to be very full, but don't worry, you're all in the front row. Every single one of you's in the front row. Ain't nobody going to have to sort of stand at the back craning your neck or stand on a blooming, stepladder to actually see anything. Shane says, I put away the shorts, I'm wearing jeans. It was a very cold morning. Well, here, it's boiling hot. That's why Thomas has got his legs out again. I mean, it is like a version of the Antiques Roadshow. It is, seriously. I mean, you're not blessed with the best legs. They aren't, they're not, no, come on, admit a failing. I mean, I can't get my legs out. I'm so burnt and bruised. I look like in a terrible state. If I drop my trousers now, HR would be on the phone. And, no, it's dreadful. I've got terrible legs at the moment. There's nothing you can do about it. Nothing you can do. I'm a new listener from Maryland. Oh, lovely. Luckily for me, says Mary Beth, I was able to order a tote bag. I assume the bag won't arrive till late July. Can't wait to strut around town with it and let people admire it. By the way, have you ever considered growing herbs? They're fun to grow and very useful. Yes, I have. Yes, I have grown herbs before. In fact, a friend of mine the other day went out and she was buying, what was she looking for? Dill. She went to go and buy dill. And you can buy, all you've got to do is get a terracotta pot, like a trough, only a small one to put on the windowsill, and you can put 3 or 4 different herbs in there, and then you just pick them off. Mint, or they do apple mint, curry mint, they do all sorts of mints now, all sorts of variations, orange mint, lemon mint, all sorts of things, and then you just sort of add it to your thing. I bought some double cream yesterday. I was going to put it into my steak dinner, because that's my latest trick, is double cream, which is really good. So in other words, my favourite is to do mince. You can do this, you can play along with this one at home, Thomas. Mince, and you sort of fry it off with some onions, okay? Then you add a tin of beans, baked beans. Then, when that's all stirred through and nicely warmed and thick, you pour in probably about 3 tablespoons of double cream. It's a meal fit for a king. I cannot tell you how you can add double cream to everything. Double cream to everything. Phil Vickery adds double cream. Jamie, who shouldn't? No, you must have double cream. It's very good for you. No, you must have double cream. It's very good for you. Because they've actually said it's not as bad as people thought. So they've said it's all right, you can have double cream now. Much you want, just lie back, we'll pour it in your mouth, like we'll stick a funnel in there, which would be fantastic. No, it's all right, you can have that now. It's not as bad as they thought it was. Seriously, you must try it. The trouble is with you, you're like Corey, you're not adventurous enough. You know, taking you out for a meal. No, I would. And have you seen what Luke eats? I mean, dear God, you know he's even got ice cream. He's got ice cream in his fridge. He eats creme brulee. He eats, and that's full of double cream and custard and everything. I mean, really? Even I don't eat creme brulee. I did have one once, passion fruit creme brulee. That was particularly nice. But double cream, seriously, just pour a little bit, not tons of it, but a little bit into it. Or curry, you can pour double cream. Oh, it's delicious. Seriously. Takes on a whole new meaning. All of a sudden, I've become cordon bleu. Jamie Oliver retweeted me yesterday, which I thought was very nice. I began to get a bit worried, actually, because I'm missing my invitation to his Tudor mansion. Because you know me and Tudor mansions. I've got a thing about Tudor mansions. And I was hoping that maybe he'd send me a free invite to come down and have a look round the house. Because it looks fantastic. But there again, I've always been a bit of a jealous person when it comes to Tudor mansions. Steve, another one here. This one says, you still owe 6 bottles of Grant's whiskey. What's that for? You still owe 6 bottles of Grant's whiskey. Thank you. Please be our guest of honour. We start again. It'll be a good party too. Oh, right. At Classic FM, at LBC, is he still out of the country? Oh. I never know what that is, but it sounds great. Mind you, I'm not a whiskey drinker. Thomas would be a whiskey drinker. Oh, have you seen the picture of the Loch Ness Monster? What a part of hooey. We've talked about it, yes. It's, again, another lie, I'm afraid. It looks like a porpoise. And the bloke went, oh, this is... I thought, have you ever heard of what the Loch Ness Monster... And this was a bloke who was just... Well, that's what it looks like. It's a porpoise. It's got no head. It's got no head. What does it do? Swim with the head downwards or something, acting like a rudder? Ridiculous. I've never heard anything like it. It's ridiculous. Oh, Prince Harry's got it wrong again. After he always leaps on the bandwagon, but always screws up spectacularly. After the Swing Low Sweet Chariot campaign, Harry added his weight to banning it as well, without realising it was written by a slave. One of the columnists today is sort of saying, really, he always gets it wrong, doesn't he, poor Harry? He does try, but he's not the brightest penny in the box. Nothing wrong with poems, Steve. When everybody was screaming about statues the other week, I kept quoting folk the one about Ozymandias. Ozymandias. Morning to the boys and yourself. You've got me addicted to the ice lollies in Iceland, says Matthew. I must have had about 6 yesterday. They're so cheap. Seriously, you can get like 10 ice lollies for £1. Seriously, the worst thing is, if you're by yourself, you can't eat 10 ice lollies. I mean, they're absolutely delicious. I nearly bought some of those jubblies, and I was going to put them in the freezer, because every time I sort of got a bit... the trouble is, today, it'll be very hot, and what you will have is a lot of people buying ice lollies and ice cream and anything like that, and cold frozen drinks, and whereas really you should have a cup of tea. It's the only thing guaranteed to bring your heat down, because you're gonna really suffer. Tomorrow you'll be suffering more. So if you're a hay fever sufferer, not good for you. And if you're somebody that's affected in the heat, not good at all. Really quite bad. I mean, Corey doesn't... I mean, he wears a jumper every day of the week. Seriously, he could walk around in Barbados on the beach with a jumper. He'd have his little shorts on and a big thick jumper and an overcoat as well. Like he was about to go riding on a scooter. Looked like one of those boys on scooters from years ago. What else do we have? Oh, Liz Hurley paying tribute to her ex-boyfriend Steve Bing. And also the fact that her son is going to inherit probably about £250 million. Steve Bing was a man with a lot of emotional problems. He lived in a very tall skyscraper, and I always think if you've got emotional problems and you suffer from depression, the one thing you don't want to go anywhere near is a tall skyscraper. And he was in a very tall skyscraper. But if he's done a will, then his son, presumably, will inherit half. I think there's 2 of them. There's a half-sister and Liz Hurley's son. So he could end up with about 250 million. Blimey. I bet poor old Jordan's spitting blood, isn't she? Oh, the good news is Jordan's told her son, who's 15, that he can go on Love Island. Peter Andre said, no, you can't. I mean, and she thinks that they're all friends again now. They can't stand you. Why do you not realise this? Nobody likes you. You're deeply, deeply unpopular. You're very, very nasty. And she generally sort of rubs everybody up the wrong way. But she thinks that the career's coming back. We, of course, laugh like drains on that one. There is no career. Colleen, see you in court. Yeah, whatever. Alicia Dixon has spoken of her desire to carve out a full-time career in Hollywood. Why not? Listen, you stand as much chance as the next person. Probably a bit more, actually. Forget Barbados. or the Bahamas. Britain will be hotter today. Temperatures swelling to, they reckon, 33 degrees, and they think the last time it reached nearly this was in 1976. Yet it'll be 30 degrees in the Bahamas and Hawaii, 31. Raining in Barbados, and 27 degrees on the Costa del Sol, because it rains in Barbados. And it rains in Florida, actually. But the most in-demand seaside resort at the moment is Whitby. Whitby is the place to go to. It's lovely, isn't it? I quite fancy the idea of going to Whitby, which is lovely. Also, oh look, it's Kim Marsh, must have a new agent, because there's loads of pictures of Kim Marsh coming out of the BBC, going into the BBC, climbing out the outside of the building of the BBC, doing everything. Wait a minute, there's a man whose face was scanned by the police automatic facial recognition technology at a protest is challenging its use at the Court of Appeal. Good Lord, honestly. Do you know, honestly, our poor police in this country, they don't have much chance at all, do they, of doing anything, getting anything right? Because there's always somebody going to be complaining, oh, you can't do that to me. I saw some people the other day, some of those thugs who were in Trafalgar Square, literally going up and trying to punch police officers. You know, I think tasering, that'll be the best thing for them. Plus, what was this? Oh, yes, the McDonald's worker thought she'd put on weight after getting a job in McDonald's. It turns out she was pregnant. So obviously, you know, the idea of sort of having sex didn't really appeal to her, and she probably couldn't remember it. But she remembers eating loads of burgers. So Daisy Young had a son 4 hours after walking into A&E with stomach cramps. Oh, dear God in heaven. Her mum and dad were allowed to travel, despite the coronavirus restrictions, but no mention of the husband, or the boyfriend, or just about anybody, which is how it goes nowadays, isn't it? 4:30. It's the 24th of June, Wednesday. Actually, it's good, isn't it? Tomorrow's payday. Whee! Whee! Or it could be Friday, I'm not sure, actually. I always get it wrong. I'm always the one who gets these things wrong. I'm hopeless at remembering things. But it's nice to have your company today. Nice to have your company every day, which is what we always get. Shane says 33 degrees in the UK sounds good to me. You see, but you're obviously used to temperatures like that. We're not used to it. So when we actually get it, it's a bit it's a bit naff, I'm afraid. I wish I could tell a fib and say, oh, I really look forward. And then people say, oh, you're always moaning about things. You go, yeah, of course I am. That's why I'm on the radio. No visit to Whitby, Steve, is complete without a visit to the Magpie. Best fish and chips in the country. They've got a huge fish and chips today. It's a piece of fish that will feed 5 people. It's cod. And it looks delicious. It comes with chips, curry sauce, ketchup, and a few other little bits and bits. Oh, how lovely. Gravy as well. I've never had gravy, but I've had curry sauce. And I quite like that, actually. Quite like it. So, never one to miss out on a marketing opportunity. You're joking. Gemma Collins misses out on every marketing opportunity, mainly because she doesn't know what it's about. She's selling virus masks with her own face displayed on them. She says, if you're going to do it in a style, GC style. She talks about herself in third party, mainly because she is. One part of her is away on another planet. Talk about talentless, poor soul, honestly. And so, I mean, who's seriously in their right mind? It's only going to appeal to sort of stupid people who want a picture of Gemma Collins on their face, and that'll be little girls, because they're in pink. And nobody's going to be buying pink I mean, she thinks she's into marketing. Unfortunately not, because everything I touch turns to plastic, which is it. What else here? Learning lessons. David Grant. Oh, it's all getting very exciting. A lot of people here talking about, where was your best holiday? When you were a kiddie, where was your best holiday? Where did you go to? Where did your parents take you? I mean, our always best ones was the beach. It was always the beach, because when you're little, you've never seen so much water. Like, loads of it, more than in the bath. You go there, and I remember I said, wow, look at all that water. And my mother said, yeah, and there's more underneath. It wasn't just on the surface, it was like loads and loads of water. And if you dug down on the beach in the sand, and there'd be loads of water. You could build a sandcastle on the bit, provided the sand was that sort of sand that sort of basically sort of sucked you in. And it was called quicksand, because it was really fast. 1 minute you're on top of the beach, next minute you're underneath it. And it was a case of, we used to do that, and then we'd build a sandcastle. You get your bucket out, and you put the sand in there, and you push it all down, then you turn it upside down, then you put a flag in the top. Oh, it was great. Great. And then if you were very lucky, your mother would give you sort of, threepence. 3 pennies, 3 old pennies, and you would go to the amusement arcade on the seafront. You'd have sand all over your feet and everything else, your little Speedos on, and you'd go in there and you'd walk around with this threepence burning a hole in your hand. And you'd be, which machine am I going to play? And you'd look at them and you go, because you didn't want to just waste it. You had to decide. It was a big decision when you were little. And they didn't have restrictions on gambling because you weren't winning very much anyway. And I used to put them on the roll the penny thing. And if it fell between the lines, you got your money back. And then another penny. Or the ball that you flicked from one side, a big ball bearing that went round and zoom, 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 and then fell into either win, lose. Always lose. I don't know what it was. Maybe a magnet or something. But that's what we used to love. And then you'd have an ice cream. And you'd have to make sure that your ice cream lasted from being on the front of the beach to back where the family were waiting. I've got lovely pictures of us in, I don't know where we were. My mum in her swimming costume, my Auntie Ivy, sitting behind the windbreak. It was blooming freezing, it was. But we did it. It was in Yorkshire, so imagine the wind was coming in off the sea. And you all sit there, because it was a case of, this is where we're on holiday. And then on the way home, it was a case of, if you were really, really lucky, can we get a portion of chips? A portion of chips? Between all of us? I mean, I tell you, luxury it were. Luxury. It was just the best ever. And she'd sit there, and then you go, and your mother would go, do you want another chip? What do you mean, do I want another chip? Is the Pope Catholic? Give me the blooming bag. And you get 1 and 6pence worth of chips. And that would last you for age. Oh, it's delicious. Funny thing is, simple pleasures like that now always work, don't they? They always work. You know, kids, there was, did you see the Ross Kemp programme about dementia? Oh, it was tragic. They interviewed Scott and Barbara's husband, but one of the places that he went to a family, and they've got a daughter, and she's got an illness, and I can't remember what it is, but whatever it is, it's like early dementia. She was 5 years old. She's now stopped speaking. It's going through the phases, but it's going through the phases. It's very rare. Again, there's no cure, nothing at all, so they read to her. She's quite beautiful, and they had her brother there who's 12, and he said, sometimes I'm not, as nice to her as I should be, because, kids are like that. They sort of forget. But it was really amazing. It was really amazing to look at her. But the family are having to face up to the fact that it's dementia, but in a 5-year-old. So she's bigger than the normal 5-year-olds. Sometimes she will get to that stage where she can't swallow her food. So they will have to, they've got a plan for all. It was the most amazing thing. And you suddenly thought, which I think every time we have the make some noise, I always think you're raising money in a lot of cases for people who they're at the end of their tether. They don't know where they're going. They don't know what's happening. They've got a child who's very seriously ill, a child who might not make it, and they don't know where to go to. And so they end up finding a charity, and then ultimately we end up finding the charity, and we kind of marry the two up together. Because no matter how much money you gave to this family, it was never going to take away what their daughter is going through at the moment. She doesn't know what she's going through. She just knows that she doesn't speak. She makes noises, and they try and encourage her. What do you mean by that? They'd sort of say, oh, look, we've got Ross here. And she was so excited to run her hands all over his hair, because he hasn't got any hair, he's just bald, and play with his ears. And I remember thinking, such simple pleasure. Such simple pleasure. It's like in Scott and Barbara's house, he's put a big board up with, I'm Scott and I live here, you're Barbara, you live here. And she sees it, because sometimes she can't understand whose house it is. She doesn't know. She'll sort of say, who lives here? And he'll say, we do. Say, why have they got all pictures of me on their walls? Because actually hers is the only house that you'll ever go into that she doesn't have loads of pictures of herself. There's one. Might be other ones upstairs in the bedroom, but I never went to the bedroom. And some nice pictures of Barbara with some of her close friends. And you think to yourself, it must be awful. She's 82. She's 82. She wants, she doesn't know what sort of life she's got. She doesn't know, probably, that she's that ill. And it's such a shame, because it's so debilitating, and it's so wearing on Scott. But bless his heart, he soldiers on. What else could he do? He's not about to abandon her. Definitely not. Matthew says, you're talking at the hospital in Norbiton. The doctors, nurses and staff are excellent. Oh, I thought so. I thought they were brilliant. But I go there on a fairly regular basis. And Steve, good to hear you this morning after years of waking up early. Do you still need an alarm clock? I wake up naturally, Bill. After this amount of time, I do set 2 alarm clocks. One in the sitting room, one in the bedroom. And I've never managed. I always wake up before them. Always manage to wake up before the alarm clock, so I don't need for it to go beep, 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 beep. I mean, sometimes I'll wake up just to go to the loo, and I'll look at the clock and go, oh, I'm going to be waking up in 15 minutes anyway. There's no point going back to sleep, not for 15 minutes. But today should be nice, as long as I stay inside, because I have no intention of going out. It's horrid, isn't it? It's not nice. Not nice. But it doesn't matter. Great news about the eyes, Steve. You're right. Well, as far as I'm concerned, it's absolutely brilliant news. Steve, it's a myth about the Magpie being the best fish and chips in the country. But the fact that people think that means that there's always a queue a mile long, says Reggie. Well, that's how it works. It's sort of word of mouth. It's word of mouth. People I remember somebody saying to me once, where did we go to? We went to a restaurant years and years ago in some seaside. Somebody said, you're going to love this. Well, I thought it was the worst food I've ever had. But I didn't really like to say anything. It's like there's always a queue every day at Sandy's in Twickenham. We've got the 3 busy shops. You've got Waitrose. The queues are much, much smaller now than ever, because it's a supermarket. But the specialist shops like Sandy's, the fishmonger, and the butcher, I need to call them the meat shop next door, the butcher's next door, and then Paul Cooper with the fruit and veg. And there's always a queue. Mainly because Paul gets for every day you'll see them unloading the fruit and the vegetables. They go to market every day. There's not a day that they don't go, because they sell so much. The butchers, they will get fresh meat every day. And if you go to Sandy's, they're at market every day, and they bring it all back. You've seen all the boxes, empty box outside. That's for all the fresh fruit. And that's why it's one of the busiest shops in Twickenham. Those 3 between them, well, the butchers is practically new, but they're way ahead of things. Way ahead of things. In fact, at Christmas time, I think Sandy's is about the only place that does turkeys. You know, proper Norfolk turkeys, bronze turkeys. And the queue goes up the road. They have to give them mulled wine, basically to keep them in sort of good frame of mind. But they love it. People love it. It's been there for donkey's years. His father ran it, and then Stuart runs it, and he works every day that God made. I don't know when he relaxes. I really don't know. Steve, long last 4 days, have been having continual education classes for 8 hours a day on Zoom. I don't think I can learn anything more, excuse me, says Jake, about Methodism, John Wesley and theology. I've got classes until Friday. I may die. We used to love it in church. When we went to church years ago as children, you'd get halfway through the big boy and girls church, and then the pastor would say, right, now we're going to let all the little uns go to Sunday school. So we'd all traipse off to Sunday school. But that's the bit I can't remember. I only remember big boys church. Only because my father, I don't know why, when they used to pass the plate round to put your offerings in, some people had little envelopes. You put money in and then seal it and put it in there. My father used to put opal fruits in. We'd always have opal fruits. And before we went in for church, he'd give us all an opal fruit. So as the tray came down, we'd all put an opal fruit in it. For years, I thought that was what you did. I had no idea they were looking for serious money. But anyway, I'm sure that your show, says Jake, will put me in a better mood and will make me smile. Thank you for all you do, my radio friend. Well, how's everything, Jake, down your way? Because Jake's in Minneapolis, as you know. So that's where it all started. Yes. Twin Cities, after all the riots and all the other things that went on there. He's looking after, I forget how many churches, like 4 or 5 he looks at, which is what we have here. If you go out to the country, you don't have a separate priest for each church. You'll have somebody who looks after a number of them, and so they'll rotate with the services. But he said, he sent us texts from ages ago going, another night of violence, people setting fire to their own city. Not very nice. So I hope things are getting back to, I was going to say normal. I don't even know what normal is, Jake, at the moment. I really don't. I spoke to my driver the other day, and we both agreed that life is never going to be the same again. Ever. You're just going to have to get used to queuing, going into shop. Outside John Lewis yesterday, people were queuing to get into the department store, which I'll probably need to go to next week, but only, as literally, I'm in, I'm out. And they were offering people glasses of water, which I thought was quite sweet, isn't it? He had lots of bottled water. He was pouring it into cups and giving it to people, because if people were standing out, and it was hot already at that time. So, interesting. Roger says, just finished a night's astronomy imaging. Big hello from sunny Worthing. Oh, it's not sunny outside yet, is it? But it's certainly going to heat up a little bit. I saw somebody riding a bicycle through London the other day with their shirt off. There's no chance I'm ever going to be doing anything like that. The Hallmark Channel has got 17 days, a Christmas movie marathon. And that, for Ian, is like the ultimate. The ultimate. He absolutely loves it. And My friend Henry, I call him my friend, we have to keep him on side. He says, did you see Lady Colin Campbell versus Pip Schofield? Oh, she's vile. I can't bear her. I know everything. As if she hung around with the royal family. I shouldn't imagine they'd want her anywhere near them. But I think she'd make an excellent in-conversation. Yes, with herself, Henry. With herself. I mean, if you really want to watch how awful she is, she thinks she's so superior, whereas in fact she's nothing. She's just a bed and breakfast owner. That's all she is. She has to run a bed and breakfast. She hasn't got any money. That's why she has to go on television programmes and sort of write these books which sell to who. Because Philip was saying about I missed it, I'm gonna catch up on it. But if you watch her in the jungle, oh, she's vile. She really thinks she's special. Whereas in fact, she's just some poor old creature who married this bloke who had a title, and hence she got the title. Up until then, nothing. Nothing at all. But they go, oh, she's a royal expert. Well, you know, they tag names onto everybody. I'm sort of an expert on musicals. You know, you can come up with anything nowadays, can't you? But, yeah, she said she knew more about the royals than Dickie Arbiter. Yeah, she's just full of a waffling old bag. She just waffle. That's all she is. I don't think she knows any more than anybody else. She goes on tittle tattle. You know, I mean, the book, she's actually got, I think, one of her sons who knows somebody who knows somebody. It's that vague. It really is. It's sort of, and Philip poo-poos it, of course, which is, good for him. And that's when she turns. That's when she becomes a nasty piece of work. But I just go, it's just a cheap bed and breakfast programme, darling. Don't worry about it. Freezing here at Manly Beach, Steve, 18 degrees, but I can see the migrating whales swimming past the beach from my desk, says John. I love the days when you describe your childhood. Takes me right back to such simple and wonderful times. Why has the world gone crazy? Everything seems to go downhill when they stop Crackerjack on BBC One. And you've won a Crackerjack pencil. And the kids used to go crackers. I was actually talking to people going crackers. I was watching earlier on. I needed something to boost me at the beginning of the programme. Something that gives me an uplift. So we had the Angel Chorale on so that Corey could sort of catch them doing Africa, which was lovely. And then I watched Paul Simon in his concert in South Africa doing You Can Call Me Al, Call Me. And it was so good. It was so good. It's really uplifting. And then Simon and Garfunkel live in Central Park going, Hello, darkness, my old friend. And then I watched the Celtic, I can't remember what they are, they're some Irish lads who are fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. And they do all sorts of lovely songs, and it's just wonderful stuff. Nice stuff. I don't want you to think that I live in the past. I don't want you to think that I sort of live in another place, because I suddenly realised when you get a bit older, you kind of appreciate all those things that you did when you were little. And I did think that, you know, when I was little, I did enjoy things. I did enjoy things more. You know, we seem to get by on not much money. You know, every time you go out, you know, I mean, I don't think we ever had any money. Not sort of money that I've got now. Nothing like that at all. It was a case of you went out there, you know, you didn't have your own. I had pocket money when I was at school, and that was 12.5 pence a week. 2 and 6pence, 12.5 pence a week. And if you were really good with it, you could stretch that out a bit. You bought some chews, you could buy a Gobstopper, which lasted all of the day. If you were really flash, you bought a bottle of Corona. That was 10 pence. 10D. Old money. And it had all different, and you'd come back with a bottle of Corona, and we always bought the same one. Unless you were feeling that, unless you really wanted the one that was lime green and made you look like you'd been in a power station. There was a nice red one, which was lovely, but my favourite was cream soda. I don't know what was in it, but it was fab. Cream soda and a dollop of ice cream, but we couldn't afford the ice cream, so we never had that. Lovely, wasn't it? Things you appreciate for when you're little. That's why they had Peter Andre the other day, fool that he is, and he was having an argument with his wife. Because she's the doctor. Peter is, I don't know what he is. Nobody really knows, actually. A bit peculiar. And she said it's a waste of money, all these expensive presents that we're buying for the children. It's just ridiculous. And, they should learn to expect less, which is what we did. We appreciated everything we got when we were little because we didn't have much of it. And so consequently, he said, Junior wants this £300 thing. You think, 300 quid for a 14-year-old? Are you mad? But, of course, he is mad. And that's why I always worry, actually, because it's going to get to that stage where Peter's work's going to dry up. What can you give to him? I still mention it because it was the thing that sort of worried me a little bit, that Pete was going to go and he did all interviews on going and launching his film career in America. And I'm thinking, what film career? We checked it out on the internet. We can't find anything. Can't find anything on Peter Andre's film career. You know why? Never existed. If you remember, he was in Australia doing a tour. Well, he was going to do a tour. He went over there. Of course, nobody knows who he is in Australia. He was being booked into, you know, the sort of places that were far out by the Billabong, and you'd go out there and you'd get in some drag queen or something. Actually, talking of a drag queen, I watched Neighbours the other day. Who was on it as a guest star? Courtney Act. Courtney Act was on as a guest star, who is doing shows over here, I think, next year. Next year. So she's drag. She was in the Big Brother house. I think Anne Widdecombe felt quite dowdy, because Courtney Act is very, very glam. Very, very glam. I mean, just unbelievably glam. In fact, I defy anybody to tell the difference, apart from the obvious. But still good stuff. Still good stuff. I can't remember where I was going with that conversation. My family used to get cream soda at Christmas, but it had to be Corona, says Ian. Yeah. It was, I don't know what was in it, but it was sort of like, it had a taste of like butter and things like that. It was absolutely lovely. But if you put a dollop of ice cream in, it's like a Coke float. You know, Coke floats were fantastic. You got a glass of Coca-Cola and then you put in some ice cream and it would gradually melt. That was particularly delicious as well. All that stuff that was interesting. I used to think a milkshake in a milk bar was something great to have. Nowadays, you go, oh, milkshakes, they're fairly common. People do them at home, make them by themselves. Producer was telling me, Thomas, he said, I made a smoothie the other day. I don't know, you didn't. All you did, you put some ingredients into the liquidizer and pushed a button. That's not making a smoothie. Making a smoothie is growing all the fruit. What was in it? What was in it? Was it curly kale and stuff like that, or did you do a fruit one? Just fruit one. So what was in it? Come on, what was in your fruit cooler? Here we go. Blueberry, okay. Strawberry, banana. Just 3. Oh, no. Wait, backtrack on that one. Blueberry, peach as well. Oh, right. And orange juice, obviously. It's got to be the binding agent. You can either use that or apple juice. Apple juice, or and then what? Vodka and rum? What, in the liquidizer? What time of day was this? It was in the late afternoon on a Friday. You keep vodka and rum at home? Good God, you've not got a job in an off licence, have you? Do we have off licences anymore? I only ask because I don't seem to have seen any for ages. Because most people get their booze from the supermarket, don't they? I didn't realise that we used to advertise one on LBC years ago, and I used to drive past it because it was called Barrett's Liquor Mart. And the only reason I remember it is because the bloke who owned it, Freddie Barrett, used to go, Barrett's Liquor Mart, and it was on the Shepherd's Bush Road. I mean, it's gone years ago now. Well, as far as I remember it, it'd be awful if it's still there. But I always remember those adverts. We used to have Cucumber Man as well, selling air conditioning. It's funny you remember it, isn't it? Also remember Urinex, which was for something completely different. All the things you remember. Isn't it funny? As you get a bit older, I can well imagine and understand why people sit in bus shelters and have conversations with people. Because you suddenly realise you've got loads in common. Young people today, they'll be doing it in about 30 years' time. They'll be doing exactly the same. Exactly the same. They'll be going, oh, do you remember when we used to listen on the radio to Steve Allen and Gemma Collins? Whatever happened to Gemma Collins? Somebody said, whatever happened to Justin Lee Collins the other day? Where did he go to? Where did the Hamiltons go to? The Hamiltons disappeared. They were on with Louis Theroux the other day. It was sort of an old programme, as you can well imagine. But I mean, where have all these people disappeared to? People that were on the television all the time. And now we don't know. The Hamiltons, I mean, they must be getting on a bit now. They must be in their 70s. But Justin Lee Collins, there was an altercation, I believe, that went on. But and that effectively sealed his career, I think. But what do you do if you've been big on television? Then all of a sudden, television work dries up and you've got nothing to fall back on. That's what worries me in this day and age. Because if you've got the theatres opening but you can't have any actors on the stage, what's the point of that? They're not making television programmes because most of them have got groups of people together, comedians and stuff like that. I mean, I suppose you could still have Live from the Apollo because that's only one person on the stage. So you could have people in the audience. I mean, if people want to risk it, because I'm still not prepared to risk it. I don't know why. Perhaps I'm being a bit silly about it, but I've decided I'd rather be safe than sorry. You're the same. Yeah, Corey. Well, we know Corey is. Mind you, we had a bit of an incident this morning with Corey. I'll have to tell you, actually, in the next part of the programme. It's worth saving, actually, because it's another Coreyism. It's fantastic, actually. And it's every day there's another something that happens. I write them all down and then save them which is quite good. And I shall bring them back, again. Whenever I've sort of got a quiet period in the programme, I go, I've got that story about Corey to tell. And Corey goes, oh, no, why me? Why me? What's he going to say? What's my mother going to be thinking? It's the only reason his mother wants to see my show on the 16th of August is basically to find out if he really does work here. Because at the moment she's got no evidence at all. She's got no idea. Well, we're not sure about the word. Warren says, I can't stand the heat. Can you wake me up when it's Saturday? And he said that, Steve, can you tell the lady in Waitrose, Northwood, on the cash desk, that my computer problems are fixed? I was shopping in Waitrose today and she said, did you fix your computer problems? I said, oh my God, how many people does Steve Allen have listening to him? They're everywhere. I know. They are everywhere. They really are, which is actually good news as far as I'm concerned. So, Warren, hope you're well this morning. But no, I mean, you might as well wake me up before you go, because I'm not looking forward to the heat either. Thomas is not looking forward to the heat. I'm not sure about Corey. I don't know if Corey's Luke's going to get his paddling pool out and blow it up and sit there with his feet in it. He's really, and I know it's so naff. He doesn't realise the irony of the whole thing. Because when he said, I've got a pool at home, and I thought, perhaps there'll be some heated Olympic-sized swimming pool. But, no, it's a little kid's paddling pool that he blows up. Mind you, I suppose if it's sort of hot, you've got to be careful. You've got to cover up, though, haven't you? You've got to wear spray lotion and stuff like that, and also wear a hat. That's going to be very good, because you really don't, much as though you want to go out, if you've got a freezer, why don't you nip out early to Iceland, buy a load of lollies, take home, shove them in the freezer, and then every time you feel the urge, take one out and have a good old suck on it, and that'll sort of kind of see you through the day slowly. But at the end of the day, you'd have eaten loads of them. But you can get, I mean, it's so cheap. Iceland must be the cheapest place to get ice lollies. I don't know how they make them for that price. Or buy one of those big boxes. You get 50 in a box of those plastic tube things with different coloured liquid in. You freeze them, and then you peel back the plastic, and then you pop it in your mouth, which is lovely. You can get there very cheap, or get some ice cream. You do all sorts of things, because the kids are going to want that, aren't they? Steve, Arthur Mullard did the voiceover for the Cucumber Man ad years ago. He did do one. Was it because the voice of Cucumber Man was the man who owned the company, who used to go out with I can't remember who he used to go out with now. Who did he go out with? He used to go out with somebody who was well known as well. Yeah, Cucumber Man. I remember it very, very well. It was air conditioning. Arthur Mullard, bless his heart. Bless his heart. Steve, that poem was blooming fabulous. Thanks to all for our usual morning kickstart. It was a good one, wasn't it? It was good. But that's where we talk about the audience coming together. After you discussing Diana yesterday, Steve, I watched The Queen last night. Great film. Also, your Lady Colin Campbell is my new favourite impression, says Caroline, who's a Facebook spiker. She goes, a bit like that, doesn't she? Now that she's ancient and past it, but she always comes. I mean, to say that she knows more than Dickie Arbiter, she's just talking rubbish. She's a modern day, one of those eccentrics. But the trouble is, she's got no sense of humour. Talking about the royal family. And I used to think, God, mind you, I looked at a picture the other day of John McCririck. You remember John McCririck all of a sudden started losing weight because he was very ill. But I wasn't sure if he knew he was very ill. And he went on the television and he had this outfit. He was so gaunt. He was really gaunt. And they had to ask him. They said, I was not very well a short while ago. And I thought, little did we realise. Little did we realise. Steve, you're really making me feel nostalgic in the most lovely way, says Ali from Lambeth, from Southwark, formerly from Lambeth, and says, I haven't texted your programme since many years ago, and I think the last time I texted your programme, any programme on LBC, was during the latter years of dial-up internet. Dial-up internet. I don't understand anything to do with the internet. Steve, if you had a milkman, you could have ice-cold milk waiting in your fridge in a cold glass bottle, says Marilyn. Yes, I like that. Iceman says, is anybody else having trouble with AOL? Can't get you through my iPad. I'm AOL. I never have any problem with it. Occasionally, sometimes I do get problems with it. And then what I do is I turn it off, leave it 5 minutes, turn it back on again, and that seems to kind of solve the problem. Steve, in Sydney, we have an ice cream called Gay Time. I remember it when I was a kid in the 60s. I wonder how long before they have to change the name because of political correctness. Well, in Hounslow, they used to have gay blinds. In the day when sort of gay meant happy, festive, that was sort of cheerful kind of thing. Now, of course, it means something completely different. Something completely different. I'm just looking forward to the hairdressers. I'm not bothered about anything else. Hairdressers and this Friday I'm going to treat myself to some Kentucky Fried Chicken. Yum, yum, yum. I quite like that idea. Steve, says Susan, 6 cornettos for £1 in Iceland. And it's so cheap. Seriously, it's phenomenally cheap. Provided you live near enough to an Iceland to get them home before they've melted. That would be nice, wouldn't it? That would be very nice. 11 minutes past 5. I don't normally give you time checks. I'm just sort of doing it this morning because I'm feeling very benevolent. Very benevolent. I've got the details coming up of the virtual show for August the 16th, which Corey's going to print off, but forgot. And so I wondered why, actually, he's going to have to give this thing to me now, because the only thing that we can't do is a live show. Well, we could do a live show, but we can't... That's silly, honestly. He comes in it because he hasn't got his mask on. He has to sort of cover his face. Honestly. It's like, seriously, I don't know what way... Are you both coming in on the 16th? Are you coming in for the show on the 16th? What month? August. It's going to be 3 o'clock in the afternoon. Have to check your calendar. Well, it'll say the same as last year. Nothing at all. You know, it's no good writing things in like, might go shopping. That's not the same. Take the dog for a walk. Oh, wait a minute, you haven't got a dog. You might watch paint dry. Very bitter, very bitter. We don't need bitterness. They will be there. Well, somebody's going to have to drive the desk. I don't know how it's going to work otherwise. I only thought about that a short while ago. Somebody said, who's driving the desk? I said, I have no idea. So it might have to be somebody oh, no. He says he's really pleased. So every year, for Make Some Noise, one of the ways we make money for the charity is by getting together in a theatre in London and having good old chinwags. That's what we do, as you know, and it's my chance to share some stories, some of which you won't have heard before. I'm not allowed to tell on the radio some of these things because of legal reasons. So a get-together is not on the cards this year for obvious reasons, but that will not stop us, because I'm doing my very first online show, an afternoon with Steve Allen. And you can join me if you've got a laptop, a phone, an iPad, or whatever. You can make a voluntary donation to Make Some Noise using your mobile phone. So the date you need is the 16th of August at 3 p.m. The ticket is a tenner. That's all it is. It's a less than a third of the price that they were last time round when we did it in the Leicester Square Theatre. So to get yours, all you need to do is text Steve10. Steve10, capital letters, S-T-E-V-E, and then 10 tacked on the back with no space. So it's just Steve10 with no space, and send it to 84850. That will cost you £10, a voluntary donation. From every text goes straight to Global's Make Some Noise emergency appeal. Standard network rates apply. You need to be 18 or over. Terms and conditions at lbc.co.uk. You will get a text back. This is how you know you have registered. It says, thank you for registering. And then on the 16th of August, the day of the transmission, you'll be sent a message telling you how to join. Each one's individual to you. And all you have to do is text Steve10, no gaps, and send it to 84850. Steve10, 84850. And it's all live. It's not pre-recorded. It's not one of these pre-recorded programmes. It's all singing, all dancing. Once we persuade the elephants to get up the stairs. At the moment, I have dreadful trouble with that one. Corey's in charge of elephants and goldfish. And we're sort of waiting. The goldfish are supposed... The whole idea is, the goldfish are going to be in a pole and they will leap over the elephants. Well, it's, we've tried bribery. We've tried, signing them up to an agency. They're not playing ball at all. The goldfish just want to swim round and round a bowl. They don't want to do anything at all. And they forget everything. Literally, you go, OK, you're jumping at the bowl. Yeah, OK, Steve, we understand. Everybody all right with that one? Who is he? It's as bad as that, I'm afraid. Not very good. Things are going well here, says Jake, in the rural part of Minnesota, over in Appleton. My wife and I are going to host a radio town hall on race and racism in western Minnesota in July. On the 1st. Makes me sad sometimes. People will stare or glare at her as she's a person of colour. But when they hear her British accent as she talks, as if they think she's okay being a person of colour because she's British and what they define as desirable or classy. We have much work to do in loving our neighbours as ourselves. Yes, it's because somebody sounds... I always remember years and years ago, I used to do a phone-in on LBC, and you'd get somebody phoning up from Scotland, hi, Steve, and it would turn out they'd be a person of colour. And, of course, if you've been in a particular area, you kind of pick up the accent and all the rest of it. So I can well understand that people will stare or glare. I mean, I'm surrounded by a multicultural group of people who work with me. They have girlfriends from all over the place, literally. And so, and they show me pictures every so often, just so I can see what I'm missing. And that's very nice. So I've seen pictures they get. And, in fact, I've met their girlfriends. I've met them. They were allowed to meet. They weren't allowed to touch. They were allowed to meet me, and that was, down on one knee. We weren't socially distancing, were we, the last time we did it? I've just realised. Of course we weren't. We had a normal existence. Now it's all completely different. But the boys are going to be there on the 16th, on pain of death. Don't any of these excuses like, I couldn't make it in, Steve. Is anybody working that night into the next morning? Is anybody pop it. Oh, well, that's all right. You can it won't take long. Won't take long. You can be in the studio with me if you want. Oh, social distancing. You can socially distance in that studio downstairs. Of course you can. If it's only going to be a metre by that time, you could practically sit on my lap. Odd, because this morning... Was it this morning? No, it was this morning. I looked on my emails and I had something about Amazon Prime. And I remember thinking, oh, that's nice. Actually, can you get it up? It's on my emails. It's Amazon Prime on the email, and just put it up on the screen for me so I can read it out, because it would probably worry other people. And I thought, because I looked at it and I thought, oh, God, I didn't know you had to do that. I thought it was an automatic renewal. But anyway, it doesn't make any difference, because I got this thing from Amazon Prime saying that it runs out on strangely enough, the 22nd. Which I thought was a bit interesting, because we've already gone past the 22nd. But nevertheless, this thing goes out, and I should imagine they send millions around the world. Wait a minute. So it's action required. I think that's the one there. Yep, that's it. That's the one. Here we go. And it says... It's very slow, the computer this morning. It's a bit of a lockdown. It says, Dear customer. So they don't even know it's me. Your Amazon Prime membership is set to renew on Monday, the 22nd of June. However, we've noticed that the card associated with your Prime membership is no longer valid. To update the default card or choose a new one for your membership, please find the document attached and follow the on-screen instructions. Okay. And to prevent interruption of your benefits, we'll try charging other active cards associated with your Amazon account. And if we can't process the charge for your membership fee, your Amazon Prime benefits will be suspended. Sincerely. And it's fake. You know why? Because at the top, it says, payment on card on file has been declined, and all the rest of it. And they've said from Amazon Prime. Amazon spelled A-A-M-A-Z-O-N. You see that next to that little warning triangle thing? They're fakes. Okay? They're fakes. These are crooks. And what they want you to do is link on to that thing so that you can put in a credit card detail, okay? Just check. You'll see next to the little warning triangle, Amazon spelled A-A-M-A-Z-O-N. And they've got here, your payment card on file has been declined. I think not, because these are crooks. You want to go round and go, pfft. I love it on YouTube, where they get that bloke calling from a call centre somewhere in the world and trying to persuade a police chief that he needs to pay some money off his tax bill. They're just crooks. They're just crooks. It's amazing. And they go here, 998889988998. So it's fake. It's fake all the way through, but they can't even spell Amazon. Poor soul. Poor soul. And then you look at it and you go, action required, payment card on file has been declined. Of course it hasn't. I'm Steve Allen. Don't be so ridiculous. You'd love to find out who they are, wouldn't you? You'd love to find out who they are. And you could go round there and sort of just sort of go in there and just cover them in beetroot juice. That would please me immensely. Oh, I'm so sorry, crooks. Steve says, Karen, I've also received scam emails and also phone calls regarding Amazon Prime. Yeah. The phone calls, I don't know. I don't know where they'll be getting details like that from. But of course, when they say dear customer, that's how they don't know who you are. They're just taking a guess. They're taking a punt on the fact that you might have Amazon Prime. And out of the millions that they send out, there might be 50,000 people who have Amazon Prime and think, oh, I better change that. And so you end up giving them information on a card and they just fill it up for you. So just remember, they'll never ask. never ask. Steve, you're a bit of a fashion icon. With it being so hot today, I'm going to have to wear sandals. All right, that's the last time you feature on the programme. Question is, socks or no socks? No sandals. I'm sorry, no sandals. I mean, absolutely not, Mike. It's really, it's just, don't. You cannot wear sandals. They're not for the likes of us. They're absolutely not. No, I mean socks. Oh, dear me, I can't even begin to speak properly now. You do not want. I watered the baskets yesterday when I got eventually back home from the hospital because it got so hot by that time. Things were sort of drying out very quickly. So remember, just putting a cup full of water on, drench, and then I fed as well with Tomerite. So I'm being good actually, but definitely no sandals. Oh Lord, I bet Corey's got sandals. You haven't? No. Okay. Because that would be jumper boots, jeans with no belt. Then occasionally we pushed the boat out and we found a belt. Obviously had a lax week. Steve, I bought the DVD box set of the original ITV Rupert Bear series. 156 episodes, which were thought to be lost forever, found again last year. Was that the one, Phil and Sue in Slough, that goes... There's a little bear that you've never seen before. He's the number one. Bum, 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 bum. There's a million stories to be told of his friends in Nutwood. Yes. And then the chorus is, well, Rupert the bear. Everyone's... Honestly. It's madness, isn't it? Absolute madness. Yeah, Rupert the bear. Started off as a comic. I quite like Rupert the bear. I think I've got a Stife Rupert. I'm pretty certain. It first appeared in 1920. 1920. I wasn't, and nobody ever thought about it. He's Rupert Bear with trousers and a scarf on, and yet the most endearing out of all these people, of course, is Paddington. Paddington. You go past every tourist shop in London, and I go past every tourist shop every single day around here. And what have they got the window full of? Paddington Bears. Paddington Bears. Half the people who are buying them have got no idea what a fashion icon he is. And they used to live with his great Aunt Lucy in the retired home for bears in Lima. And they made 2 films about him with lovely Hugh Bonneville. And it's just my brother used to love him. I think he still does. He's got all the books. And when I used to go round, if I stayed the night, which was a rarity, I used to sort of read all his books. They're very readable. And then I interviewed Michael Bond, and I thought that was a bit of the highlight of my life, actually, as indeed have there been many. Steve, talking of John McCririck, I once met him at Epsom Ladies' Day, a most peculiar bloke, says Matthew. Funny, though, me and my friends were all suited and booted. John had a pair of Wellington boots on. I know. You have a look at him on YouTube when he was doing, I think, one of his last interviews on it must be Good Morning Britain or something like that. I've never seen anybody look so ill. Really. I mean, whether he was still wearing the same clothes... And they hung off him. I mean, it was absolutely terrible. Absolutely terrible, really. Steve, I'm about to embark on a 6-mile walk. I go early, obviously on hot days like today, to keep the sweating to a minimum. A beautiful journey. Got you in for the majority of the journey. And a bit of Nick, says Hannah. Yeah, I spoke to a friend of mine yesterday. I said, where are you? She said, I'm out walking. She said, I missed it this morning. She had a workout session. And then she had to... Then she sort of went for this little walk, but she found a place where she could shade herself, which is a lot easier if you're going out there. And take water, for goodness sake, take water. Monica, I can't tell you. I can't tell you about that. I will tell you, actually. Corona took over from Neptune. The bottle lorry had a 3-sided open pyramid back with sections for each taste. 2p for each empty return. How wonderful. And... how lovely. I like things like that, actually. Also, this morning's poem has frequently been attributed to Pam Ayres, but Pam herself has tweeted to say it's not hers, but by Jan Beaumont. Yes, I said it was by Jan Beaumont. A lot of people say that. They all say, so who actually wrote that? We thought it was so-and-so, so-and-so. Tish is in Shirley in Croydon. She said, just out for an 8-kilometre walk, then off to work looking after my oldies. I've worked all through lockdown. Yep. Me too. I don't think there's ever been a day that I've not come into work. I came into work, they offered me the opportunity to work from home, and I said, nope, I want to come into the building. I need to see my boys. I need to see the team. And now I've seen them, I wish I'd worked from home. Steve, you guys are expecting, says John, 33 degrees today. Can you send some of the heat my way? Here in northern Japan, it's just after 1 p.m, 15 centigrade, or Celsius, rather cool and looking suspiciously like rain. He says, how do you manage to do such a wonderful show every day? Money. We're quite mercenary about the whole thing. Because every time I get in the car on the way home, I either get LBC on the radio or I get my friend Chris. And I get not Chris here, but Chris, the other Chris, the one with all the cars and all the rest of it in Carfest. And every day, and the other day, my driver started laughing at Chris and things he was saying on the programme, because actually it was almost like listening to my programme, but I was funnier. And I remember thinking then, how interesting. You know, you listen to me, because I never hear radio. I seriously don't. I mean, when I get in, I have a bit, but I'll be glad to get back to the car to make sure it's got the radio still tuned in, because when they do anything to the car, they disconnect everything. So the radio you need to push a button and it all sort of retunes. And then somebody the other day, I was reading, somebody online was sort of saying they haven't got DAB radio in the car. Might have been Chris, actually. Could have been my friend Chris. I don't know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. So just remember, please, no sandals, okay? No sandals with socks, without socks. It doesn't make any difference. We just don't do sandals. They probably do in Australia, but not here, okay? We are British, and so you can wear those horrible plastic shoes. You probably like those. They're actually very popular. They're called Crocs, I think, aren't they? I never had a pair, but I've seen people wearing them. Not for me. LBC News Time, 5:30. The headlines with Holly Harris.
Health leaders are calling for an urgent review to ensure Britain is properly prepared for what they say is a real risk of a second wave of coronavirus. Lockdown restrictions are being eased in England from July the 4th, allowing pubs, restaurants and cinemas to reopen. Meanwhile, task forces are being set up to help gyms and other close contact businesses reopen soon. It's hoped they'll be able to operate again by mid-July. A man in his 30s has died in hospital after he was found injured in the street in Epping last night. Essex Police has started a murder inquiry. And police investigating a football fan who flew a White Lives Matter banner above the Etihad Stadium say no crime was committed. It happened at the start of Burnley's game against Manchester City on Monday. The weather, rain across parts of Northern Ireland and Scotland slowly dying out to allow some brightness this afternoon. Hot and sunny elsewhere with a high of 33 degrees.
LBC, Nick Ferrari at breakfast.
Coming up this morning with Nick, as it's announced that pubs, restaurants and hotels can once again reopen to customers, Nick will be asking what you're doing to make your business COVID secure. He'll also speak to a lawyer who represented over 100 people from the Windrush generation as Priti Patel promises to right the wrongs. Plus, he'll try to get to the bottom of a question that has confused the nation. Why are we seeing so many COVID outbreaks in meat processing plants? All of that and more with Nick Ferrari at breakfast this morning from 7 o'clock right here on LB. Morning, Steve, I get emails from television licensing. It's amazing, isn't it? Because work on the assumption, if they send millions of these scam notices out, this is the one we talked about before the break, which is the Amazon one, but they can't even spell Amazon, so that's how you know it's a fake. And what they're asking you to do is click on a link and then input a new card for them to do it, because you never check. And that's what they rely on. They rely on the fact that people go, oh, I better do that, so I don't want to miss out on Amazon Prime. But, you can't kid a kidder, as they say. Steve, my 84-year-old mum gets 3 telephone calls a week on the landline from Amazon. She's never owned a computer and doesn't do online. I know, but they work on the assumption out of the millions they send out, there's going to be at least a third of them will be buying from Amazon. And they have to pick something that's good. So they go, it's like sometimes, we used to get them years ago from the banks, the fraudulent ones, from Barclays. Somebody's tried to access your account. And you think, no, they haven't. No, they haven't. We check my account on a daily basis. Nobody's tried to access the account. Steve, men should not wear flip-flops. Full stop. It's disgusting. I think you'll agree. Absolutely. And you should never drive cars in flip-flops. So dangerous. There's a chance of bending the flip-flop underneath, jamming the accelerator on, and having a major accident. Shane says, in the summer I wear thongs. I don't think we have the same thing, do we? Because thongs are what you call, what we call flip-flops. You call them thongs because they go between your toes. Oh, dear. Have you seen those swimming things? That silly little boy in Towie, or whatever his name is. And he was wearing something, and it's like a mankini, But it's not, it's even less than a mankini. It's just like a little tube, in her case, a very little tube, and a piece of string that goes around your waist. But, no, it's not for you, is it? It's not for you. It's not for me either. How you could ever sit on a beach wearing something like that is totally beyond me. Really ridiculous. But, Steve, now the weather is hot, do you and the producers get to wear shorts and tank tops? Or do you have a strict dress code? They're certainly not wearing tank tops, that's a fact. Tank tops? Good God, how old are you? Steve, the girls and guys on Bondi Rescue have a great job. Oh, you have to keep running down the beach, don't you? Trying to rescue some poor soul who's managed to get themselves into difficulty. It's they did it for a while, didn't they, on Bondi Beach? Anyway, so before the programme, I gave the producer some strawberries, and which he was very happy with, and some Uncle Tom, which is these peanut brittle bars. So he's eating the peanut brittle bar, and they're very nice. And he said to me, he said, should I be eating it in the... He talks like that. Because he comes from foreign, up the country. And he said, should I be eating this in the office? And I said, why not? He said, what about people who've got a peanut allergy? I said, no, I don't think it works like that. I think they have to eat it for it to actually affect them. And then he dropped one of the peanuts, so he starts scrabbling around on the floor. I said, what are you doing? And he went, I've dropped a peanut. I said, well, leave it. The cleaner will hoover it up. He said, what about people with the peanut allergy? I said, no, you have to eat the thing for it to affect you. He said, is it not just like being in the same room as somebody? I thought, well, how does that work? So, yeah, but it's got to be, they have to touch it. No, not in our room. No, not in our... There's nobody in there. There was only me and him in there. Later on, people... Well, I've left peanuts all over the place. I've just been sprinkling them everywhere. Mind you, I opened the fridge. The blooming milk carton fell out and half a ton of milk went over the floor. I had to stand there for 5 minutes with towels, putting them on the floor and mopping it all up. And nothing worse. Gets into crevices. Nothing worse. Drives me mad, actually. Drives me mad. Stephen, people on television have disappeared for years. One is Robert Kilroy Silk, says Stephen. I think he probably made enough money. We had people who went from LBC to actually sort of go and work for him, actually. Can we catch COVID from those meat processing plants? I don't know. In Anglesey, about 150-something people. It's probably near the total of Anglesey. Ridiculous. Steve, do you remember Alpine Pop? No. Darren and Gina says, have air conditioning fitted last year in Staines by the... Is that air conditioning, A/C? Yeah, air conditioning. It's lovely, isn't it, really? Until the trouble, in America, everybody's got it. Everybody's got air conditioning in America. You cannot move there, because in Florida, for example, it is so hot. The humidity is awful. You get in the shower, you get outside the shower, you dry yourself off, you open the front door, you are soaking wet within seconds. It's really uncomfortable. You need air conditioning in cars. Even when the roof is down in the car, it's just terribly bad. Peter in Wimbledon says, I don't have Amazon Prime, but I had a scam telephone call yesterday telling me there was something wrong with my Amazon Prime and I needed to push button 1 on the phone to speak to an advisor. I didn't. How did they get my number? Oh, they'll get it from anywhere. They buy lists of numbers. And also, they just take pot luck. They take pot luck, you know, and the fact they were hoping that you had Amazon Prime. You would then be connected to somebody on one, and they would then go, hello, who am I speaking to? And that's what they'd say to you. That's how the conversation would go. Who am I speaking to? And you go, oh, hello, my name's Peter. Oh, hello, Peter. Listen, I'm just looking. Your card was declined on Amazon Prime. Now, if you really want to wind them up, keep it going. I mean, you can literally get half an hour of magic out of these people. They're so dumb. And you go, oh, right. Oh, what do I need to do? And they go, right, well, you need to, and then you drop the phone. Okay. Then you leave it and you're going, oh, I've dropped the phone. Wait a minute. Oh, sorry, you're still there? Oh, hi, it's Peter. Oh, right, yes. And so how do I, oh, right, the card's been declined. Keep it going forever. Seriously. Every 2 minutes, just drop the phone. And they go, hold on a sec, there's somebody at the front door. You can keep them going for 8, and they're so dumb. You can really have a nice little thing go. I had an email allegedly from Barclays, not my bank, saying somebody was trying to access my account. I said, yes, you are. Never heard back, says Jill. I told you the scam, didn't I, about that one? That people fall for it on a daily basis. They must do, because they're still doing it. They're still operating it. Hello, this is your bank. Oh, yes. Somebody's trying to access your account. What we need to do What you need to do is move it to another account. Okay, I can give you another account number, but I need the details of your credit card. And of course, people hand it over. Seriously. People hand it over. Steve, you can buy a 4-pack of Uncle Tom bars in Poundland. I buy a box, 36, which I had delivered yesterday. 36. Mainly because the boys like them. And well, Corey does especially, because it's very good, actually. Wendy Craig has disappeared off the TV, says Ron. No, she hasn't. She's in that hospital programme. Wendy Craig. Oh, put in Wendy Craig and tell me the name of that hospital programme she does. It's very well known. It's got The Something. Oh, what the dick... They always play old music on it. There you go, Wendy Craig, blah, 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 blah. Do you know how old that's right, the Royal. How old do you think she is? Wendy Craig. 86. 86! It's unbelievable. Unbelievable. I mean, I loved Wendy Craig. I used to think she looked like my mum years and years ago. And she's got... wait a minute. That's right, they used Somebody Help Me, yeah, by the Spencer Davis Group as the theme for the programme. And it's got Julian Ovenden in it, Amy Robbins, Robert Dawes. It's lovely, actually, but I love her. It's set within Scarborough. I've never been to Scarborough. I mean, I might go now. Can you talk among yourselves till I get back? Wouldn't it be lovely if you could do one of those time-travelling things and just go like that, and then you go, oh, I'm in Scarborough. I'd love to do it. Let's go to Scarborough. I'll tell you what, we'll take the car to Scarborough. If you boys chip in for a bit of petrol, about £100 each will do, and we can go to Scarborough, go and have some breakfast after the programme. Can you imagine if you could do that? We're just driving to Scarborough. Oh, well, one of these days. Steve, during lockdown, I put on weight, says Roy. Yes. That's what everybody's doing. They reckon people are going to be doing diets. Whatever happened to David Icke, says Dave. Who cares? That's one of those classic ones. That's the man who thinks the royal family are lizards. I mean, seriously. Barking mad, actually. Steve, if Shane searches Google Images for thongs, he'll get a bit of a shock. I suspect he probably has Googled images for thongs. Speaking of Rupert the Bear, did you ever come across a Sir Paul McCartney song, an animated video featuring Rupert? No, it's called The Frog Chorus. And Ali says, were you ever a fan of the Wombles? Of course. Oh, that's nice. Oh, bless. This is Jessie the Poodle. They're so cute, aren't they? When they just literally look like balls of fluff. They are just like giant powder puffs, aren't they? That's like that one that Pip Schofield does in his advert. Don't we like that? We love that one. He's holding this little puppy up, and it's so cute. And this is lovely, so thank you, Jojo. They're so cute, aren't they? Perhaps one of these days I'll get a dog. Well, second thoughts, maybe not, actually. I don't think I'll be very good at it. Unless it's got I was watching a programme on farming yesterday, and this is where they go to different farms, and one of the farmers there, his father was quite ancient, and they've got all this old farm equipment, and the father's going, you won't get nothing for that. Nothing for it. And the son was sort of quite well-spoken, and he said, they call in this company in Kidderminster. So obviously familiar to James O'Brien, because that's where he spent his formative years, I think. And it was, I'm sure he said Kidderminster. And they had this company that come round and they will take all your stuff away and they put it into an auction, and then in the middle of a field they sell all this old farm equipment. And the father was going, we'll get anything for those. And they had about 8 pieces in there, whatever it was. They needed a little bit of money, because obviously farmers don't make as much money as you think they do. People think they're all driving around families, but he had a farm they were looking after, and it was fine. But they had a shortfall, so they needed to sell things, and so they sold these things. The father was going £5, £20 for these bits of equipment. In the end, they walked away, I think, with about £3,500. Which I thought was really good, actually. I was quite pleased with it. I was whooping and everything, but still the advert that affects me the most is that blind guy who's the tattoo artist with the 3 kids and the wife, and he's waiting for you to donate so that he can get his guide dog. There's loads of people waiting for guide dogs, and there's a place down in Chiswick where they seem to train people to walk with guide dogs. Very clever, very, very clever. But at the end of it, all he says, he just sits there and he goes, thank you. And you think, I hope people donate just for him. I'd love to know, whether he has got his guide dog, which would be lovely. Whatever happened to David Hamilton? Well, there you go. I've got no idea. He must be late 80s, I would think. Diddy David Hamilton. He must be in his 80s. I can't see him not being. Are you looking for it? Yeah. I'm sure he's about 82 or 83, something like that. Could be wrong. Steve, I love Wendy Craig in Butterflies. Me too. Because you know who is in Butterflies. It was Rodney of Any Fools and Horses. David Hamilton he's 81. 81. Seriously, you can't understand, Kenny, how people can ever get to this. Radio and television broadcaster. He started work in 1959. Good Lord, I was only a child. But he is 81. So, still going. Steve, great show. Got on the bus the other day with my mask on, says David in Sunderland. 2 18-year-olds get in the bus without masks on. I know. I find it absolutely appalling. Jim from Laindon loves sesame snaps. I buy those by the boxful as well. I don't eat all of them, but they are actually quite nice. Wendy Craig used to be my neighbour in Chiswick, says Ron. When I was at school, her husband had a gorgeous Rolls-Royce Silver Cloud. Lovely. And is Greg's in Twickenham open now, says Matthew? No. I think it's nice weather that sort of makes you feel... makes me feel horrible. Somebody said to me, what does it make you feel? I said, horrible. And they said, what do you mean? I said, I don't know. I said, I just don't like the heat. Everybody else loves it. They'll all be coming in today, people in their shorts because they've cycled in and all that kind of thing. And if there's one thing I can't stand, it's fit people. Steve, I had an email from Amazon last week asking for a credit card number. Deleted it. Yes, anything from Amazon, delete. The blind guy you speak of is called Sam. He's diabetic. I thought he was great. Angie has donated to the man for the guide dog. The advert got to me too. It's just the way he says at the end, thank you. And you think, he used to be a tattooist. Now he's not a tattooist, but he's got three lovely kids. And I hope he's got his guide dog. I really do. Steve, I found a referee's whistle blown at full force down the phone is very satisfying when dealing with scam phone calls. No, keep them talking on the line. That's the best bit. That's the funniest bit. Because they think that they're going to get the credit card out, and you just keep dropping hints like, I'm just going to get my wallet. I've got the new credit card details in there. Wait a minute, so which one of you... Of course, they won't have any answers to anything like that. They're working to a script. They are a bit thick. Your researcher is correct. Peanut allergies can be airborne. Even touching a contaminated area where somebody has eaten nuts, says Linda, can cause anaphylactic shock. We don't have anybody with a peanut allergy, though, in our office. Yes, and he wiped up afterwards. So we don't have anybody who is likely... They don't even have anaphylactic pens or anything. Nearest thing is me, a diabetic, and I'm not allergic to anything at all. They asked me, actually, at the hospital, are you allergic to anything? I thought, well, blood, mainly. I'm not very good with blood. But somebody else's blood, even worse. I can't bear... You see somebody sitting there in the blood... Oh, no, thank you very much. Even if they do it on the television in Casualty or something like that, even though I know it's pretend, I have to look away. What are you doing? Giving blood. Have you given blood? No, if you want to make him queasy, just mention peanut butter and Marmite. That's the only thing that makes him... He hates that. Yeah, he hates that. That's even worse than blood for him. Yeah. Have you given blood then? Have you given blood? I'm not... I can't give blood, I don't think, because I'm diabetic. But I think my blood's as good as anybody else's. Steve, I'm heading your way in my skip lorry. I can drop you at Twickenham on the way back, says Ian. I have a vehicle that collects me. Ali says, which ice cream brand do you prefer? Couldn't care less. I'm really not an ice cream snob. I know some people go, oh, you've got to have this one and that one. No, cheap and cheerful, me. Cheap and cheerful, which is very good. And Steve, you mentioned Mr. Tom bars. What does it say on it, actually? Does it say Mr. Tom? Are they... Yeah. Where are they made? I don't think they're made here. I think they're made in... They're made in Germany. Good Lord. And they come on... Why can't we make things like that over here? Odd that, isn't it, really? Another one here says... somebody else who's been donating to the guide dogs. I told you I did guide dogs some years ago. What's Rupert's middle name? Go on. They'll all know this next door because they're really clever. What's Rupert's middle name? Come on. Honestly, how many... Oh, I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. They're not on me. Rupert the Bear. So that's his middle. Oh, all right. Ooh, Huffy next door. Just when you think you're sort of actually, you know, trying to cheer people up. Steve, the Amazon Prime thing I have fun with insists they need to know a special password to speak to you. If it's computer-related scams, I'd drag them out for ages. Oh, I think it's a brilliant idea. Failing that, I always start off the conversation with, I'm sorry, are you the funeral director? Hold on 1 minute, please. The doctor's just finished. Hold on a sec. They'll be hanging up left, right, and centre. Because bear in mind, they're in a room, and they, you know, it'll ring and ring and ring and ring, and that's why when you pick up the phone, it'll then take about, you know, a couple of seconds for them to click in, because they go, oh, the light's off, quick, grab that one there, and that's it. That's how it works. Right, what else have we got at 5 to 6 in the morning? Oh, the Colleen and Rebecca Vardy thing. I think they're both idiots. Absolute idiots. I just don't understand. What's the point? There's so many things going on in the world, and these two pair of idiots are sort of messing about with something like this. So Colleen Rooney says to Rebecca Vardy, I'll see you in court. This is over who leaks stories to the paper, and so Colleen would put out a feeler and see, and then Rebecca Vardy says, well, it's not me because other people have access to my account. Why? I can't imagine, but they just do. And Colleen is disappointed by the legal move. Her lawyer says it does at least mean that Colleen's evidence can be made public when the time is right. Oh, Godfathers. Well, they're both going to lose out about £500,000. As long as they've got it. We know that Colleen has, because she works. Rebecca Vardy doesn't seem to do anything at all. So we're not really that interested, are we? There's an animal lover here in a place called Strelly in Nottingham. And he is he's facing a fight over the garden enclosure where he keeps, wait for this one, 2 lions and a puma. I know, I was shocked as well when I read it. Former show jumper Rhys Oliver rescued cubs Rocky and Rora from a circus in the Czech Republic and keeps them with his Canadian puma Rogue. He got council permission for an enclosure last year despite objections from 14 neighbours. I should blooming well think so. Planners are investigating if the one he put up in Strelly differs from the blueprints. They also say there could be issues and he doesn't own the land it's on. Can you imagine? Keeping the next door neighbours in. What's that noise? It's the lions roaring, dear. Don't worry, nothing to panic over. Also, the BBC will not air a series of The Apprentice. Thank God, we don't have another bunch of drearies on the television. Yeah, no, it's not an option. I am like, you know, a serious contender for this. I'm very successful. No, you're not. No, you're not. Bosses have been delaying the announcement. We do like Lord Alan Sugar's catchphrase. You're fired. I don't think it's actually his catchphrase. I think it's everybody's catchphrase on every version of The Apprentice. You're fired. It's not a catchphrase like my one, and I've got a catchphrase which I promise you'll all be saying, and it will take off all over the world. And you know what it is? Merry Christmas. I promise you, in 6 months' time, the entire world will be saying it. On this programme, they'll be saying it all the time. Steve Allen said, this is our thing. Jane Moore, talking about pot noodle being replaced by an eco-friendly sachet version. Do you know, I never did pot noodle. I know students did it. It was sort of very, very popular for the students. Also, Sarah Ferguson. This is the woman who's just let herself go completely. I mean, I've never known anybody so lined, and she's not even 60. She says, because at the moment she's sort of reading books online. She's slightly odd, slightly peculiar. And she says here, this is Jane Moore's column, page. She says, she always connects brilliantly with children and attendants, but personally I can't wait for it to get around to the critically acclaimed Eden Hadari book about a boy who wants to be famous. It's called Andrew's Claim to Fame, or in the Duke of York's case, should that be infamy? You know, the old infamy. Poor old Prince Andrew. Nothing going on. I mean, just to lose one member of the royal family, a little bit careless. To lose 2 inside a year is almost, almost touching. But Sarah Ferguson, holding this Andrew's Claim to Fame book. I mean, she is quite odd. She really is. And, of course, having to live with him. You know why? No money. No money. Steve, best way to deal with nuisance callers, tell them there's a pan on the stove, and if they just give you a minute whilst you switch it off, then just leave the phone on the side. Oh. Ree in Primrose Hill says, I'm sponsoring my 5th guide dog at the moment. Every time I see the former tattoo artist, I'm hoping he has his. Oh, me too. Steve, you got messed by Ian Dale last night just after 9:30. 9:30 again on here. We get regular mentions on Ian Dale's programme. I don't know what that means then. What does messed mean? I don't know what that means. Oh, mentioned. I'm always getting mentioned by Ian Dale. Always get mentioned. I get mentioned by loads of people. I don't know. I've got no idea why, seriously. Are you sure it wasn't the day before? Because you knew that he mentioned me the day before. It was on yesterday as well. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Have you? Oh, that's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Corey's clipped it for me, whatever that means. I suppose it's like sort of doing a hedge, isn't it? You know, we're clipping the hedge. Oh, look, news coming up at 6 o'clock. Also, could you be a word champion? And this is Michael Underwood and Angelica Bell are joining Mr. Evans in calling on kids who think they've got the right idea. He has kids on the phone in the morning. I didn't realise that. And they sound quite young, some of them. And we had a 6-year-old on the other day, which is very good. Here's, I don't know who it is. Oh, Adele was going to be doing Glastonbury. Glastonbury was going to be on, wasn't it, I think, at this precise moment. But it's not. They'll have to do it next year, which doesn't matter. And not in this studio, to be honest with you. It's like sitting in a freezer here. So I'm like 16 degrees below. It's very cold. My hands are absolutely ice cold. But actually, to be honest with you, I'd rather be ice cold than boiling hot. Because to be boiling hot is very, yuck. But I remember years ago, you remember you'd go out on a long drive and all of a sudden you'd be going down the motorway and it would be so hot because cars didn't have air conditioning in those days. Unless it was a really, really flashy car. You had to wind all the windows down. So all you were doing was bringing all the hot air in from outside. And the worst thing was you could see it up ahead. The traffic jam. And you'd see it, and you'd get nearer and nearer to it, and then all of a sudden you'd grind to a halt, and the temperature would start moving up inside the car. So what would you do? You'd turn the heater on to try and take all the heat out of the engine, and everywhere down the line, you'd see about 50 or 60 cars. They'd exploded. All of a sudden, the water had burst out of it because it had boiled, and we weren't. Nowadays, cars, I very rarely see cars boiling over on the motorway. You just don't see that sort of thing anymore. Cars are so much better, aren't they? Much, much better. And most cars, even little cheapo things, have got air conditioning, or as they call it in my car, comfort cooling. I mean, how flash is that? Comfort cooling. Thomas doesn't have a car, so, which is just as well, to be honest with you. I don't think anybody'd ever trust him. I can't imagine you sitting behind the wheel of a car, which is just as well, because neither could DVLA. Yeah, you can sit behind the wheel of a radio station. Yeah. Oh, you think it's a wheel, do you? Oh, right. How interesting. But there's no way that you're ever going to be driving. I don't know why, actually. Although a friend of mine is quite happy in London. He said you don't need to drive if you live in London. He said you really don't. He said it's nice to have a licence, so if you need to borrow a car, you can go and get one of those zip cars around town. That's quite a nice thing. I don't? No? Oh, okay. Just thought I'd mention it, trying to be in with the thing. Dallas said, do you remember the two guys who kept a lion cub in the basement of a furniture store in London? Yes, I can tell you the shop sold furniture. It's called Sophisticat. It was at World's End in Chelsea. And the two boys had Christian the lion, and they bought him from Harrods. In the days when Harrods' boast was, we can get you anything. And they got a lion cub. And unfortunately, as in most things, lion cubs grow. And Christian grew. He'd be sitting on a bit of the furniture in the window of the shop. He was quite happy, actually. Must have been a nightmare to go to the toilet, but there you go. And eventually they decided they would take him back, and George and Joy Adamson took him in over in... I forget where they were, actually, at the time. Whatever happened, it was sort of Christian going over there to try and introduce him back... Bearing in mind, he'd always been a tame lion. They wanted to get him away from people so that he could form his own pride and have cubs and everything else. And that's what they achieved. He did go over there. George Adamson would take him out for walks in the morning and then just leave him. They would leave him. But, of course, Christian would always turn around to follow him back home again. It's a great book. I remember reading the book donkeys years ago. They would drive through London with a lion cub on the back seat who put his paws on the back. It must have scratched the paintwork to blazes. But he sort of was there. Then they found, I think there was a church where the garden was enclosed and they could take him there for a walk in the morning because he had lots and lots of energy and they would play football with him. And he only knew them. So when he went out to see George Adamson, it was a case that they wanted to reintegrate him back into the wild so he could become a wild lion again. And he did. He ended up having a wife, I was going to say, having a lioness. And he had cubs and everything else. And they went back some years later, and you'll remember it because it's the YouTube clip that everybody loves. And it's Christian who the boys go back there, and Christian appears at the top of a rock formation, and he looks at them, and he's not too sure. Something is not quite registering, and then all of a sudden, it clicks. And he realises They're his friends. And he bounds down this rock to get to them and leaps onto them. And it was just absolutely amazing, because you think to yourself, I mean, just supposing it had gone the other way and he'd actually been sort of still wild and he was just going to eat them. But he leapt on them and he was licking them, and, you know, and when a lion licks you, you know, because they've got teeth like sandpaper. I mean, seriously, because that's how they do. They sort of strip meat from bones by licking it off there, basically. And it was just really touching. And they hugged him and he hugged them. It was lovely. And Christian's family were a little way away. And I think he did that. And then he wandered up. They think that he was killed probably by a poacher at some point. But he had a nice life for the life that he had. But it was so great for them to have seen him. Good thing. Lion Called Christian. You'll find it, as I say, on YouTube. And see, one thing I learnt, says Perdita, during lockdown, Scooby-Doo's real name. There you go. Scooby-Doo's real name. Do we know that? They won't know it. They really won't know this at all. No. Perdita learnt this. His real name is Scoobert Doo. Scuba. What's the matter, honestly? Such disbelief. I'm so sorry, Perdita. They're going through one of their funny, you know, oh, the heat's got to us kind of phase. You know, Scoobert Doo. She says, I kid you not. But how do you work the other... You know, an impression every hour, I think, it's not bad on this programme. There's no extra charge for this. Other programmes will charge you for doing an impression. A very cute little thing, Diana. When I first saw her, she was standing in a field. And it was, you know, a bit of trouble. It's unbelievable. They just roll off the tongue one after the other. I tell you, it's a show in itself. Steve, what's the deal with people at airports in flip-flops? No idea. Ban them from flights, I think. I don't know. When I was little, I used to wear flip-flops all the time, because you can, but not for adults. I know people do, but I can't be doing it. Ali says, I've got a better catchphrase than Merry Christmas, Steve. It's Happy Halloween. Yeah, we don't do Halloween in this country. Halloween's an Americanism. It's not for us. Definitely not for us. I'm already missing the rain, Steve. 'Tis a shame many people don't appreciate the beauty of heavy rain and thunder. Oh, we do in this country. We live with it. Sorry, every season in one day. Every season in one day. Steve, you in the early LBC days talk about a lot in Ian Dale's latest podcast with Simon Mark, says Gordon. Really? Really? How bizarre. I suppose because I'm the only one who's been here sort of, you know, from a long time ago. I still bump into people. I still get emails from people from a long time ago going, I can't believe you're still there. Which I'm not sure if it's a compliment or a downright insult. Another one here. Talking of books, have you read the... Oh, I'm not doing that one again. We did that before and I got groans. Definitely. Not me, Steve. My part of the world 2 weeks earlier will be saying things about Hanukkah, says Monica. My favourite Jewish cabbie and lorry driver. Jill says the WAG war is to be encouraged, Steve. They're keeping penniless barristers in work. It's so stupid. So, somebody somewhere leaked stories. It was on Rebecca Vardy's account. She said other people had... access to the account, so it could have been anybody. But get over yourselves. You know, Colleen, get over yourself. Stop being so silly. You know, Rebecca Vardy, go away. You're boring. Very boring. Desperate to be somebody, but you're not going to... Nobody's going to emerge victorious at the end of this. It's going to be absolutely dreadful. Dreadful. Steve, I had to go shopping my local B&Q the other day. Oh, here we go. Do you know, if I've heard this one once, I've heard it a million times. I phoned ahead and asked them how big the queue was, and the man at the other end said it's the same size as the B. Oh, sorry. That's gone down like a lead balloon as well. Seriously, there's no pleasing them this morning. Thomas has just had a day. Was it a day or 2 days on Ian Dale show? One day. He's come back traumatised. Seriously, he's completely traumatised. He's had to go to rehab. You've got a whole week of it next week. Who have we got next week then? Who have we got? Corey and... Oh, not Luke again, have we? Oh, my God. LBC's resident vegan. who appears not to be vegan. Well, he does, but not all the same time. Steve... I think he's... yes. But he's never eaten meat, he said. He said it's been... vegish. Which sounds quite good, doesn't it? Quite good. Steve, you won't believe me, but a friend of mine kept a scammer on the phone for over an hour. He recorded it, says Jack. It's brilliant. To be honest with you, I think you just have to keep them going for as long as possible. Do you know that UK adults have spent more than a quarter of their waking lives online? I'm not surprised. I spend not a huge amount of time online, but I do, if I'm at home and I want to sort of go to Amazon or something like that, or all of a sudden something come into my mind and think, I must check that out and see how it's going. Oh, I knew I had a thing to tell you about. I'll have to tell you actually after 6:15. There's also the McDonald's worker. I can't do that. But I do love this food blogger, Kate Ovens. She really is called Kate Ovens, bless her heart. She celebrates her local chippy reopening by tucking into a family-sized takeaway. 42 quid. 42 quid. Petite size 10 Kate, she'll be hated by everybody, polished off a 4,000 calorie meal, including a 2-foot long, 32-ounce cod chips, mushy peas, curry sauce and gravy. She's famed for mega meal challenges. Some people actually can eat everything, can't they? And it doesn't seem to affect them or anything. A friend of mine was married to this girl. She could eat everything. She could eat like 6 curries and then a whole box of crisps. I have to be honest, the fish does look particularly nice, and the chips, and I could eat fish and chips at this time of the morning, but I don't think it's very good for us. This weekend, of course, you're all going to be barbecuing again, because that's what the Brits do, isn't it? Oh, look, nice weather. Let's go barbecuing. Let's wheel this mangled old thing into the garden, rust all over the cooking plate, and cooking food on it, and you're going to end up getting food poisoning. And people have this, and there's going to be wasps everywhere. Going to be sitting there, and all of a sudden you get a wasp landing on your meat, and you sort of get but you don't want to hit it, because you know what wasps are like? They've got friends. They've got friends. The clue is they're yellow and black. Killers. Terrible, they really are. Steve, I don't feel the cold and I hate the heat. People always say to me, you're so lucky not to feel the cold. Says Sue. My answer, no. Just think, if you feel the cold, you can add extra layers of clothing. Can't exactly remove layers. You can only get so far, and then what do? That vision usually changes their mind on thinking I'm lucky. Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, actually. The Christian the Lion video on YouTube had become viral, and because they used a Whitney Houston as a background score, which is lovely. So I like that idea, which added more to the emotions. Is that, honestly, it's so, I mean, I was watching a programme about the Great British Circus, and they've got animals with their circus, but they've been with them since they've been born in the circus. They're not sort of taken from anywhere else. My favourite impression, Steve, that you do is that of Kenneth Williams. Matron. It's uncanny, isn't it? Honestly, they just pop out. Other programmes would kill for this talent, I'm telling you. There's no extra charge. Well, I mean, there is if you want to buy a ticket for my show, please. I might actually do... I've never done them on any shows. I've never actually done a show and go... Can't do it now. It's just going to look funny. But the good news is that Corey's mother will not be watching. She can't... We should do all the LBC presenters. I can't really do them. You'd have to pick up on people's idiosyncrasies, because I've heard presenters in the past, and because they've got what I call nondescript voices, you can't do an impression of them. No, not here, other stations. And I've listened, I thought, wonder who that is. Because, you're not going to be listening to me and then go, oh, I wonder if that's Ian Dale. Or if it's, sort of James O'Brien. So everybody's got a very distinctive voice on LBC. But on some stations, oh, look, that's Princess Anne. God, she's aged. And so you have all these different voices. I'm a great person with voices. Great person. George Tornado Smith rode the Wall of Death at the Kersal in Southend with his line called Britain in a Sidecar. Pictures on the internet. Well, that sounds a bit cute. I like that idea. I used to go to the Kersal. What? Oh, late. Oh, cool, sorry. 6:15, the morning. Nice to have your company. So there you go. So Scooby-Doo's real name is Scoobert Doo. See, I don't know if it's true or not. I've tried to get the boys to investigate, but, Now, over at Joe Allen's, because we're getting near restaurants opening. But at the moment, they're not. But as I've been eating there that's the one that, I think me and Mr. M... and a few of us are all we're still waiting for the place to open up, because just as we were about to go out for yet another Steve Allen lunch, there's a group of about 6 or 7 of us, and then of course in came lockdown. So of course for us, total disaster. But, and they're in the same position as loads of other people, but not being people to lie down and admit defeat, they're organising, lovely Kathy Wynne, on what they hope will be a series of virtual cabaret evenings. And the first one, they've got a 50-minute show. They'll have cocktail making, which in itself is lovely. A drag queen comparing stars of the West End, national treasures, dancers, duets, and even a puppet. And they're going to be doing it on July the 2nd. So, no, July the 2nd, they will send you another newsletter. If you're not on, you can find them on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. So it's Joe Allen's. If you go to their website, they'll have all the details on there. And the date for them is Saturday the 4th of July, which is the date that everything comes back. So they're coming back with a whiz-bang. And they say, we will escape the Corona coaster for a while and have a virtual evening together at Joe Allen. So, as we love Cathy Wynne, and, I've been so gutted about, the whole state of the West End and everything else. If you want to join them, add to them to Facebook, Twitter and Instagram for all the details on the lineup. The event's free, accessible to everyone, but there will be an option to donate to save Joe Allen, supporting all those in crisis in Theatreland. And they are in crisis, believe you me, they are in crisis. And Charlie Girling says, when am I getting an invite to the infamous Steve Allen lunch? They're so sought after. Not even the boys have been invited, Charlie. Not even the boys have been invited. You know why? Because I think Corey would probably have a little bag under the table, and he would be putting food into it to take home for the girlfriend. Because, we've never had food like this before. And he'd be pouring drinks into one of those bags that self-seals. So, we go, you're drinking a lot, aren't you, Corey? Am I? Yeah, he does it from here anyway. He's the only person I know who empties the cold tap on a daily basis. Takes it home, freezes it, makes ice cubes, just in case of a sort of a heat wave over the summer. So go and check out Joe Allen's on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram for all the details on the lineup, and I wish them the very, very best on it. The very, very best. Still to come, Gareth Thomas launching Tackle HIV, the campaign to address public misunderstanding and stigma associated with HIV. The campaign supported by Sir Elton John, David Furnish and the Terence Higgins Trust. So we've got him up specially early for this one. And also we're going to ask him about the state of sport in this country. And right, because they are actually playing football. I don't know if they're playing rugby. We're not. Are we into? Do you know? I live in Twickenham. I've got no idea when the season is. I just know that the stadium they're doing all the testing for coronavirus, because that's where Matt Stadlen went. He told me he went to Twickenham Stadium, which I thought was quite sweet. And so we'll have a chat about that and the sport and everything else and where we see it going. I mean, will we ever get people back into rugby stadiums and into to football? Will we get that again? God, I tell you, every day we deal with this, don't we? And every day we always say it's never going to be like this ever again, is it? Steve, have you ever been requested for voice acting? No, I tell you what they do actually. If they're looking for voiceovers now, they like actors. They like actors. You will find a lot of people on the books of the voice agencies, of which there are a myriad. They like actors. I think mainly because they can do different voices. Dev says, already purchased a ticket for the 16th of August. Thank you. Front row seat. Front row seat. That's what we're offering. Front row seats to come along to the Steve Allen virtual show. Is it on Zoom? Says Mark. Oh, I've got no idea. No, it's not. No. It's a special thing, but you will know. Only a Zoom account. Oh, you don't need a Zoom account. Okay. And apparently Steve is a good friend of mine. He's a nice bloke. He's got a guide dog. He's got a black Labrador. Oh, well, that's nice. Steve, you're not going to believe this, but some years ago, somebody from Azerbaijan hacked into my bank account. How is that possible? Oh, listen, didn't somebody turn up and think that they were Gloria Hunniford? Somebody went into a bank and pretended to be Gloria Hunniford. Didn't look anything like Gloria Hunniford. Steve, I do look like a woolly mammoth now. Thank God the barbers are opening soon. You wait till you see the queues. You wait till you see the queues. Ladies are really going to be the worst, I think, because ladies' hair, people are going to be wanting colour, cut, layering, feathering, frosting, you name it. Takes forever and a day, and I think they're only offering sort of like 20... I don't know how they're going to manage it, but I bet you anything the prices go up. Steve, please wish my lovely husband Jerry a very happy 60th lockdown birthday today. I met him when he was 17, says Jackie. We've been together ever since. We should be celebrating in Florence, in Italy, but the garden will have to do. At least we can now see the grandkids. We love the show, been listening for over 30 years, so love to you and the team. The team send their love back as well. They're very, very pleased with that. Steve, wear flip-flops or no shoes when driving a car. The law says you're not in complete control. That's what I thought. That's what I thought. I never thought it was safe to do anything like that. Really, really a worry. So please don't do that. I see people getting out of cars with no shoes on at all. I just don't know how it's possible, especially if you're doing manual. That's even worse, isn't it? Manual driving. Good Lord, absolutely terrible. Front page of the where's it gone to? The Daily Mail today. They're looking at Steve Bing, and they're wanting to know what triggered the death plunge of him. They're saying it was suicide. He fathered Liz Hurley's love child, and it means that their son, who's a model, could inherit half of his estate. His estate's worth about nearly 500 million. So he could be a very, very rich teenager. Very rich teenager. Boris Johnson urging Britons to get out and enjoy themselves. Well, you can't really, can you? You can't. You know, most of us will have to diet as the lockdown lifts. You can't do it without sort of dieting. And also the owners of a guest house in Southend-on-Sea in Essex, apparently it's a luxury one, it's called Suenos. Sounds quite posh, doesn't it, for Southend? And they have no doubt they could open by July the 4th. They're just not convinced people will come. So they're reopening a few days later on July the 10th. They say we're a small business. This is Teresa Jones and Neil. We're probably more concerned about whether the general public have the confidence. So, because B&Bs can open, but they have to stagger breakfast. I've generally staggered after breakfast. But also it's critical for them. There's no point in people coming here if they can't go and get food and refreshments from local places. Exactly. Hairdressers, wait for this. You know, on that, it's on the Saturday, July the 4th. They reckon that they'll open at midnight. It's like buying a new car. You know, they'll open the garages early. Those who haven't booked a trim already face disappointment, with some waiting lists stretched to 3 months. 3 months. Now, if you haven't done that and you think you're just going to pootle along and pick up the phone and give them a sort of quick ring and say, OK, what time today have you got? And they'll go, we've got nothing for 3 months. We're fully booked. Amazing. Richard Ward Hair and Metro Spa in Chelsea, whose clients include the Duchess of Cambridge, said its waiting list has already topped 2,500. That's a lot of haircuts. A lot of haircuts. And also, co-founder Helen Ward said her team was expecting to see a few bad haircuts from customers who braved a DIY lockdown cut. One of the new 1 metre plus social distancing rules, she said, it means we can have 46 chairs instead of 23, and therefore we can have twice as many staff on site. Never heard of so many people at hairdressers. It's obviously a huge place, isn't it? Huge place. So now you can have Dylan on a shorter lease. Boris taking the dog out. So, holidays, hotels and B&Bs can open from July the 4th. They'll have to bring in staggered breakfast slots to enable social distancing. Self-catering holiday homes can also open for business. They have to ensure that all shared areas, such as bathrooms, are regularly cleaned. Because I was surprised I found a toilet in the Kingston Hospital. Because, you know, when I'd sat there for such a long time, having the eyes tested for the glaucoma, that I was quite... And when I got out, I thought, I need a toilet. Secretly, I thought they would all be closed, but they weren't, which is only good news. What's still closed? Nightclubs, casinos, bowling alleys, indoor skating rinks, indoor soft play areas, beauty salons, nail bars, massage parlours, spas, tattoo parlours, indoor gyms, sports facilities, swimming pools, water parks, exhibition and conference centre, and team sports such as cricket remain banned. In other words, there's a lot which ain't happening out. I like getting people up early in the morning. I know most people go, what time? And you go, well, you know, 6:45 would be quite nice, or if we could bring it forward a little bit. So our thanks to Gareth as well. Steve, if pubs have to have a table service only, will there be somebody on the door asking how many in your party? Also, will you have to have a limited time to occupy the table, says Phil? Well, they do that in a lot of restaurants at the moment. If you book a London restaurant, it probably works out of town, but I've never done it out of town, and you say, can I have a table for 4 people at 7 o'clock? And they'll say, yes, we need the table back by 8:30. Because they need to get so many sittings in on a table. Each table is technically supposed to generate so much income, and that'll be the problem. If they're going to have to cut down the amount of tables in a restaurant like Joe Allen's or wherever it happens to be, they're going to need to try and get as many people in to try and make the money. Because they're in business. And bearing in mind, they haven't had any business for about 3 months. And restaurants have gone under. Restaurant chains have gone under. Big chains have gone under. Lots of businesses. I said to my driver a couple of days ago, Wayne, we were sort of saying, I said, it's never going to be the same again. And it's not going to be sorted out by next year, because I reckon, judging by the amount of people not wearing masks, I reckon you're going to see a complete surge in this for next year. And I think it's going to run over till February, March next year. if not later. I don't think Cameron McIntosh is bringing back any of his shows until March. And I know that at Wicked, all the costumes have gone into storage. The theatres have all closed down. They've got to, they'll have to open them up if they're going to do pantomime this year, which I think it's a distinct non-possibility of it coming back. But you'll hear it first on LBC. I mean, but isn't it funny how there appears to be, no stigma attached? They go Gareth Thomas. You ain't going to argue with him, are you, about anything at all? He's a rugby player, for God's sake. Footballers, you do not know. Football, for some reason, they just don't come out about the same. Patrick from Guildford says, don't worry about the wasps, Steve. Tell yourself they're just large flies in high-vis jackets. Oh, God. They still frighten me. I'm sure I give off some sort of pheromone that tells them that I'm scared. Steve, can you tell the Ultimate Spikers group I love them all, says Angie. And we hope Peter got his sausage yesterday. Don't start me. Also, it's going to be awful wearing a mask on the underground in this heat, and I like drinking a lot of water, says Rob. Well, you can move that to sort of, to drink your water. I've done that before, actually. Steve, are barbers included in the latest openings? Yes, it's all the same sort of thing. The interesting thing is they're opening up churches, mosques and synagogues, but hymns will remain banned, as singing could spread the infection. Weddings can go ahead now with up to 30 guests, but only 2 households can mix at the reception. They haven't said anything about funerals. I'm waiting for that one. The same restrictions apply to other events such as bar mitzvahs. Entertainment, cinemas, bingo halls can open from July the 4th. Cinemas will limit capacity and stagger film times to keep lobbyers quieter. Museums and galleries can open. Theatres and concert halls can open, but not for live performances due to the risk of spreading the virus. They can, however, show recorded performances of concerts. What's the point? What, going into a theatre, is it a recorded performance of what? Theme parks may take people's temperature before they can enter. Parks can reopen. Outdoor gyms and children's playground. Oh, I thought we had down here what's still closed. Oh, it's indoor gyms. Libraries and community centres will open their doors. Fun fairs, theme parks and amusement arcades can also welcome visitors. And aquariums, model villages and indoor attractions at wildlife centres can all reopen. Hairdressers and barbers can reopen, so that covers everything, OK? They'll have to take precautions, such as the wearing of visors. Staff could also be urged not to gossip. Oh, blimey, tell me of a hairdresser who doesn't gossip. And some hairdressers said they'll remove magazines. Also, you might find, if you're in a ladies' salon, that there might not be any tea and coffee facilities. OK. Steve. Social distancing. They're still doing the 2 metre rule, replaced with 1 metre plus. OK, 1 metre plus. Also, reduce the amount of time you talk to people. Bit difficult in my profession. I don't have much choice on this one, actually. Stay outdoors as much as possible. Good ventilation is good. So probably car windows down or something like that. Also, people in multiple households can meet outdoors, such as in a park or a garden. You don't have to just pick one household to mix with, meaning children could see one set of grandparents on a weekend and the others on the other, which is OK. People... I'd only been to McDonald's in Kingston yesterday on the way back from the hospital. I fancied something to to regird my loins. And it said, stand in the window and hold your phone up, showing us the app. So presumably you have to order McDonald's on the app before they'll open the door. So I decided to give that one a miss. I want to know about funerals. Because I think they were limiting the amount of people who could actually go to funerals. But if they're saying for weddings it's 30 people, surely the same should be allowed for funerals. Also, 1,550 slaughterhouse staff have contracted COVID. This is in Germany. And then you've got Anglesey, haven't you, which is not too good. The hot weather brings the hay fever warning, so those of you who suffer with hay fever, sorry, it's not going to be good. It's going to be about 32 degrees today. Sarah Vine's column, she talks about Prince Harry, who's become an excellent barometer for which to judge the stupidity of any given cause. Take his support, she says, for banning Swing Low Sweet Chariot from rugby games. What more poignant reminder of the pain of slavery could there be than this stirring spiritual composed by a former slave himself, Wallace Willis? I don't know what's worse, that the prince is too thick to see this, she says, or that he peddles this woke nonsense to please his Hollywood friends. Well, they're not savvy. None of them. They don't deal in the real world. You know, their idea of the real world, in Harry's case, is going out getting drunk with a few, chums, And that's it. They're not worldly wise, because they then go back to their palaces and they go back to, which we don't have a problem with. We quite like the idea of that. But I just sort of worry about the fact that they seem to pick all the wrong people. You know, as Prince Andrew has demonstrated so beautifully. You know, by the time you take Mr. Epstein round half the palaces the royal family owned, you began to wonder why he didn't want to say anything to anybody. The head of Eton has said sorry for a black pupil's bullying ordeal. And this is Dillaby Oniyama, who revealed how he was bullied every day by other boys during his 4 years. They used to say things like, "Why are you black?" This was at Eton. "Why are you black?" This was in the 1960s. "How many maggots are in your hair?" Other slurs included, "Does your mother wear a bone in her nose?" I mean, anyway. But he detailed his ordeal in a book when he finished school in 1969. 3 years later, he gets a letter from Eton informing him he was banned from visiting. In other words, go away. Headmaster Simon Henderson yesterday said he was appalled by the historic racism suffered by Mr. Oniyama. He told the BBC racism has no place in civilised society. Can you imagine? You actually get a letter saying you're banned from the school. We don't want you back at Eton. Don't want you back there at all. You know, dreadful things. He's now in his late 60s. He told the BBC the apology was not necessary, and he didn't change his view on Eton, which on the whole was positive. He added that the apology compels the recognition that prejudice on the grounds of colour or race dehumanises its victims in a way that ordinary forms of prejudice do not. But anyway, he's been told he can go back to Eton. I should bloody well think so. I should blooming well think so. He's done very well. And to actually get a letter, God, that'd be worth something, wouldn't it? The day a black person was told, don't bother coming back. Thank you very much indeed. Ian the Skip says, if Monica's your favourite cabbie, could I be your favourite skip driver? Oh, all right. I've got favourite Methodist minister, favourite second Methodist minister. Lots of favourite... I've got favourite producers. You're waiting for a line, aren't you, after that? I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, you know. Because I've got the dream team on today. They are my dream team. I have to say that, actually. It's in the contract. It says, every so often, can you please flatter the people you work with? You know, because they love working with you, Steve. They have a great time on the show. It says here. Steve, always remain very calm when a wasp is nearby. If you flap and attack it, it will emit pheromones that attract more... Don't tell me, I know. I know. Steve, I agree with you. I think we could be in for a second peak of this virus. I'm frontline NHS. Many of my colleagues, including myself, were convinced they had it. Full-on symptoms in the height of the first peak, and the antibodies are coming back negative. Beware. Says Rob. I'm firmly of the opinion. I think it's going to come back again. I'm pretty certain. Also, Joseph from Bethlehem, 184. He really is called Joseph, and he really does live in Bethlehem. I know it seems ironic, doesn't it? 184 days till Christmas. Mary and I are self-isolating. How fantastic. And Steve, since lockdown, I haven't seen one dead hedgehog on the road, said Susan. This morning I've seen 5. Oh. I've seen a few squirrels, which is a bit bad, isn't it? The Sun, Liz's grief over Death Plunge X. Brit's joy as pubs reopen, but it might not be as you think it's going to be. Not going to be leaning up against the bar, you know, fag in one hand. It's going to be a case of you'll sit at the table and you'll order, and it's probably an app or something, but you might have to give details of yourself, which sounds slightly peculiar. Cheers, Boris. Here's to a brighter Britain, they say. All I can say is, it's not finished. It's not over. Don't think for a minute there are still people being diagnosed with coronavirus. Don't think that it's disappeared. All the idiots getting on the buses without their masks on. Even though, you know, are they really stupid? Yes, they must be. Yes, they must be. Financial Times, Wirecard founder Braun arrested on suspicion of false accounting. There's a headline to get your tongue around this morning. Also, a tale of 2 very different schools on the eye in pandemic, told by one headmaster. And the Telegraph, picture of Boris, hair needs a cut, but there again, you'd think by now they could have actually got the hair done. Thank you for your company. Today on my free little bit extra podcast, Piers Morgan admits he orders KFC when his wife leaves the house. Terrible. Never find me eating fried chicken. Take a look at a new housing estate in Monaco where the homes cost €100 million each. I'll be putting in the inquiry. And I'll give you the latest on the utterly ridiculous Wagatha Christie row. How they think they're still relevant is beyond me.